all the major cities to be like fortified in like the circular fashion or whatever that specific term is that they use.
Mm-hmm.
It's at least
All
something
these
to look
all
at.
these squares make a circle.
Oh, it goes with a square hole.
Sam, please tell me you know what DBZA is.
Dragon Ball Z Bridge. Oh, shoot, was
Yes.
a gift thingy. I just like say I know it's not a bridge, but I will forever love. I'm not a big fan of the government. 2020.
No, my oregano patch. Oh, I mean my carrot patch. Yeah.
But do you know what Dragon's Ball P is?
No, you gotta tell me that one.
Kakarot, you will never be Super Saiyan lesbian.
Oh, I've seen clips of it. Didn't catch my interest. You gotta tell me that one.
Kakarot, you will never be God. Super Saiyan. Why is dude again? The other platform, the microphone it's chosen is my webcam.
Yeah, we can hear it.
No, the other platform, not this one.
Streamlabs chose my webcam.
Good part.
Am Muslim, is that okay? Bro, I don't give a fuck.
And
That's about what I expect.
yeah.
Anthony, you've been capybaraed.
Capybara, 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 capybara. I have videos of me petting a capybara. They're adorable.
Oh, I thought the capybara gift was an interactive gift.
Is it? I don't know.
No, it's not. I just saw one, and it did nothing.
Oh.
Yeah,
Well, it's only a 30 coin gift, so I ain't gonna do shit.
I think it's like 99 coins and above. They have those.
Wait,
Or
did
if it's
someone
like a
just...
stupid hard hand.
Was someone in the guest request for a second? Oh, and they're gone.
I did see someone, yeah.
Marco Rubio says India-U.S. trade pact designed to be beneficial and sustainable for both sides. Representative Thomas Massey says breaks with Trump were absolutely worth it. What? Douglas McCain, the other son of Senator John McCain, dies at 66. RIP. White House clears $9 billion for spy agency's AI chips. What in the fuck are we talking about here?
Any information about that White House pew-pewer?
Some crazy dude with the history of mental disorders.
Oh, that's it?
Okay, let's see. Shot and go 21-year-old Nasir Best after he approached a security checkpoint near 17th Street and Pennsylvania Avenue, Northwest, and opened fire with a handgun. Best had an extensive history of documented mental illness and multiple prior encounters with federal law enforcement, including July 2025, arrested at the White House, police driveway where he bypassed security, claimed he was Jesus Christ, and was subsequently issued a judicial stay away order. Yeah. Oh no.
Mythic just mentioned that in the comments.
IRGC doing fine? I mean, I don't know how losing 75% of your people is doing fine, but okay. She triggered a chaotic 40-minute lockdown in White House complex. Yeah, I mean, he's just crazy. Hello, Eshi, what's up?
Yo, how is there no genocide?
How is what?
How is there no genocide?
Because it doesn't meet the definition for the criteria, or it doesn't meet the criteria for the definition of genocide as set in place by the Genocide Convention of 1948.
What is the definition of genocide then?
To boil it down, is to the intent to destroy people in whole or in part based on a certain amount of factors, but the main part of the problem is proving the intent. It's kind of hard to prove the intent when you have one of the lowest civilian combatant death ratios in the history of urban warfare, when you have hundreds of thousands of vaccines being issued to people you supposedly want to destroy in whole or in part, more aid going in than pre-war, including the private industry, It's kind of hard to prove intent when you've got all those factors and the fact that the population is quite literally gone up from compared to pre-war.
Well, whether it's classified as and all those things, is it not still wrong that they're bombing children?
So we just got to skirt past you're abandoning your argument that fast? Is that how?
Yeah.
Well, it's not a genocide, but I just don't like it.
He's
Well,
standing on business. Let him cook.
You can say you don't like what's going on. That's fair. Nobody likes war. Nobody likes people getting bombed. But unfortunately, that's a reality of war. That's a thing that we have to accept.
Yeah, I understand that, sure, but why are you saying W Israel then? I understand if you can accept it's happening, but why is it a good thing?
Because I like the fact that they're destroying Hamas.
Yeah. But
Is that not a good thing?
Wasn't Hamas made to fight back against Israel?
What does that have to do? What, brother? What?
There was a war, right? And wasn't Hamas made to fight back against Israel's violent acts?
no,
No.
that's not even.
If it's not an evil thing Israel is doing, why have they forbidden press or entry into Gaza? Fun fact, they haven't. You can literally go to multiple news organizations and even go to who the ringers that they hire and see what's going on within Gaza. You don't have to have, they haven't blocked media, but also on top of that, what people are complaining about is the fact that the press can't freely roam in an active combat zone. This happens in every conflict zone. The press don't just get to freely roam wherever the fuck they please. They have to do things like attach to certain units. Well, now that unit has to be responsible for that extra individual who is now a target, that extra individual who no longer or who does not have a weapon, that extra individual who needs to be protected and provided for and doesn't really know the tactics and how to operate safely. So that's an added liability and risk. Now, there is still plenty of media that you can get into and has gotten into Gaza and even reported from Gaza. What you're not going to see is what the people on TikTok and Twitter want, which is a random person from a random news organization that they determine is not biased, freely roaming uncontested in the middle of wherever the fuck they want. That's not how war zones work.
What do you think of the US and Israel being the only people who voted no to food as a human right? Access to food.
Well, did you see the other parts that were on it? It wasn't just that food is a human right. There's a lot of stuff that gets tacked onto these things. Kind of like how the U.S. It's ironic that the U.S. would vote no on that because we do the same bullshit in our political sphere. So, like, let's say, there's a bill introduced, Eshi, that says, I can't, or that landlords can't just fine you for no fucking reason. That makes sense, right? You're like, oh yeah, the landlord shouldn't be able to fine me for no fucking reason. And you would think, oh, why would anyone vote no for that? And then you find out a bunch of people voted no, and you're like, they must clearly hate tenants. They must clearly hate all these people. And then you find out, oh, also it stated that there was this other bullshit like, oh, also you have to give up your firstborn son. Like, obviously I'm exaggerating and like being hyperbolic, but that's the kind of shit that happens. And it wasn't just a vote on is food a basic human right. There's other shit tacked onto it.
They're called the
Well,
omnibus.
what was linked onto the food right?
Let me see if I can find what it was for that one. Because I remember reading it and going, this is fucking stupid.
I think it was like mostly monetary value stuff. Like you had to provide them adequate money to get aid themselves if you couldn't do it.
Yeah, it wasn't like it was some requirement that it had to establish a monetary value.
Yeah. And I like how you ignore all the people that abstained from that vote as well. Because there's a lot of them that abstained that stated that they would not vote on that.
Oh yeah, this is what it was. It was stating that any form of sanction on anyone or any country was a form of a violation of international law, because by nature, if you're sanctioning, that will inherently affect things like food. So if you are sanctioning a country because they've done something wrong, you are now technically violate. If this were to pass, you would now be violating international law because food is included in those sanctions. Food is a human right. Therefore, you can't sanction food, which defeats the whole purpose of sanctioning someone. Which I get. Which I'm surprised more countries didn't vote no for, honestly. Considering how many countries are operating with sanctions.
Well, if
You
they're
support
operating,
Trump?
I don't like Trump.
They would support yes in that case if they're operating under
Yeah.
sanctions.
I was about to say. I was
No,
like, why
sorry,
would they
operating
support
using
that?
sanctions. Sorry, they're using sanctions. Sorry. No, I don't like Trump. All of Gaza is a combat zone. I thought there was a ceasefire, even though Israel has killed hundreds, and Gazans have not killed anyone during the ceasefire. Israel's killed hundreds of Gazans during the ceasefire. Source. And no, I didn't say all of Gaza was a combat zone, but what, again, you're kind of shifting the goalpost here. What I'm saying is you can't just have people from the press freely roam throughout the entire area, because although the entirety of Gaza is not a combat zone, the entirety of Gaza is also not secure. Just because there's a ceasefire doesn't mean that everyone in the region is going to abide by it, whether it be the IDF or Hamas. People still do these things. You can't just have a random person from the press just, hey, I know I was attached to your unit and you're responsible for taking care of me. I'm just going to go fuck off in that direction. It's not how that shit works at all. Oh, thank you for the follow on Twitch.
Why don't you like Trump?
Because he's a fucking moron and a broken clock who's right twice a day.
Tell him the real reason.
Yeah, like
He doesn't. He's a moron. That's the gist of it. He doesn't know foreign policy. He doesn't know how to negotiate with foreign nations who don't speak fucking American English. He doesn't know how to communicate with Europeans. He doesn't know how to communicate with the Middle East. He doesn't know how to communicate effectively to the American people. He goes by his fucking ego. A lot of his fucking things are knee-jerk reactions. He has advisors who give him very valid and well thought out opinions and processes on how to do things, and he just disregards it. He doesn't know how to be a fucking politician.
do you support ICE?
When they do the right thing, when they're following the laws.
True.
I mean, it's literally the first topic.
No, I didn't see that. How is supporting Ukraine good for America?
Helps further American interests. So helping an ally for pennies on the dollar while not risking American lives, while saving money on the equipment that we're no longer paying to store and maintain, while making space for newer equipment and no longer having to pay for upgrades in the future to cyber. What's the word when we're bringing it back up to spec? We're bringing it back to current generation.
Constituting them.
I can't remember. Basically, these things are so old. Yeah. Well, besides, it's not just modernization. It's there's another word for it that we have. I can't remember the term we use. But basically, instead of paying the millions upon millions of dollars to upgrade all those pieces of equipment to the current generational standard of making sure that they can be used by our people, again, the maintenance, the storage fees, all that stuff, for pennies on the dollar, we're offering it on someone else, charging them full sticker value of what we bought it at, and not risking a single American life, while degrading the capabilities of one of our greatest adversaries who's been waging hybrid warfare against us for decades.
Thank you.
Oh, all right. I don't think Trump's use of ICE is good. Switching agents, if their primary role is quite bad. Oh well.
Sex this up. No, it is modernization. What are you talking about?
No, there's a specific term we have in the military that I can't remember. It's not retrograde. It's not retrograde. So when we have a piece of equipment that's like out of date and we're trying to, it's God damn it. It's not specifically modernization. It's specifically for like equipment that should have been generationally upgraded with each upgrade package, but we didn't do it, and now it's behind.
Yeah, no, it's reconstitution. You just reconstitute it into a later date. But that's it's also vastly different.
It's retrograding. That is the word.
It is retrograding? Okay.
Yeah. I was like, I know it's vastly different.
At least I think. Yeah, I'm fairly
Well,
certain
it's
that's rhetoric.
different when it comes to like munitions that I dealt with. Like we had something different.
Nope,
Like a
retrograde is go
different vehicle.
backwards. Retrograde is go backwards. Yep, retro. Whoops. This is weird. Fucking Ground News says I've only read 4 stories, but that's bullshit. I'm constantly opening up stories on stream. Oh, that's just today. Let's do. Okay, so I'm still reading pretty balanced. I'm reading 28% left, 48% center, and 25% right. Not bad. I am pretty balanced.
Like your breakfast every morning.
I've read 75% more blind spot stories for the left, though. Interesting.
Oh, Sam, you still have Telegram, right? I got something I gotta send you. It's the most American monster you will ever see.
Oh, Jesus. Is that grounded news? No, it's ground.news.
Is the term you're looking for prograding?
I don't fucking know. Is that someone spamming the Canada flag? I can't see the flag emojis on my
Oh,
screen.
it's a Chinese flag.
It's a Chinese flag? I can't. It just says CN.
Oh, what chat are you looking at?
On TikTok, on the street, on PC, it doesn't show the flags for me. It just shows the letters.
Oh yeah, it's a Chinese flag.
Oh, ew.
Wait, is it? Or is it the Soviet? No, that's a Chinese flag, yeah.
Yeah, no, that's the People's Republic of Taiwan.
No, it's West Taiwan.
No, I call it the People's Republic of Taiwan because it pisses them off a lot more.
Rubio says U.S. will find another way if Iran talks fail. Oh, God.
Like what?
Yeah,
You guys tried to talk to them and fucking you smacked them around. What other ways do we have? We talked, then we smacked, now we're talking.
I feel like this is the phase where I called out a long time ago that we were going to get to, where Trump doesn't know how to deal with Middle Eastern countries. Where I blow them up. Let's talk to them. They don't want to talk.
At what point, when they say like an agreement isn't met and the Iranians are still saying no, does the U.S. just say fuck it? We're going back to this shit.
I don't know. On Monday, Secretary of State Marco Rubio said in New Delhi that the United States would secure a good agreement with Iran or deal with the country another way, prioritizing diplomacy before exploring alternatives. Oil prices fell 6% to 2-week lows Monday as optimism grew for peace deal following a conflict that began February 28, 2026 with a tenuous ceasefire since the early days of April, driving a global energy crisis. My gas is still below $4, by the way. I don't know how the fuck the rest of y'all are doing, but I'm still below $4.
Oh, dude, I'm sitting at a cool $3.29.
Senior administration official outlined a 60-day negotiating framework, noting Iran agreed in principle to open the Strait of... In principle is not in writing, you fucks. They agreed in principle to open the Strait. Okay, that means nothing. And disposing of highly enriched uranium. President Donald Trump claimed Saturday that Washington and Tehran had largely negotiated a peace deal, yet he cautioned Sunday that the U.S. blockade would remain in full force and effect until an agreement is reached, certified, and signed. Iranian sources via Tasnim news agencies dispute the progress, claiming the U.S. is obstructing the deal by failing to address Tehran's demands regarding sanctions relief and the release of frozen funds. Actually, I believe we did address that. So both sides are lying now. We're saying they've agreed to open it. They haven't, though. And they're saying, well, you didn't address lifting sanctions, but we did. If you play nice, we play nice. If you listen to what our demands are, we'll lift sanctions. Okay. Whatever.
Hey, Anthony, real quick.
What's up?
Can I just give you the Israeli perspective on President Trump? Is that okay?
I don't care. I mean, I've heard a lot of these really perspectives. I've also heard people's thoughts in Israel on this current deal.
Oh, the deal is ridiculous. Trump is ridiculous. Trump is probably the dumbest person to ever hold office. Um, Obviously, he doesn't know how to speak to the Middle East, like you stated. He doesn't even understand the mindset. And not only that, like I know, like the meme, like the anti-Semitic meme in America is like Israel is controlling Trump. From over here, it definitely looks like Bibi, like Netanyahu, is doing everything to appease Trump, is putting our own security interests on the back burner for Trump to make Trump feel better and to make him like him more, which doesn't help, by the way, because Trump, when he sees you bend, he respects you less.
A bit ironic there, huh?
Yeah, it is. It really is. And you know, there's a whole other aspect to Israeli politics going on right now, which is you know, the war in Gaza is just, the war in Iran is just. That being said, Bibi is incredibly corrupt, should be in jail for unrelated reasons, for corruption reasons, and is very, very unpopular, which again doesn't contradict the fact that we do think the wars need to be fought, just not by him.
I
His
mean,
malpractice.
I don't like him outside of the war. Like I especially people get surprised in Israel when I talk about this. I think his handling of the private industry and how he flip flops on like the rights of private ownership, private businesses within Israel really fucks people over. And I've had a lot of friends affected by that. I think that's one of the more fucked up things he did before the war.
I agree.
But I think at least for the war itself, up until recently, he's kind of probably been the best option for Israel, at least with regards to because either you've got your options in Israel are very small. You've either got okay, he's decent with handling the war and he's good with communicating with people in the Western world, or you've got someone who, like the rest of the Israelis, doesn't give a fuck about communicating with the Western world, but will just fucking obliterate Hamas.
Well,
you don't have many options.
Yeah, but that's by design. Like I used to work in the education system, and I watched the Israeli right wing create a generation of dumber Israelis on purpose. Citizenship classes have been reduced. History classes, like when I went to school in the 90s, and we learned, for example, about World War II. We learned about a lot of countries involved. We learned about World War One. We learned about America. We learned about Japan, about Italy, about Ethiopia, about everything involving the war. When I was teaching later in the 2010s, history class, especially regarding World War II, was reduced to the war happened because they wanted to unalive Jews.
But I've got some news for you. This is
Jews because we're so cool.
I've got some news for you, dude. This is like history across the world right now. This isn't exclusive to Israel. It's just a thing that happens, and it's fucking dumb. The dumbing down of society.
Yeah, but that's the point.
We're living in the movie Idiocracy.
Absolutely, but again, it's by design because dumber people vote for the right wing. That's just a fact, especially here in Israel. And the fact that you know, I don't, I couldn't give two shits about.
Joshua, 1 second. So, Sam, their right and left are flip flops than us.
Yeah, your guys' right and our right are not necessarily the same thing.
Absolutely not. No, right and left in Israel is very, very different than.
But I still don't
America.
get how just inherently voting with one side at all makes you just inherently, or you're inherently dumber for voting for one side. I think that's pretty divisive. I think that's pretty divisive and kind of furthers the divide and kind of doesn't help with anything.
Well,
yeah, I saw your face, and I was like, wait, I gotta explain this.
Well, here's the thing, though. Listen to what people in the current government are saying. Now, the whole shtick, the whole gimmick of this current government is that when they were running the campaigns, when all the parties, the right-wing parties were running the campaigns, they were saying the Supreme Court and the left and the deep state, you know,
Hello,
funded by
notables.
George Soros, yeah, are stopping us from being a full right-wing government and give the people their full right-wing dreams. Elect us,
we don't have stupid people on the left here in Israel. Come on. I
What?
hate this only right-wing hate that the lefties
Can
in
I
Israel
finish talking,
have.
please? Can I finish
No.
talking, please?
Hold on,
Can I
everyone,
finish
everyone
talking?
relax.
You can tell me that you disagree
Yeah,
with my
yes, I
opinion
saw it, AB.
later.
I mean,
You can tell me
Coach,
that
it
you
just seems like
disagree
you're.
with me.
It seems kind of like it's just a monologue at this point about how right, dumb, everyone on the right, dumb. Like, okay,
No,
we
not
get,
everyone on the right,
but
dumb,
it's, but you,
the
but
specific
okay,
government,
but hang on, but
the
you,
specific government right now is kind of dumb.
I think it's disingenuous for you to, when I call it out, say not everyone on the right is dumb. When you said, as a matter of fact, that people who vote for the right are inherently more dumb. That's kind
No,
of you did say that. You said people who vote for the right are inherently more dumb.
I said that people who have been dumbed down and know less about history, about politics, about citizenship, tend to vote for the right wing in Israel.
You started off with people who vote for the right are inherently more dumb. Now, I don't know if you're going to walk that back because I'm calling it out, but you did in fact say those words. And I find it kind of interesting. Like, this is the same shit we hear in America where people on the far right and people on the far left say stupid shit against each other and doesn't help anything. You've got people in Israel on the far left who go, oh yeah, just let Hamas take over Israel. You've got people on your far left saying that. Are those people not dumb?
First of all, if they existed, they would have been dumb. They do not exist. If they exist, if the left wing in Israel actually said, if you can find one person like with actual,
brother, they're on this app. They're on this app. I've been doing this. I've been doing this for random people.
Israelis tell you that Hamas should
Yes.
take over, the people who raped and killed us and put our eyes out with knives.
Yes, there are
Really?
people. There are people
Yeah,
on the far left, Israelis, whether you like to believe it or realize it or not. There are people on this app who are from Israel who believe that. That I have been hearing talk about that since before and even after October 7th. There's people in America who believe the same shit like that.
Palestinians, man.
No,
I think you were talking to Palestinians.
I know who I was
larping.
talking to.
I've never met a person like that.
Okay, so just because you haven't met it
And I
doesn't
live
mean
here.
okay.
You
That's
acting so
nice.
condescending,
Just because
dude.
you haven't, that's confirmation bias. Just because you haven't seen it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. You haven't seen it, but also
So
you've
you're
only
telling me the left wing in Israel, people who vote for what party exactly?
No, I did not say the left wing. I said people on the far left wing, some people on the far left wing. I didn't generalize like you have been doing. Again, your first statement was you came up and said people who vote for the right are inherently more dumb. Those were your exact words. And then when I called it out, you walked it back and said, oh,
I
well,
didn't
that's
walk
not
it
what I
back.
said. You
Okay.
did.
Anthony, can you please listen? Thank you.
I've been listening the whole time. That's why I've called you out.
Okay. I am not walking back what
Yes,
I
it
said.
is notable.
Because that's not what I said. Anyway, the current government, even if they were not right wing, even if they were not left wing, even if they were up or down or purple or green, it doesn't matter. The quality of the people in the government is very low. The ministers appointed are really, really dumb. Miri Regev is
Lapid.
incredibly stupid. Itamar Ben-Gvir is incredibly dumb and
I'm not
toxic.
saying he's not dumb. I'm just saying you don't have any real good opponents.
Yeah, you do. Literally
really.
anyone. A horse would be better.
Dude,
Anyone.
your entire argument here, you have made 0 points. That they're dumb. They're dumb. I don't like them. They're dumb. You have not made any valid points of criticism other than they're dumb.
Okay. What do you want me to say?
A valid point.
A valid point of what I
A
was
valid point
getting
of criticism,
there. You
like
stopped me in the middle to
brother,
scold me
brother.
for how I'm
You've
not
been on
right-wing.
you've been on this panel for 16 minutes and you have not made a valid point. You've been talking for the last 10 minutes. You have not made a valid point. So I'm
Because
getting
you
there.
stopped me
Hang
in the
on.
middle.
Was I'm getting there supposed to
Scold
happen
me
in
for
another
not
10
being a
minutes?
right-winger.
No, I didn't
Because
scold
you
you for not
stopped me
being.
in the
I did
middle
not
to-
scold you. I did not scold you for not being a right winger. I scolded you for being divisive, not having a valid point, and talking out of your ass when criticized, and double backing on what you were walking back on what you were saying. Again, all you have said is right wing dumb, right wing dumb, right wing dumb. Everyone who votes for the right's dumb. I don't like them. They're dumb. Hey, what's a better option? A horse. Well, people on the left, this one example that you've seen doesn't exist because in my anecdotal experience, I haven't seen it. Yet again, when I criticize my right and my left in America, if I'm criticizing the right, I can point out specific things of why I don't like people on the far right. I can point out stuff like the people following Trump, how he doesn't know how to talk to different the diplomats in Europe. He doesn't know how to talk to the Middle East and negotiate with them. He goes by his ego, and people back him up blindly when behind closed doors they will openly admit to my face in meetings that they don't actually like him, they don't agree with him, but they'll go with him anyways. I don't like stuff like that. I don't like the groupthink idea of the left in America. I don't like how they will intentionally put the needs of the few above the needs of the many, or the wants of the few above the needs of the many. I don't like stuff like that. But all I have heard from you is they're dumb. Why are you gonna bitch about it if you don't have a solution or an actual criticism? There's no point to it. Wait, what in the fuck is going on in chat?
You're muted,
Cube,
by the way.
Cube, what the
You muted
fuck?
me.
I didn't
You
mute you.
muted me.
I didn't.
Yeah, you
Cube.
did. You did.
Cube.
Okay, listen. Talking about being divisive, in the last 20 years, ever since the right wing in Israel murdered Yitzhak Rabin, collectively murdered him.
Lord.
Shut up. You know it's true.
Wow.
You loved it when it happened.
Wow.
And the second it happened, the demonization of everyone who isn't right wing started.
Who hurt
Every
you?
person in culture, every person in media, every person, even in music, was.
You're gonna take this one
out of
person.
Yes, it's on
question
TikTok, notable.
to express anything to the left of the rightist right. This is the reality in Israel. People have been openly calling for the murder of leftists and left-leaning people, even if they're not close to being leftists, for 20 years. Don't talk to me about being divisive by calling the other side dumb when that other side is calling for my literal murder.
Nobody is calling for your little schmurder.
That
That's
is a fucking
okay.
lie, and you
Shut
know
up. I
it.
let
A
you speak
shakranit.
up until now. I can say my word as
Okay,
well.
hold on.
Well,
Hang on. To the person in the chat. Quiet. I'm talking real quick. To someone in chat said something. America first is not America only. The left puts the needs of the few above all else. Sounds like Zionism. Yes, you are correct, girly. I am a Zionist, but those two are not related. America first is not America only. Doesn't have anything to do with Zionism. The left puts the needs of the few above all else. Yes, I said that because it's true. So
Zionism is just Israeli.
no, they're
like
not
any other
girly. They're not related in any way. America first is not America only. It's referring to America working with our allies in general and not isolating ourselves and going down the path of isolationism, which leads to turmoil in the future, which we've had in the past. Where did he go?
Also, we have 46 people like the live. Share, do whatever you want.
If you guys are on the other platforms you want to see on TikTok, in the bottom right corner of the screen where it says join the debates on TikTok, it shows what the TikTok handle is. It's _live.
oh, you ran away.
Shameless.
Good goy. I ain't a goy, bro.
Fuck it. Are you Jewish? No? Then you're a goy. Who cares?
Do Armenians own core of Jerusalem?
Okay, and?
No, the Muslims do. No, the Muslims do. Sorry to just let you know.
Shameless. Girly, I'm going to go out on a limb and say you have absolutely no idea what Zionism is. Hashem didn't promise you American dollars. Hey, dumbass. I'm not Jewish. I don't care.
Yes, he is. Yes, you.
Yeah, you do not know what Zionism is. I 100% guarantee you right now. If I offered you $5 right now to come up on this panel and tell me what Zionism is, you would give me your definition of Zionism, not the definition. You'd give me your opinion on it.
Oh, Sam, can I get that up? Can I get that fucking thing?
No. You believe God promised a Jewish homeland 3,000 years ago. No. That's not... No. Zionism isn't inherently about God or Hashem. Again, you don't know what Zionism is. Further proving my point. You've now lost out on $5. Congrats.
Everyone knows it's about bagels and locks.
Hello, Buckley. What's up?
What's going on, man? So, quick question for you. So, just a couple days ago, the U.S. announced that they have a probable cause affidavit for Raul Castro for the shooting down of a plane back in '96, and then they recently moved a carrier strike group into the Caribbean.
Okay.
And kind of significant because the specific carrier was actually supposed to retire this year, but they extended it for another year. Do you think the U.S. will do a similar operation in Cuba, what they did in Venezuela in January? And if so, do you think that's the right move, like, going forward?
I mean, it's possible. I don't think it would serve any purpose in this scenario. Like, you're taking a 90-plus-year-old dude for what? The man might die of a heart attack just by you snatching him up. Like, what's the fucking point? It's entirely possible, though. It's entirely possible, though. Trump will do what Trump wants. I mean, there's other reasons we could be going around Cuba with that with the strike group that could be a lot better. There's a lot more better purposes served, but it's all up to Trump and his fucking ego. Again, most of the time, it seems like he operates on who fucking makes his ego feel the best on any given day. Like that's it. He's predictably unpredictable.
I was gonna say, like,
at this point, we can just say he's a super collector. We can just say he's collecting world leaders at this point. He's just a super collector.
He's only got one.
Also, Anthony, I want to mention.
It always says about one.
I was gonna say, like, according to the Navy Times, there's been like 25 to 30 like drone flights near the island. So I think it's honestly I think it's gonna happen within.
Oh, it's possible, but it's possible. We'll have to see.
I wanted to say that Fob stated that he lost a bet and now he's gonna have to try surstrumming.
Ew. Cube, I'm waiting for hunting. What's hunting day, Cube? Why believe in Red Heifer and Messiah? I don't believe in any of that shit, girly. I don't care. Why do Jewish Zionist Orthodox claim that? Why do Jewish Zionists Orthodox claim this about the Jews being promised a homeland by God? Girl, what the fuck are you talking about? Christian Zionists believe in Jewish prophecy as well. This is not solely a Jewish phenomenon. Again, girly, you don't know what Zionism is. Zionism, definitionally speaking, not my definition, not your definition, not my opinion, not your opinion. Zionism is a belief that the Jewish people have the right to self-determination and freedom in their ancestral homeland. Not necessarily religious homeland, but their ancestral homeland, meaning they're the indigenous peoples of that land. It is quite literally an indigenous rights movement, similar to those in America where indigenous communities are seeking their rights and freedoms in their indigenous homelands that were stolen from them. There's plenty of communities all over the world that are indigenous and have these movements to regain their autonomy and freedom in their indigenous ancestral homelands. It's not a hard concept to understand. Hey, guess what, girly? DNA is not a part of indigeneity. I don't know if you know this, but the indigenous communities of the world do not factor DNA as a part of indigenous status. And you're going to say, oh, well, it is a part of indigeneity. DNA is not considered a part of indigeneity by the indigenous communities of the world. Zionists are not indigenous. Correct, Zionists are not indigenous because Zionists are a group of people who believe in something. Zionist is not an indigenous group. Nobody ever said it was. You're arguing something that that no one in this chat ever said.
Yeah, by the way, whatever you're girly name is just to let you know, the DNA is shared with the Canaanites, and the lowest city ever founded to be owned by Canaanites was Tyre. You should go look up where that is currently.
Ashkenazi Jews are indigenous. Yes, they are still Jews. They're ethnically Jewish. They still originate from that land. Let me put it this way. In the Trail of Tears, when we took out people from, where did we take them out from? Like South Carolina area? Yeah, we kick them out. We send them to, let's say we send them to fucking Texas. We kick out a bunch of indigenous people from North Carolina, South Carolina, Florida, all those areas. We send them to Texas. Those people keep their customs, cultures, practices, religion, all that stuff, their language, everything. They keep those traditions, but they're on the reserve in Texas now. Are they no longer indigenous to that original land because we kicked them out? Or are they still indigenous even though we've now forced them to live in Texas? Zionism or not, all about Israel plus America. Fuck. What, dude, Cube, what the fuck are you rambling about in the chat? I look Palestinian? That's an insult.
Your chat is crazy.
Hey, Kyle. What up? God damn fucking bots in my Twitch chat. Get out of here. I do not want AI viewers. Get out of here.
What's up, Kyle?
Guys, tap the screen, join the team, all that jazz.
Kyle, what's your favorite monster? I bet you it's the white one.
Subscribe to his OnlyFans. Do everything you can.
Home Depot.
I bet you out of everybody on this panel, Sam probably has a orange and black one that he makes content on, but it's like niche content. He named them super seductive. Like a super, he'll name something like super seductively, like slowly tears off rapper, and it's just him unboxing Pokemon cards.
Black and orange what?
Like,
I don't have any fucking Pokemon cards that are black and orange.
No,
Pornhub.
the site, Pornhub.
Oh.
Your mind went straight to Pokemon cards.
Well, he said Pokemon cards.
Yeah, no.
Autistic as fuck, bro.
Yeah, I know.
I told you I wasn't joking when I had to Google what the fuck that other website was.
I love how I fucking had, like, I mentioned all of this stuff, and all he got out of that was Pokemon cards.
Saddam Hussein rookie card. I love that man.
I do have a Saddam Hussein rookie card.
Oh shit.
You do?
Wait, hold on.
Yeah,
You need.
yeah, they used to give it.
You're missing the George Bush rookie card as well.
No, I'm not.
No. So they gave out a deck of cards.
The U.S. government propaganda set.
Oh my god. When's the unboxing?
Dude, I already did one a long time ago. I get in one. Hold on. I unboxed like it was like George Bush, Saddam Hussein, Kuwait, oil. It was like B2, and I went, oh.
Wait, Sam, did you still have that deck of cards they gave all of us that had like all the face cards were like leaders?
I never got one.
What?
Why do Americans need to fight for Israel? Americans don't need to fight for Israel. You're just making shit up at this point.
Also don't really fight for us, but okay. We fight together. We fought together in Iran. What?
Yeah, let me go get the pack I opened.
Bro, they're gonna be like baseball cards. They're gonna be on these weird poses.
It's gonna have statistics on the back.
Oh, Saddam statistics are gonna be so out there. 1,000 girls.
Oh my god. 1.1 million casualties.
Resistance? What do you mean? I pay a lot of taxes in order to make sure that my country is functioning.
They don't know how FAAs work and foreign agreements are. I'm just ignoring DTI at this point because of dumb.
Wait, Cyber Gal, are you related to Cyber Guy or are you guys married?
I'm his girlfriend.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. I sometimes mix you two up with Digital and Nicole, who are brother and sister.
She's his dommy mommy.
Oh, 110%.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, no.
So
she told me to clean the kitchen, and I cleaned that kitchen.
These are the packs. They're super shitty.
Okay.
Who pays Girly, Girly, are you capable of coming up and having a conversation, or are you just gonna spout off a bunch of bullshit? I have a feeling it's the latter. Why are there Pokemon cards in here? Where did these come from?
Bro, you willed those into existence.
Yeah, I know.
That's a $10 pack. We try to find the good cards.
One day I'm just gonna spend like
points. You just
These are valid
$1,000 on
points which you
Pokemon.
refuse to debate. No, you rattling off incoherent lies is not valid points. Nothing you have said is a valid point because nothing you have said is correct. But if you would like to actually come up and discuss why they are incorrect, you are more than welcome to come on the panel. General Colin Powell.
Oh.
Mm. We have Kuwait system. Saudi Arabia system. Why is it called system? Not $1 to Israel. You don't like America making a profit off of other countries? Oh, look, we have Congress.
Oh.
One of the best ones here. Oh no, I dropped it. The U.S. Constitution.
nice.
Yeah. You deserve not 1 cent. Girly, I'm an American. I'm in America. What are you talking about?
You're acting like money you guys invest in my country don't come back to you big time.
Oh, hey Sam, you got access to a computer, right?
No, I'm on a computer, but I don't have access to a computer.
Can you do one simple Google search? Raytheon's local investment to its local economy.
Oh, I mean, I could just tell you that everything around the Raytheon factory gets better.
And of
Oh, I
course,
know.
you're talking about APAC, of course.
Parasitic form in APAC. Parasitic form in ICE. I let me guess. I'm willing to bet you think that APAC is a foreign lobby. I'm willing to bet that you think APAC is a foreign lobby. Girly, you keep doing this again. You're rambling off points and you're not engaging.
Girly, just come
Well,
on
they're
up to
an
the
EBT
fucking panel at
collector.
this point.
Money for Israel is foreign. That's not what APAC is. Oh my fucking god. Okay, you're just muted at this point. If you would like to discuss these things, you can come up on the panel.
I was literally about to say that. I'm gonna mute you or else come up to the panel.
Oh shit,
Yeah, but
George H.W. Bush.
Oh shit.
Let's read his stats
Dude,
on the
get that
back. Born Milton, Massachusetts. Birthday June 12th, 1924. Education.
Is it a hologram?
Bachelor's at Yale. No, you mean holographic?
Damn.
Um,
Holographic, yeah.
after graduating, wait, is PHI, is it at a college that Phi or Phi Beta Kappa in 3 years from Yale University. Bush became an oil executive in Texas. He was elected to the U.S. House of Representatives in 1966 and was a U.S. representative to the United Nations in 1970, head liaison officer to China in 1974, and the director of the CIA in 1976, and the vice president in 1980, before becoming the president in 1988. For Operation Desert Storm, he was the leader of the coalition. You know, I miss when people actually had decent educations like that, though.
What are you talking about? Trump's education is not good enough for you?
Shut the fuck up.
by the way, those aren't stats, my man. I wanted to know what his hit run ratio was. Come on.
No, fuck that. What's his kill count?
A lot.
What's his
I don't
KD? What's his KD ratio?
Yeah. You know, I mean, I was alluding to that with the hit run kind of thing. Like, how many of them did he hit? How many of those people did they run away? Oh.
Oh, wait, I think this is the sequence of cards I unboxed. It was like Iraq, Kuwait, oil.
Oh no.
Iraq.
Oh shit, Saddam
Those are
Hussein.
Yeah,
Oh,
And then
Put
CIA. George George
not
Bush.
this.
Storm and Norman Schwarzkopf. And then it's bombs. It's just bombs.
Wow.
those are actually historically accurate.
This is a historically accurate pack.
Can I
Wait,
get
were
an
those all-
explanation for the army dummy? What is those cards?
This is the Desert Pro Set Desert Storm card set. A educational collectible card set from the U.S. government.
First edition.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so basically they used to sell these like during like Desert Storm and shortly after to teach people like the dummies that live in houses on wheels um, what the whole operation
The
was
Missouri.
about and everything going on. You know we nuked that thing twice and it still has yet to sink.
We did not nuke the Missouri.
I can guarantee you we
We did not. The Missouri was not
Well,
nuked.
Which one was that?
The U.S. the F-14. Let's go. Desert Storm had aura. Yes, it did. How many cards are in this set? There's like 250 cards in this set. I think I almost have the whole thing.
So the point was for kids to play in this and do like tradies and stuff like that?
Purely educational purposes.
Oh my bad. It was Nevada. I was thinking it was Nevada.
Yeah, I've got a sealed box. One of these days,
How much did that cost?
this thing's... I don't know when I bought it. It was like $10.
I don't pick this.
What if it's resealed? How will we know?
Ooh.
It is a collector's item with the original wrapping. I need a box to protect this like a Pokemon ETB.
Oh no.
Oh, bro,
Quarter
it's not
slightly
that
ripped.
expensive. Like a box of them's like $40.
Hey, $40 a box. That's how much. Oh shit! Mideast Peace is here.
Oh,
Mideast. I was displaying my U.S. government propaganda cards. Have you seen? This was my favorite pack I ever unboxed. It was this is what I got in order. It was Iraq, Kuwait, oil,
gotta catch him out.
Iraq again, Saddam Hussein, CIA, George Bush, Storm and Norman Schwarzkopf, and then just bombs. Dude,
Wait,
someone at the factory was like, I know what I'm doing. And I've still got a whole sealed box.
Wait, hold on, Sam. Are you gonna like collect those like a master set of all?
Oh my god, a master set of US government propaganda cards. That would be hilarious. Hello, Mideast. How have you been?
Tired.
Mm.
I'm sleeping in the basement right now.
Why?
Yeah, it's not 1945.
Did you
man.
make
You
her
guys are allowed to
angry?
come out.
Did you make her angry?
Oh,
No, I got kicked out of the room by another man.
Oh,
what?
is he
I don't know
is he a hungry little man?
I think he's just like a achy little man because he's got some molars coming in.
Oh, that's not a fun time.
No.
What card game is that? I don't even know if it's an actual game because you can't play it. It's just the Desert Storm card set from Pro Set. As I say, I had quite a few people messaging me upset earlier about Goose. Apparently he was going on an entire rant on his live earlier about how all Ukrainians are just Nazis.
Sorry, what?
Oh,
No.
God.
Yeah. And he still has to be blocked. People were like, come here and talk to this guy. This guy's crazy. And we had a bunch of pro-Israeli people because he's been getting real tight with the pro-Israel community, which is a bit ironic considering the things he says. And then he just started going off on a rant about Ukraine.
Sam, just to do, I have done a little bit of research on that thing. There's 250 of those cards, my man.
There is 250?
Yeah.
Oh, I gotta collect them all. We should have an unboxing party. do a rip and ship of U.S. government propaganda cards.
Ooh.
Oh, did you ever complete your project, Mideast?
The patio?
Yeah.
Dude, the patio door gets in tomorrow.
Very nice.
And then it's completely done.
Nice.
Yeah, I gotta paint that mofo.
Very nice. What am I looking at here? How's everything else looking? Because I know the last thing I saw is like you were just cutting up sheets of drywall still.
Oh, everything's like in. The only thing that's not in is the door. But like, it's fully painted.
Nice.
Windows are caulked.
Ooh.
It's hot.
You caulked your windows?
I shoved some thick black caulk in there.
Oh. Hey, I was just using some white caulk on my car. I ran out of black caulk.
No.
Ian Talmud Juice believes. Oh, it's you again. You're back. The guy that's never read the Talmud. The guy that says Google it. The guy that says Google it, but has probably never Googled it himself.
I want to know why all these Christians think that they're that cool with Jesus.
He's not Christian. I guarantee you he's a Muslim pretending to be Christian.
I know that.
None of them studied none of them studied how to figure out timeline historically, because the Talmud was finished being written down before Jesus' time.
One of the Talmuds.
Yeah, one of them.
The one that they're speaking of though.
Yeah.
Goodbye, horses.
But I just want to know,
Oh my
like, how
God.
cool they think they are with Jesus, where they get to like give him a nickname like Yeshu. Like that's like
Yeah.
a short abbreviation. Like, do you guys just always call him G's? Like, yo, what's up, my G's?
Ew.
White cock is for your back doors. Black cock is for your front doors. Oh no. Or Cutter, what the fuck? I was gonna ask you something, Biddies. God damn it.
No, don't put caulk in your pee hole. It won't stop it from coming out.
The what?
Yeah, the rest of us would call that docking. my
Have you
man.
have you te- Why does my live always turn into this? Why?
I don't like this conversation.
I was gonna say, I was gonna ask you, son of a bitch. Oh, have you seen anything about the deal, the supposed deal with Iran?
There's no deal.
Yeah, it's just a whole lot of. Well, I can't believe they actually said in one part they said they agreed in Iran agreed in principle, and I went, so they didn't agree. They didn't agree to shit. They agreed in principle. What the fuck does that even mean?
I'm just trying to figure out why everybody is stalling, because it's obvious they're stalling before we're gonna go back to fighting.
Well, technically, it's just to get the Middle Eastern allies back up to snuff, because they've learned that their air defense systems suck ass the way they've been holding it. Most of it can be attributed to letting them organize, but Saudi and the UAE's kind of struck them as well already, so matter done, in my opinion. Also, I take the W on making Sam break like that. I'm taking my W.
No, it's just like, why does my life always turn into that? Why every time? I'm scanning my GameStop promo cards. My GameStop closed down. It's sad.
Good, I hope so. They always did shitty business practices.
My GameStop was okay. So
Until you went to go trade something in.
that's why you don't trade things in. So how have you been, Mideast? What are you up to?
Just been hanging out, dude. Just hanging out. Are you going live? Is this when you're typically live again?
Nope. We just got 2 days off because GM closed their factories for a couple days.
Oh, I got you.
Yeah. Guys, join the team. Do the tappy tap thing. You know, all that jazz. Yeah, they closed down for a couple days, so we got a couple days off. But you know the day they didn't give us off? Actual Memorial Day.
Seriously? The fuck?
Yeah, it's great. Thank you, GM. And I'm pretty sure the holiday pay only counted for yesterday, which means that I don't get it because I wasn't clocked in because we weren't working.
Wait, what?
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm working
they
tomorrow.
intentionally scheduled the holiday pay for a day when no one was working. In order to get the holiday pay, you have to be clocked in for a full 8-hour shift.
Shut the fuck up.
Yeah. And they're all in a panic right now.
Holiday pay?
Yeah, they're in panic right now because the union talk is coming back, and they're like fear-mongering everyone right now. They're like, the union takes $200 a week out of each of your paychecks, and then they don't even do anything for you. It's like, oh my god, you guys are panicking. And they're trying to compensate and offer everyone a pay raise in exchange for not voting for the union.
You know what? Vote for take the pay raise and still vote for them.
Damn, make a
Double
TikTok
dip
post
that
about it and tag them. Yeah, that will get me fired, Iron. The problem with that is if I took the raise and voted for it, I think they're waiting until after the vote to do the raise. Yeah.
Isn't that corporate coercion now? Coercion or some shit?
I mean, the last time they had a union vote shortly before I started working there, I was told that one of the executives was straight up walking around with wads of cash and physically handing them to people to vote no.
You know what? At that point, if there was an executive walking around with cash who's doing it, I'll take the cash and still go in that booth and go,
Then
yep.
you fire them with lawyers. If only that were how it worked, Iron. Whoa, this has to be rage bait. Oh.
Oh my god, they have punch gifts. Oh my god.
What?
What?
Punch the monkey.
Are you about to...
Aww.
What the fuck? What the fuck? That's adorable, but confusing. Thank you. My pairs a couple years ago was 1 pence. Is that 1 pence an hour?
Wow. That's fucking ridiculous.
Oh, you missed it, Middies. We had an angry Israeli up here arguing about how anyone who votes right-leaning at all in any way in Israel is inherently dumb and stupid.
Fucking dumbass. Look, it's not like me as someone that usually votes right does not think that the current people we have aren't ridiculous and kind of dumb. I'm not saying they're not, but at the same time, it's not a good argument to make. Like, sit down here, point out to me what are the things that you agree that they do, what are the things you don't agree that they do. Like, let's have a conversation about it. But
he didn't have any criticism. It was just they're dumb.
And a donkey can be better is just a stupid argument.
His entire argument was they're dumb. A horse would be better. That was it. They're dumb. Do you have an actual criticism? What do you mean? I've given criticism. No, you just said they're dumb.
Yeah.
It's like when someone in America goes, "Oh, the other party's dumb." Okay, why? Elaborate. Tell me why they're dumb.
That is called circular logic.
And to be honest with you, again, as an Israeli that actually votes right, I can sit here and do the criticism myself, tell you exactly what's wrong with my party and what needs to be fixed. Right?
It'd be like if I just criticize the right or the left here in America and I just say they're dumb without giving like an actual criticism. It's like, okay, cool, you've called them dumb. Why? Can you elaborate on that? Do you know anything to even criticize?
Can we get dumb guy back?
Hello, Dylan. Welcome to the panel. What's up? Hey, Pika.
Hey, what's going on?
Chillin'. What's up?
Not much. I just saw your topics or whatever, and I just saw the W Israel, and I was confused on that part. Some of your points here, your topics seem not necessarily conflicting. Like obviously, nobody on any side of the spectrum has to have
You get
similar
7,000
points, but the supporting Ukraine and then W Israel, I feel like kind of conflict each other.
What?
Why do you think that?
Well, so supporting Ukraine, obviously Ukraine is being invaded currently by Russia, right? And then Israel kind of seems like you would be kind of almost taking the opposite stance on that specific conflict.
Well, were they both invaded? Were Israel and Ukraine both invaded? Or was only one of them invaded?
I don't think Israel has ever been, or not ever been. Sorry, I shouldn't say that. I don't think Israel is being invaded. I don't think Israel
Not
is necessarily.
currently.
No, they're not being invaded. But I think taking the Israeli side of the Israeli-Gaza or Israeli-Palestine conflict is kind of like taking Russia's side on the Russia-Ukraine conflict.
Well,
And making a take like that is kind of like taking it in the ass.
We have two allied countries of the United States who have repeatedly asked their neighbors to leave them the fuck alone and everything will be fine. Their neighbors did not oblige to that. Their neighbors both invaded them and crossed into the sovereignty of their borders. One of them was just able to defend themselves better than the other, Israel being the one that was able to defend themselves better. Both Israel and Ukraine are fighting the same enemy. Russia and Hamas and even the IRGC are allies of each other. On October 9th, Dmitry Medvedev, the former president and prime minister of Russia, came out and openly admitted on state television that the Russian government, helped train, fund, and arm Hamas in order to facilitate October 7th to distract the world from what was going on in Ukraine, and that there was not a damn thing the West was going to do about it. He was right. So you've got two sides fighting each other that both align. Like Israel and Ukraine are fighting the same enemy. Hamas, Russia, and the IRGC are all on the same side fighting the same enemy. You've got the IRGC using munitions against Israel that they also send to Russia and have taught Russia how to build to use against Ukraine. You've got an open military cooperation and partnership between Israel and Ukraine, sharing intelligence, sharing data and everything. I don't see how it's contradictory.
So you think that like Palestine is like actively currently a threat against Israel? Like they actually pose some kind of existential threat to Israel?
In the current status, no, but at the beginning of the war, they absolutely were. And as we've heard from Hamas leaders, including formerly known Sinwar, they've openly stated, we will do this every year, again and again and again. We will not stop. It doesn't matter how many of us die. We will keep doing this until Israel ceases to exist. So it doesn't matter if in their current capacity they're not capable of taking out Israel or the Jews. They have stated that it is their life's goal to do that. So you've got one group who's defending themselves against the invading force, who's obviously stronger, Russia defending against Ukraine, and you've got Israel, who was able to defend themselves better, but now dealing with a group that has made it their entire purpose and goal to not stop fighting until the Jews are gone from that land. So Israel's doing what they can to get rid of Hamas.
Right, but that would be like if one of the cartels in Mexico said that, you know, they're not going to stop until everybody in America speaks Spanish, and then we just wiped Mexico off the map.
But not exactly.
So the comparison there, I'd say that's a false equivalency, because if you're going to make an accurate comparison with that, the comparison would be Mexico just hating white people and invading. Or you'd say have the cartel who just, let's say they hate white people in general. They invade America and they unalive. What's the ratio? I think it would be like 40,000 Americans if they were 36,000 Americans, and then take a couple thousand as hostage if they were to do the equivalent of what Gaza did what Hamas did on October 7th. We absolutely. If
that's the proportion to their population,
proportion wise, like because it was like 1,200 people in Israel, but if we took that and changed it over to a cartel invading, let's say California, and doing the same thing, that'd be the equivalent of like 36,000 Americans being wiped out. You think we wouldn't fucking level Mexico after that? You came in and unalived tens of thousands of Americans. Your country's gone. Goodbye. You had a chance to deal with the cartel and you didn't.
That's valid, but is that actually the proportion to our population? That's how many people.
Yes, it is. It's been studied.
Yeah, that's how much it would. That's how much it would equate to if it were like if we took the proportionality of their population versus ours and sized up. It'd be about 36,000 Americans killed in one day.
Would you like some research in the matter? I have my laptop right here.
No, honestly, I've never actually heard. I've never heard it phrased that way. That's
How would you feel about Mexico if that happened? Knowing, hey, Mexico, you've had these cartels for how many years now, and you had how many years to deal with them, and now look what they've done to us.
I mean, it's definitely a little more alarming when you put it that way.
You need to understand, Dylan, that Israel is a tiny, tiny country. It's not even. It's the size of New Jersey. You don't you think Israel is this big bad guy, is like this big giant who can just go off and do whatever it wants, but it's a tiny country with a tiny. We are at a population of 10 million. That's it. That's how many Israelis there are. Not all of them are Jews, by the way, but that's how many there are. So if you kill, just think about it. They unalived like thousands of us in a few hours. Just imagine, like the proportionality wise, if that happened in Texas, it's catastrophic. So it was catastrophic
game
to
over.
us.
Goodbye, Mexico. But even then,
Yeah.
like I'd say that Israel's been more laid back than we would be during wartime. Like if you actually look at the numbers provided by the Gaza Ministry of Health, which is the only official source for numbers coming out of Gaza, all the numbers that are getting reported are literally coming from that source. You've got the lowest civilian to combatant casualty ratio in the history of urban warfare, which we don't have the best record with that. I'm gonna be real with you. We do not have the best record when it comes to civilian deaths. I mean, the closest comparison you'll find is the Battle of Mosul, which I think was like 3.5 to 1 as a civilian to combatant death ratio. And in Israel, you've got like up a 1.5 to 1, almost a 1.1 to 1, which is unheard of in urban warfare. And you've got a population that is actually, if you actually look at the numbers of the successful births versus the deaths in Gaza, the population has had more births than deaths since the beginning of the conflict, which is insane to think about.
That's kind of crazy. But I guess what I would kind of ask that, and honestly, like I'm very open to hearing this information. I've never been a person that's like completely, fixated on one topic or whatever, and not open to new information. But what I would, I guess, ask is, what
Tim,
do
I
they
gotta
qualify
go to bed,
as
buddy.
a?
I'll see you later, man. I gotta rub one out too before I go to sleep, or else I won't sleep. So.
Oh my God! Do we need to know that?
Well, I was just letting Sam know.
Okay, but
Right.
What?
Bye, Mideast.
Oh, so Sam has to know that. Okay, bye.
I wanted Dylan to know also, because I'm gonna be thinking about him while I do it. All right, good
Yeah, I
night, guys.
appreciate
I'll see
that,
you.
bro. Nobody's ever rub one out to me. I appreciate that.
That's a good time for a commercial break.
This is-
Everybody tap
this here, guys. Go ahead, Dylan. Where were you?
I was just gonna say, what do they qualify as a combatant in that? How do they qualify that? Is it just any military age male, or is it like?
Oh no. So like people who are actually part of the enemy fighting force, whether you be someone carrying a weapon, conducting combat operations, or conducting, like if you're actually in the armed forces of Hamas or the PIJ or the Lions Den, like the different militia groups. Now, normally when we do stuff like that, we would have even further breakdowns. We would have like, okay, who was an active combatant, who was a support element, who was a collaborator, and we do detailed breakdowns of that stuff. The problem is when we're looking at the numbers coming out of Gaza, Israel's not even making affirmations of like, hey, they're confirmations of, hey, this is the breakdown of the exact different people doing this and that. And then when you look at the numbers coming out of the Gaza Ministry of Health, they're not even differentiating civilians from combatants. If you look at the total death tolls in Gaza right now, it'll say around 80,000. They openly admit that they don't separate the civilians from combatants. About half of those are combatants, but they don't say that. But we do know confirmation from groups like Hamas, the PIJ, and the Lions Den, who post publicly and go, hey, here's the list of our guys who've been killed at different times, blah, blah. Here's a memorial to this guy. And it's very funny because a lot of those guys that Hamas will post and go, oh, he was such a great commander. We miss him. He's dead now. He was killed in action. If you look couple months prior, you'll see stuff like, oh my God, the Gaza Ministry of Health says this doctor, innocent press guy was killed. It's like, well, how is he an innocent press guy if Hamas is saying over here that he was one of their commanders? Like, it's very hard to get the actual numbers coming out of Gaza.
No, and I don't doubt that it's hard to get the numbers, but I guess from my main question, I guess, when we're talking about how do they differentiate, is like, if most of these deaths, civilian or otherwise, are done by missile strikes, where are they actually getting these numbers?
The Gaza Ministry of Health, or also just from Hamas themselves. Like, so Israel obviously has an intelligence base that has knowledge of certain names and who's on what list and who's identified members. But Hamas will also post photos. You can identify people. Hamas or Israel can cross-reference people that they know to be Hamas members or PIJ members with the death toll list from the Gaza Ministry of Health and go, okay, there's this guy, his name, his birth date, okay, his identification number matches up, okay, yep, he's on our list as a Hamas combatant, we killed him in this fight, yep, that looks like him, blah blah blah. Like there's all sorts of ways to match things up. Like we had to do the same thing in the U.S. military in different operational spheres. When we get a target that we say, hey, this guy's in this area, okay, he's been blown up, let's go in and ID the body. Like we've had to do shit like that all the time.
So just to let you know, Sam,
Mhm.
the Ministry of Health posts numbers every single day on Telegram. Every single day. They
Yes.
decided to break it down to from October, the ceasefire and whatnot. They're breaking it all down. And they finally added the number of martyrs number of recovered from rubble and all that. Like, so the current standing right now since the conflict, 72,793.
Yeah, so if you go here to the Gaza Ministry of Health's Telegram channel, it is all this Telegram channel is publicly available. It's t.me/MOH Media Gaza. You can go through and look at all their reports and actually print out and read the individual reports. Like you can go to the documents. Sometimes there's graphic stuff here, so I'm not going to click it and show it on stream, but you can go to the documents and you can actually pull up the PDFs where they will publish numbers every day at a daily update, but every week and about every month they will also do in-depth and more in-depth reports as they go on. They do a full breakdown of like Cyber Guy was saying, they even do stuff like, hey, this person is classified as being under rubble because we haven't seen them in X period of time. And after a 2-week period, they designate the people who've been missing for 2 weeks, they add them to the death toll. So even if they haven't seen that person could be alive just somewhere else, doesn't even know they're classified as missing, that person gets added to the death toll. So they do account for stuff like that.
Interesting.
So Israel have technology to identify, but they still bombing the civilians in Gaza, not Hamas. Okay, so one, we're talking about identification of people after the fighting when you're going in and confirming, hey, this was a combatant, or hey, we blew up someone who had a gun, let's go see who he was. And again, like I stated earlier, civilians die in conflict. If Israel was just trying to hit just civilians, and you're implying that this entire 80,000 death toll is none of them are civilians, that we have information from Hamas themselves confirming that a good fuck ton of them are Hamas combatants, PIJ combatants, Lions Den combatants. Like all of those people are actual military combatants and not civilians. But again, this is just completely ignoring the fact that civilians die in conflict zones. It's an unavoidable reality that you try to mitigate the best you can, but it will happen. The best you can do is mitigate it.
Question. I have a question for Dylan. Wait,
that
sorry, Dylan.
Oh yeah, go ahead.
You're asking a lot of questions. Can I ask you a question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, you were speaking about the unalivement toll in Gaza. How many were unalived in Israel?
Well, it sounds like we said 1,200, right? From October 7th?
No, not October 7th. From the beginning of the war up until now, how many?
From the beginning of the war, I couldn't tell you. I also wouldn't necessarily call it a war, but I couldn't tell you.
That's exactly my point. See, do you see the double standard? People are talking about the Gaza numbers nonstop. Nobody talks about the Israel numbers. Nobody gives a damn. Don't you think it's a bit hypocritical of you to come questioning us about the death toll without even knowing what it's like on the other side?
Not necessarily, because I would say, kind of comparing this again to the Ukraine and Russia conflict, like I would kind of compare it again to that. Like I think Ukraine has taken out a lot in terms of soldiers. I think Ukraine has taken out more Russian soldiers than Russians have taken out Ukrainian soldiers. But in terms of civilians, again, Russia has taken out far more civilians. So I think you can kind of equate it on that.
No, you can't. Let me tell you why. Have you heard of World War II?
A couple of times, yeah.
Okay, good. So, do you know that a lot more Germans were unalived than British people?
I believe it.
Yeah, Germany lost the most civilians out of any country.
So does that make Germany the good guy?
No, definitely not.
Okay, so do you see where that nullifies your argument?
I
just
wouldn't say
because they lost
nullifies.
more.
I understand the point that you're making.
You said they
No, I
lost more,
understand the point you're
therefore they're
making.
the
I
good
don't.
guys.
I don't think it nullifies anything. Though, was what I'm telling you.
Okay, question. I'm just trying to understand. You said losing more makes you the good guy. That's what you
No,
said.
I absolutely never said that.
Okay, so what about your argument of losing more civilians versus less? How does that like involve anything? How does that factor into anything?
Because one side is more equipped than the other.
So they shouldn't.
If you have missiles versus AK-47s, missiles are going to win every time.
So if you're more equipped, you should lose. That's your point. That's the point
if
you're
you're
making.
more-
If you're more equipped, you
I
should lie
think
down on the ground and roll over.
No, hold on, calm down, Vika. No, I think it sounds like the you're taking kind of like the moral stance of like, hey, well, you should maybe not go as hard because you're obviously better equipped than these people. They're like, and that's a stance that a lot of people take, but that's also a stance that people take when they don't understand the nuances of war. Like, unfortunately, yeah, I may be a lot better equipped than you. That means you probably shouldn't fuck around, because then you will find out. Like, if I am better equipped than you, but you keep attacking me, I'm not just going to stand there and take it. I'm going to stop you. And unfortunately, because I have better technology, better capabilities, it's going to be more detrimental to your side than mine. But that's your fault, not mine. It's not my fault that the less capable and less equipped military is attacking me, and I just happen to be better. Like, I'm still gonna
and the thing is, like, that would be a super valid point if Israel wasn't like the most well-defended country in the entire world.
They're not.
What?
They're not.
What?
Not even close.
Are you for real?
Not even
I want
close.
to see the study where it's the most well defended country. Where are you pulling that from?
So you have the entirety of the U.S. military backing up Israel.
No. First of all, we don't. But second of all, not your ideas or opinions. I want to see the study, the proof that says that we are the most well defended country in the world.
Okay, well, maybe not most well defended, like statistically, but let's just break down Israel for a second. You're surrounded on all sides by enemies, right?
So
They have an incredible. I mean, the Iron Dome is Israel is the only country in the entire world that has the Iron Dome. You know, it's
okay. Let's talk about why do we have the Iron Dome. Let's talk about why we have it in the beginning. Why would a country will even need to invent something like that if they weren't constantly under a threat of other countries throwing rockets at them?
No, and that's what I was literally just saying. That's what I was literally just saying, is that you're surrounded. Israel is surrounded on all sides by people that hate them.
Hang on. Yes, Israel's surrounded, but for the most part, the rest of the nations around Israel have accepted, I don't like starting wars and getting my ass kicked. Maybe I could just stop and cooperate. We can all make money together. The only people who seem to have not gotten with the program is Hamas and the PA and Hezbollah. And it sucks for them, I guess, if they want to keep fucking doing the definition of insanity, bashing their face against a brick wall and expecting a different outcome anytime. I mean, that's on them. That's not Israel's fault if this group is hell-bent on destroying themselves. Like, I mean, they openly admit that they will sacrifice their own people to further their goal of just getting rid of the Jews. So what does Israel do? Just sit there and take it? No, you fucking keep stopping them.
Oh, and I can absolutely understand that, but also Israel is the only country that has like the almost 100% military servants, right? Like,
it's like most other conscript countries.
Is it really?
No.
I thought everybody had to serve at 18.
So
not everybody.
Hold on, let me explain. It's technically everybody has to serve, but all the people that are Muslim Arabs and Christian Arabs, they do not have to serve. You do have some Christian Arabs that volunteer for serving. You have a lot of ultra-Orthodox and ultra-religious groups that also do not serve due to their religious background. So it's about 80% of the society that actually serves.
It's like other conscript nations too. There's always going to be exceptions. You may go and they may not need you at the time. You may have something medical and you may be required to serve, but you get a medical exemption. It's like plenty of other conscript countries where they have mandatory service.
True, but I mean 80% is a massive proportion Can we
Not
agree?
Yeah,
for
but
a 10
that's
million
population. That's not like, hey, you're all serving it
Like
the
a
whole
mini
time.
count.
It's mandatory. It's just mandatory service. Okay, Palestine.
Right,
You
but
rambling.
so 8
hang on.
million people,
Hang-
8
hang-
million
hang-
people
hang
though that are.
Hang on, Palestine. You rambling buzzwords in the background does not contribute to the conversation. You can wait your turn or just like continue being unproductive. Yeah, Dylan. You've got 8 million people. That doesn't mean 8 million people are all serving at the same time. It's just like with other countries that have mandatory service and conscription. That doesn't mean that all of those people are serving at the same time. You may only be doing a year. You may be only doing 2 years, and there may be only a fraction of that stay and continue to do contracts for longer than that. That doesn't mean that everyone's serving at the same time or that everyone even actually is a productive member of that military force. You could have a giant chunk of that society that their entire job was fucking admin work. It doesn't really mean much.
Right, but what I
So
was
the
going
average
for
time of
there was
serving in the
8,
IDF
8
for a
million
civilian,
people in the country of 10 million are militarily trained.
No.
it doesn't mean
Yes,
anything.
if 80% of the
Hold on,
country
Dylan,
has
it doesn't
served in
mean
the military,
anything.
then 8
Okay.
million of the 10 million would have been
Dylan.
trained by the
Eight,
military.
it's
Dylan,
not
but
No,
we don't have
no,
laws
that's
like
the
America
entire
that you can-
population. No, 8 million. That would be 80% of the entire population.
Okay,
but,
right. So there's
but
some
hang on,
children
hang on.
in there
Yeah,
that haven't served
yeah.
yet.
I mean,
but,
yeah,
like,
the entirety of the 10 million population isn't fighting age adults.
right.
Yeah.
But the vast majority of people in
No,
Israel have
no,
been.
it's not. Wow, you're misrepresenting this. Okay, you need to understand. Population involves everyone: elderly, immigrants. I don't know, fucking babies. Not all of those have served or will serve or actually learned anything during their service. It doesn't.
And
We're not
even
military.
people that did serve, a lot of them only do, as Sam said, only administrative work. They don't even know how to hold a gun.
Okay, but
Yeah, are
so
you
is there
imagining
no
like
there's no
wait,
basic
wait,
so-
training
Dylan.
then in
Hang
Israel?
on.
Dylan, are
So
you imagining like a country of
only
very
hang on. Hang on. The last study done by the Rand Corporation shows that although approximately 80% of Israel is eligible and drafted throughout their lifetime, only about 15 to 18% of the overall Israeli population has received any form of military training.
Thank you.
Okay, so what would can you look up something for me? What percentage of the United States is militarily trained, or how many active members we have that's in proportion to the population?
Well, we have a lot more fucking people, and we have a volunteer service. You can't. This is what I don't like is you can't really compare a large volunteer force to a small mandatory service nation or conscript nation. Like they're two completely uncomparable things.
I
Like, they're
understand
not even close to the
the
same.
numbers. I understand that numbers wise, it's not necessarily comparable. But even like Vietnam, where we had the draft, that was conscript, right? But it wasn't every single person was eligible. It was a draft based, right?
Dylan, but you also need to take into
Roughly
consideration that just because
roughly
they're-
6% of the U.S. population has military training.
Wow. Just because we have people in the society that are trained, it does not mean they have the equipment, a weapon to actually do something if something happens. We do not have laws like America about carrying guns in public. Our rules are very, very strict when it comes to it.
Yeah, we don't have the right to bear arms. It's not a right. It's not something you can just go and buy at a Walmart. We don't have Walmart, but you can buy at a supermarket.
I'm confused
Right,
what
like,
this
I'm
still
not
has to
saying
do
that
with the original
everybody-
point.
I'm not saying there's 8 million Israelis walking around with ARs just like ready to go at a moment's notice.
But what does this have to do with the original point? Because the original point here we were talking about was, hey, this one group, although they are, yes, not as well equipped and not as well trained, still decides to keep fucking around and finding out. That's not on Israel for being better at responding.
Yeah, no, I guess kind of the equivalence I would go. I guess maybe not the equivalence because I'm sure you'll poke a lot of holes in this. But what I kind of relate it to is like the Brits versus the Zulus back in like the 30s, where like you have firearms versus bows and arrows, where it's like you didn't have to wipe out the entire group just because a few guys were throwing some sticks.
But they
at you.
haven't. They haven't wiped out the entire group. So first of all, with the Zulu, it's not like the Zulu invaded mainland England and we're saying, hey, we're not going to stop until every white Englishman is dead. We're going to keep doing this. And then they keep doing it year after year, trying every day with thousands of attacks. It's not the same thing. And in this scenario also, they haven't wiped out the entirety of Gaza. Again, if you look at the actual death toll in Gaza, they've had, per the Gaza Ministry of Health, there have been more successful live births in Gaza than deaths since the entire beginning of the conflict. And that's not to mention that if you actually look at before the war, they had about 500 to 1,200 natural deaths per month in Gaza. That's like just people who died of old age, people who got sick and died. Do you know how many natural deaths the Gaza Ministry of Health has counted since the war started?
I don't.
Less than 10. Apparently, people just stopped dying of natural causes.
Yeah, not 10,000, less than just 10.
Yeah, less than 10, like 10.
Yep, I understand. I guess
Not
kind of
act like
sorry,
there's.
Wait, Cyber guy was raising his hand all real polite.
yeah, go ahead.
Yeah.
No, that's good. We've moved on from my point.
Sorry, I was trying to bring us back to where we started.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Also,
no,
it's
the whole
also not fair to say that. Sorry, go ahead, babe.
no, I was gonna say like the whole thing about Israel being super sophisticated and like the idea of asymmetric warfare doesn't fucking matter. I'm sorry, since 2005 all the way up until October of 2023, Hamas was launching on average 6,000 rockets, and that is homemade fucking rockets, into Israel civilian centers a year. Hence why they have the David Sling, the Arrow.
How about you?
Right, but a
sorry.
homemade rocket, as you
Time.
just said, a homemade rocket is not the same as an ICBM pointed at a hospital.
A homemade rocket is a
There's
rocket.
many homemade rockets.
No, the problem with the homemade rockets though is they're unstable, they're not the same, they're unguided, they're kind of just, it's even worse, you're just throwing rockets randomly towards any civilian. Like if proportionality is not a thing in war. And there is no, you can say proportionate genocide, that's literally not a thing. Genocide has a legal, Palestine, genocide is a legally defined term.
From the world, we can
Okay.
see. You just need a
I
teeth.
don't care what you see. No, Palestine. This is what I don't care.
What is he
I don't
doing?
have any Palestine.
You have your own political people.
Instead of just talking over me, in order to have a conversation, you have to go back and forth. So, like I'll say now, I don't care that you keep just rattling stuff off. It doesn't contribute to the conversation. Genocide is a legally defined term set in place by the Genocide Convention of 1948. And despite what you feel and you don't like war, it doesn't meet the criteria set in place by the Genocide Convention of 1948.
Well, no, you're not going to get anywhere with Palestine hard. She just hates Jews.
Yeah. I will just say that at the end of the day, the invention of the Iron Dome is the one thing that us Israelis has kind of shot ourselves in the ass with. Because if we didn't have those defense systems, and you guys would have seen the amount of toll that those homemade rockets can actually do, you wouldn't have spoken like this. So what? Just because I can block those rockets and protect my civilians, just because my government actually puts the money to protect my people? Shut up! I'm still talking.
Palestine.
This is Palestine. This is what I'm talking about. You're interrupting again.
So just because my country actually cares about the civilians and put the money in order to invent stuff to protect them means that my people's blood is less red?
Dylan, by the way, for reference, if you look at the Gaza Ministry of Health death toll since October 7th, it's been about 72,000 deaths, nearly 80,000 basically in total. Do you know how many successful live births they've had? That means like babies who have been born and gone on to live. Do you know how many births they've had according to Gaza themselves, according to the Gaza Ministry of Health? Do you want to take a guess at how many babies have been born since October 7th?
Well, you said there was what, like 1,200 a year or something like that. So like,
It was natural deaths. It was 500 to 1,200. That was natural deaths per month. Oh, so since October 7th, 135,000 babies minimum have been successfully born, according to the Gaza Ministry of Health.
Okay.
So they have given birth to nearly double of the death toll. But their population's being wiped out.
No, and I mean, I understand that everything is being sensationalized by certain media groups. Like, that's not what I didn't come here to argue the genocide part. The only thing I was just saying when I came in, right, that the W Israel and the supporting Ukraine, I felt like those kind of conflicted each other.
And I get that for a lot of people that don't know the nuances and stuff. Like, again, for me, it's both of these countries are an ally of the United States. They both repeatedly asked their neighbors to leave them the fuck alone. Both of them had the sovereignty of their borders violated. One of them just happened to be more successful at pushing back the enemy than the other. And they both work together in cooperation. Both of the people who invaded them are also allies of each other. And I see that and go, well, shit, this is a no-brainer here.
Yeah, no, and that's a valid take. So I guess, like, so I assume you're American, right?
Yep.
Do you lean one way politically? I don't want to make assumptions, but
neocon adjacent.
Okay, so I guess kind of a lot of the politics kind of chats that I have joined, you know, it's usually a little bit more black and white. Your topics aren't necessarily black and white.
I piss off both sides. Like even the first topic I have right here, I support ICE when they follow the rules. I will get people who will come up here who know me from going to left-leaning lives who go, ICE is terrible. Everything they ever do was bad. They need to be abolished. Open borders. And then I get people from the right that go, ICE has never done anything wrong ever. Everything they've done is perfect. They need to start deporting U.S. citizens. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with both of you? Both of you need to fucking unfuck yourselves. Like I'm very like I said, I'm neocon adjacent. I'm center right, more socially liberal, economically or fiscally conservative, a little bit more politically conservative. But I do like interventionism. I like pushing for American interests. But by no means do I have any problem criticizing either side. Like fuck, dude, I don't like Trump. I do governmental advisory work on the side as a private thing where I have meetings with congressional members and Senate members and their teams and everything, and God, it's fucking mind-numbing. And I deal with people on both sides, and the amount of people even like on the Republican side that I deal with that like that will tell me in private meetings like, oh yeah, I don't actually agree with Trump, but I have to say these things in public because it keeps me relevant. And I'm like, wow, you have no fucking spine.
Right.
And then I wonder why they don't call me back.
Right. Well, and so like that's a kind of a whole nother can of worms that we could open. But so like I'm a registered Republican, but I have never been a Trump supporter a day in my life. I'm 25 currently. I was 16 when Trump made his first run for office, and
I voted for him in 2016 for the memes because I was like, fuck it, let's shake the system up.
When I was 16, I was like, if Trump and I took the SAT right now, I know for a fact that he couldn't even come close to my score. I'm like,
God, that essay would be hilarious.
When I was a teenager,
that essay would be hilarious.
And I've never heard Trump say an intelligent thing a day in my life. But anyway,
he's a broken clock. He's right twice a day.
Right. He's all.
I don't like the man, but I do have to give him credit for certain things sometimes. And what pisses me off though is like you'll get the people on the right who'll say he's never done anything wrong. I will support everything no matter what he does. Then you get the people on the left that like the man could literally shit out a cure for cancer, and they'd go, "Cancer's good now."
Right. But I mean, you get the same thing on both sides because you got all the far right people that are like you got the anti-vaxxers, but then nobody wants to remember that like Operation Warp Speed was Trump's first administration. Like the whole pushing of the vaccine originally was under Trump, and that was good until Biden got into office, and then there was more strict COVID, measures, and then the vaccine was the Biden. It was the jab. It was bad all of a sudden. And it's all contradictory just based on like identity politics and whatever bullshit. But
yeah, Palestine hard. The world does want peace, except for a few select groups like Hamas, who openly states that they won't stop fighting until the Jews are dead.
Well, okay.
Wait. When you said the world wants peace, does that include Hamas when they say that they won't stop fighting until the Jews are gone?
They're not saying that.
They've never said that. They've never said that.
They haven't. They're not saying
that.
that.
Right.
They're not
right.
saying that.
Literally says that Palestine. What are you talking about?
Oh, look, hey, can I speak?
No.
You tell me that. Oh, that's so terrible because I'm against Jews.
No, it's
These
not.
are not even the right people.
No,
it's not indigenous. It's the Palestinians that is indigenous, not yous. You's come into their country, steal their land.
Can you tell me when the country was? Let's go through this then. When was the country of? Okay, cool. Palestine. When was the country of Palestine established? When was the country of Palestine established? What year?
It was 2000 and something.
So their country wasn't. Their country was established in the 2000s.
Yes, and Jews. When were Jews established?
Well, I'm an American.
Yeah, okay.
1938, babe.
1948, eh? 1948.
So does 1948 come before or after the 2000s?
Well, who were living on the
No,
land?
no. Answer the
more,
question.
and
Answer
why
the
couldn't
question.
we live
Answer
in
the
peace?
question.
What's that?
Stop. You don't get to run away from a question because you don't like it.
I'm not.
We're having a conversation. When you have a conversation with someone face to face and they say something that calls out your contradiction, do you just completely change the subject? Or do you walk away from them, or do you actually own up to what you just said? Because again, you said that Palestine was established as a country in the 2000s. Also not true, but let's say it is. Israel was established in 1948. So which comes first, 1948 or the 2000s?
No, you know the answer to that, don't you?
So 1948. So Israel first, right? Israel came
and that's
first.
by whose law? By the Western law.
By
But
the
not
United.
by-
Wait. The United Nations recognize them as a sovereign
So
state.
universally, as universal law, who were there? Who went and
What
stole
is
the land and
what
said,
is
"Oh,
universal
that's our
law?
land"?
What is universal law?
That is the land. That's the law of natural cause.
Okay, you're too
What?
stupid for this conversation. Also,
Guys,
on multiple occasions,
I can kind of understand what she's saying to an extent there, and I kind of would like to mention this point just because I know you have a good reputation for me.
She can't because her whole thing is based on the lie that the Jews weren't there and the Jews just showed up and stole land, which isn't true. The Palestinians have never been a separate identity as a people until 1964. Before that, they were also known as Palestinians, but they did not like being called Palestinians. They referred to themselves as Arabs of the land because they said that the British, who referred to everyone who lived in the British Mandate as Palestinians, they protested against that formally, by the way, actually submitted petitions saying Palestinian was a Zionist Jewish identity and that they would not have it. They were Arabs of the land and they wanted to be absorbed into Syria and other surrounding Arab nations and become part of southern Syria, Balad al-Sham. They did not want a Palestinian state. They did not want a Palestinian identity. They did not like being called Palestinians. They did not do that until 1964 when, with the help of the KGB, the Palestinian national identity was created, and they openly stated in their founding documents that a Palestinian isn't a real thing. They don't have claim to the land, and the only reason they are doing it is to counteract the Jews' claim to the land.
We can actually look at the current Palestinian Constitution. Title 1, Article 1. Palestinians are a part of the greater Arab world. Arab unity is what they should achieve.
Yeah, and I totally get that. I guess the equivalency that I was going to make here, and I know you poke holes in it, and honestly, I enjoy debating with people that can poke holes in the shit that I like to debate about because I've always been a devil's advocate type dude. But anyway, the point, I would kind of equate the foundation of Israel in the land that they're on as like the United States, or I guess not the United States, but like colonizers coming to the United States and being like, yeah, here's the state of Michigan. And there was never a sovereign nation here before. So here's the state of Michigan that now has sovereign borders and whatnot.
The problem with that is, as you can see in the comments right there, she says, this is where I knew she was going, your prime ministers are Polish-Ukrainian. And someone saying his name is Milikowski, which is not true. They're going off the ideology and the bullshit saying that Jews aren't actually from that. They're all just European, and that it was European Jews that just came in and took the land and stole it. The problem with that is, one, just because a Jew comes from Europe doesn't mean they're not indigenous to that area. I already talked about it earlier. Just because an indigenous American person currently lives in Texas because we forced them to live there in a reserve doesn't mean they're not still indigenous to North Carolina, where their tribe is originally from. We just happen to force them out. Just like the Jews who were taken from Judea by like the Romans and forced to go to Europe. They didn't go there by choice. They were forced and taken there, a lot of them as slaves, who built things like the Colosseum or the Arch of Titus. The Arch of Titus literally was built by the Jews as a jab at the Jews and has depictions of Jews being used as slaves to build things by the Romans. But also, just because they're from there, again, doesn't mean they're not indigenous to Judea. But also, the Jews didn't just show up after World War II like people like her think. The Jews and the Arabs started migrating to the Levant region en masse in the late 1890s, and early 1900s. When the British took over after World War I, it became the British Mandate. The British actually had to legally limit Jewish migration because the Arabs were so pissed off and just kept slaughtering and attacking Jews. That's why I laugh at this whole thing when the Palestinian supporters show the picture of the boat with the Jews holding the sign saying "Don't crush our hopes and dreams" and stuff. They go, "The Palestinians welcomed you with open arms." When in reality, if they did 5 minutes of research, they'd find out that that boat and many of the boats that did that were actually turned around because the British said, "Fuck you, fuck no." The Arabs are pissed off, so we're not going to let you dock. And were sent to a concentration camp in Cyprus set up by the British. The British government had concentration camps set up in Cyprus for Jews that were trying to immigrate to the British Mandated Palestine. But the people don't like acknowledging that.
Right. Well, and obviously there's a lot more. Sorry, go ahead.
I'm from a city in Israel called Tzfat originally. So part of the story of my city, it's that it's one of the oldest city in Israel. It's more than it's hundreds and hundreds of years old. Jewish people has always lived there, and when the British was getting ready to leave Israel because the mandate was ending, they made an allyship with the Arab people that lived in the city, and they gave them the keys to the sheds that had all the weaponry, right? And the Arab people, days before the British people have left, has literally been walking around the streets of the Jewish neighborhoods, signaling how they're gonna unalive all of us when the Brits will leave. We had a lot of luck that the Jewish resistant groups came in and helped us held our land.
Right. Well, and so like what I was going to say is I know that there's a lot more nuance to all of this. I know that this didn't all just happen in 1948. They didn't just drop a bunch of Jews in the middle of Israel and say, "Here's our borders."
That's not what they think.
Yep.
That's the problem, is that's even if you disagree with me on what I just said with the other stuff, they think that. The thing that you acknowledge is a basic fact. We can't even move past that. So despite what you know, they think that the Jews just showed up in mass and were just dropped there by all these other countries after World War II ended, and that they were just given the land by countries that didn't own it, and that it was just taken over. They don't accept the reality.
I understand that there's definitely
Look, we have people like my family that can actually prove. We have graveyards of my family 600 years.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. They don't care. It doesn't matter. They don't care. You and I both know that. But that's what I'm trying to explain to Dylan is he knows basic facts. They don't, and they don't agree with that. Like even right now, Dylan, if you went to a pro-Palestinian live and said that right now, that the Jews didn't just show up and just take over, you would get screamed at and called a Zionist and probably get told to unalive yourself.
Yeah.
We're stating a basic historical world accepted fact.
Right. And I guess kind of to reel it back in, or I guess to kind of go back to, I guess what my original point was, is like, because we don't necessarily need to dispute the basis of facts here, but like obviously one of the other facts is that people were displaced by the establishment of Israel. And I do think that there's been I think a lot of the conflict has been one-sided, and I don't know. I guess like a lot of the things you have definitely given me a lot of things to think about and reconsider, and I can appreciate that for sure. You guys have a very well thought out I guess just like your argumentative process or whatever is really good, and I can appreciate it a lot.
So if you would like, you can give me, and I can give you the Dropbox link to these books, but I would encourage you to read these books. I've got them printed out because they're PDFs. I've got This is Israel by I.F. Stone. I've got The Meaning of Disaster by Konstantin Zrake, and Peter Dodd and Hallam Barakat, River Without Bridges. So This is Israel by I.F. Stone. I.F. Stone was a British investigative journalist who went there originally Zionist and became anti-Zionist, and was there during everything happening. He was there in the meetings with the British military leaders, these Jewish leaders, the Arab leaders, and he recorded all the stuff. He's got the transcripts, had access to the archives and everything. Konstantin Zrake, who wrote The Meaning of Disaster. The Meaning of Disaster is quite literally the Nakba. I'm sure you've heard of the term the Nakba. He was actually the guy that coined that term. And River Without Bridges is actually two guys that basically went around asking the refugees who had fled from the land of Israel what happened and what they saw and everything. So if you go from I.F. Stone's This Is Israel, he talks about how there were actually plenty of Arab leaders who, when the Jews said, hey, we're going to establish a country, you guys can live here peacefully, we'll all have equal rights, the Arab League, who is all the surrounding Arab nations, said, fuck no, we're going to declare war on you. The Arab leaders who were in that land said, actually, no, we kind of want to live with the Jews, we just want to live in peace, let's do this. And they said, if you don't leave and take your shit with you, and we come there and you're with the Jews, we will slaughter you too. Like, you need to get the fuck out, and you can come back in a couple weeks when we slaughter the Jews, or else we'll unalive you. Like, they were under the conception that they were going to slaughter all the Jews, and everyone's just going to come back and take all their shit and live hunky-dory. If you read Constantine Zaraik's Meaning of Disaster, where he talks about the Nakba, the guy that coined the term the Nakba says that the actual disaster was the fact that when the Arab militaries went in, they didn't communicate. They didn't work cohesively, and they lost to the Jews. They retreated. You'd have one Arab military lose a battle, and then the next Arab country's military would go, hey, man, how'd you guys do? Are we good to move forward? They'd go, yeah, we kicked their ass. You guys are good. When in reality, they lost. So that army goes in and goes, oh, fuck. Then they get their ass kicked. Then they lie to the next group. And it was a constant circle jerk of people lying to each other and failures and stuff. That was a disaster. He openly says the disaster was losing to the Jews with 6 Arab armies. And then if you read this book, River Without Bridges, you'll actually find that in the supposed Nakba, where all these people were forcefully displaced, they claim it was 750,000. The actual refugee and census data reports show that it was about 330,000, which is still a lot of people. But 68% of the refugees reported that they never even saw a single Israeli. Not a single Israeli soldier, not a single Jew, just a single Israeli, period. So 68% of those people were supposedly forced out when they never even saw anyone. But again, that kind of lines up with what I.F. Stone was saying, which is, no, they were told to leave by the Arab leaders. They were told, hey, we're going to start a war. You need to leave. I don't care if you want to live with the Jews. If you do, though, I'm going to take you out with them. You can come back in a couple of weeks when we've destroyed everything and we can have just nice Arab land. Well, and they even stated they were going to divide the land amongst the Arab nations. They didn't want another country. They're just going to hand it off to the other Arab countries. It's like it all kind of, and this is anti-Zionist sources that contradict the narrative. This is things written at the time during the period from people who were there.
No, that's definitely. I honestly, I'll DM you, and I would like to definitely go through those. But yeah, I guess like kind of part of me coming in here, like I'm Irish Catholic. I'm American, but raised Irish Catholic, and you know, there's the whole story of the Black and Tans. They get pushed out of Ireland once the kind of their main purpose is kind of done, and then they go to Palestine. So there's obviously there's atrocities that are, and it's all, I mean, a lot of it ties back to the British. The British are kind of the root cause of a lot of horrible shit. But so like it's tough for me to kind of confront some of these things.
It's also
right,
a lot. It's also a lot of the Soviets.
Notions.
It's also a lot of the Soviet problem. I don't know if you know this, but when Israel first declared independence, do you know who the first group was to recognize them at the United Nations?
I don't.
It's the Soviet Union, because the Soviets believed that the Jews were a bunch of socialist communists, because the Jews have this thing called in Israel they call it kibbutzin or kibbutz. It's basically a little community, a little union. Think of it like a little communist haven. Like, imagine if Portland's autonomous zone actually worked. That would be
like
a cute
goods and bartering and stuff like that. Like,
oh, everyone takes care of the children together. Oh yeah, the kids are daycare. You're on daycare duty today. Oh, this and that. Like, that's a kibbutz in Israel. And the Soviets believed that the Jews were a bunch of socialists and communists. So they sided with them because we were against Israel. We actually, although we recognized that we were against it and had an embargo against Israel for decades after their foundation, we did not like them. The Soviet Union sided with them, then went, oh shit, they're not actually a bunch of socialist communists. They don't like us. And then they immediately sided with the Arabs, which is why in like the 67 war with Israel, there was this weird, crazy coincidence where these Arab pilots flying planes from the Soviet Union all just happened to speak Russian. Or why they openly admitted they had Soviet Russian advisors on the ground guiding the militaries, even though they failed.
Right, and why the Soviets have been like arming all of the terrorist groups
and why
since
they're
whatever, the
intertwined with
60s.
the IRGC and with Hamas, and why the Palestinian national identity was created with the help. The founding PLO charter was created with the help of the KGB. It was written and published in Moscow. It's the British were already fucking up, and then the Soviets would let me fuck this up even harder.
No,
Yeah,
I mean
that's
it's definitely like you've given me a lot of good stuff to contemplate. I can appreciate just some good-hearted debate. I love it.
Awesome. Well, I appreciate you coming up and not being a fucking tool bag like some of these people.
Yeah, no problem, man.
Well, can I give you a really, really detailed account of how the Soviets kind of fucked up everything in the Middle East?
Send it, dude. I'm learning. I'm loving it.
Well, it's called Operation SIG. Look it up. It's the fucking most nutty thing.
Operation SIG.
Yeah. Well, there's like you can look at Operation Doppelganger, but that's more of like European bullshittery. But Operation SIG has everything to do with the Soviet Union trying to force these Arab states more towards their influence and hating the Jews in America.
That actually goes in line with the Konstantin Zaraik's meaning of disaster, because he was a Syrian historian. It goes in line with they were trying to turn people against the Zionists and the Jews. Konstantin Zaraik preaches something in his book. It sucks reading it. It's informative, but it sucks reading his just ramblings on shit. He talks about something called the Khazarian theory, though. The Khazarian theory, that was something that was heavily pushed throughout the Arab world by the Soviets. Khazarian theory talks about how mass conversion of people to Judaism in the Khazarian Empire, which the Soviets hate. But to be fair to the Arabs, there wasn't really much information to disprove it up at that point. But that stuff comes from the the Theories of the Protocols of the Elders of Zion, which is an anti-Semitic or book of anti-Semitic tropes that is a plagiarism of a play with a bunch of words and names swapped out for the words Jew, that was written in the Soviet Union. That was also, written in Russia before the Soviet Union, but was also the foundation of what Nazi Germany used to teach a lot of tropes against Jews to children in their schools. It was what a lot of German schools used as the foundation for Jewish hatred. Was a Russian book that was a plagiarism of a play that the Soviets and Russians ended up giving to the Arabs to also make them hate Jews. It's where we're going full circle here.
That's honestly so wild.
It's always the Russians. It's always the Russians.
Auntie wants up for like 2 minutes.
Oh, Auntie, can we not go into the IRA, please?
Hey, I'm down to dive into the IRA.
Okay,
a little bit.
Auntie likes pointing out that the IRA have really close ties to the Soviets and really like the Russians. It's for a reason. Because of propaganda and stuff. Also, Auntie doesn't like that the IRA bombed cars in Wales.
You want me to light her up?
God. Digital, god damn it. Okay, Auntie, let's not drag it out. I don't like going over the
Thanks,
IRA
I
shit.
literally just need 2 minutes and you can kick my ass off the
Okay.
panel again. Thanks, Anthony. So just want to just provide some information here, right? The IRA, they worked with the PLO. They also worked with the KGB. In fact, the KGB and the PLO actually helped support the IRA, which is kind of ironic because also the Irish American Caucus supported the IRA through a mechanism called the Northern Aid Committee. This is why you have, for example, literally half the Irish Republican population currently loving and fighting for places like Ukraine, and there's some amazing Irish medics out there, some amazing people from Ireland, but then you've got a ton of fucking morons online from Ireland in equal stead who are doing every bit of the nasty work for Putin, and also they're like supporting the IRGC and all of that because of their ties historically through the IRA and those other organizations. So there's a lot of fucked up shit coming out of Ireland at the moment, and unfortunately, way too many of the Irish American population have also fallen for the same bullshit. Again, there is a butt
I'd
ton
say
of
it's less
amazing
people.
Irish
I'd say it's less Irish Americans and more people in Ireland.
Yes, yeah. I'm just trying to be balanced on the approach on this one, but you are correct. Again, there are some amazing Irish people doing some amazing work right now who are definitely on the right side of history. But there's a butt ton of Irish people who have gone down the dumb fuck modus operandius, and we really do need to start working on dealing with those people because they're also calling for like the restarting of bombing campaigns and all of that nasty shit, and they are literally they've lost the fucking plot. So I ask everybody to look into what's going on there. No, I am pro United Ireland. I think give them back the 6 counties. Let's have an end to all the bullshit. But that's a very separate issue. So just make sure you take a look at all of that. And thanks for letting me say my piece, Anthony.
That was 2 minutes and 30 seconds. Get out of here.
I tried.
30 seconds too long. How does this affect digital? But how does this affect LeBron's legacy? And someone replies, LeBron is Jewish. Yeah, there's a lot there. A lot of this all genuinely goes back to the Russians, which is crazy.
It is nuts, honestly. There's like 2 empires that have truly just like they've got their tendrils in every conflict for the past like 200 years, even deeper than that. But yeah.
Why is my white balance off of my camera? What
Wait,
the fuck?
hold on. Can I? So Palestine Hard, just to let you know, the couple of days ago, the flotilla that was Spain, you dummy.
Yeah, that was Spain.
Yeah.
No, it was literally Spanish police that did that, Palestine. And it was quite hilarious because nobody made a big deal about it at first.
Yeah, I think I saw a headline
for
that was
those-
like the president of Ireland's sister was detained or something like that.
Yeah, for those that didn't see, the Spanish authorities did not take too kindly to a bunch of Free Palestine flotilla people causing disruptions, and they kicked the ever-living shit out of them and dragged them across the floors on camera. It was great.
Yeah. Oh yeah. But apparently it's like they didn't even make it to Israel at all, or anywhere close.
No, but they were filmed doing cartwheels and having their own play on the Israeli ship. That was quite hilarious.
Palestine Hard, when you can answer one question for me, then yes. Yes, I will. But to this day, you have yet to do any of that, so.
Yeah. Yeah, I appreciate you coming up and having a good faith conversation, Dylan. It's been good.
Yeah, no problem, man. You care if I stay up for a minute?
I don't care. Yeah, I ain't got anyone else requesting up. Digital, come up here and spout some shit about LeBron.
Well, he sucks ass. Sorry, MJ was better.
Flop king. Wait, hang on. What's worse? What's worse, LeBron's flops or Angel Reese's free throws?
Angel Reese's free throws.
I don't know. LeBron's had some pretty bad flops.
Well, I don't know too much about basketball. All I know is LeBron will always be sub to even Shaq. Shaq is better than LeBron.
I mean, Shaq just like puts the ball in the rim.
The NBA is Israel, and the WNBA is Palestine.
The NBA subsidizes the if we didn't give you money, no one would know you even exist.
You know what, Sam, about that? I didn't know about, like, they give them money.
Perfect
I
digital.
still didn't know about the WNBA until recently.
Dude, I couldn't believe when I think it was Angel Reese was saying that like they need to get their own money and do this and that. They don't need anyone's help. And it was someone pointed out, they were like, if the NBA stopped funding you, you literally wouldn't have a salary.
Mm-hmm.
Israel never existed. Well, it does now.
Well, yeah, it's been existing since 1948 at the least. It's better than that 1964 Arab Summit.
Wait, if
It's
Israel
funny.
never existed, where do I live? Where am I?
God damn it, Digital. You could be on the panel. And again, Palestine, this is the thing. When I asked you when Palestine was established as a country, you said the 2000s. Not only is that not true, but that would make it newer than Israel. I mean, has Jordan never existed either? Because Jordan was established shortly before Israel. The British created the state of Jordan.
Honestly, they were kind of down for passing on the partition plan because literally all the land that the Jewish got were literally the malaria feud full area. The areas that had swamps and stuff.
Where was Palestine when Jordan took it over? Exactly. When Jordan took over the West Bank, there was no concept of, hey, let's have a free Palestine. They just said, hey, we're kicking out the Jews. You can live here. You are now Jordanians.
Well, if we're going to look at the original partition plan, Jordan was Palestine.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, like no one gives shit to Jordan, Egypt, or Syria when they stole their bits of Palestine. But oh my God, Israel takes what it was promised and what it won in for independence. Oh my God, everybody hates it.
Right, as long as it's Arabs taking over Arabs, nobody cares.
Yep.
Yeah, like, exactly. In the 48 war, Egypt got control of Gaza. There was no call for a Palestinian state. Digital. Meme time.
I just have a hypothetical.
Oh, no.
Would they feel the same way if Israel is in the same situation? Would they be calling for the same righteousness and, oh, this is so horrible if Israel was losing? They would not be.
No, they wouldn't.
That's all I have to say. Thank you. Have a good night.
No, don't leave. Don't leave. God damn it.
Hey, Digital, stay up real quick. I'm sending you something. I want you to put it up on the screen.
I swear to God, if you both put up some fucking arrow bullshit.
Oh, no.
No, because yous are not the indigenous. Well, I am not indigenous Palestine because I am not Jewish, nor am I Israeli. I'm a fucking American.
I am, though.
I can't send it to Digital. Can't send it to Digital because he has his messages turned off.
So, because they're not in it. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just, if you were winning, you wouldn't care. You wouldn't care about the people. Oh, God.
The fuck?
I was gonna send it to Digital to put up on the screen, but like, I can't.
So look at me.
Why am I fucking Megamind?
Hey man, that just means when you go down on your lady, you officially give her the title of the Mile High Club.
What?
What?
Yeah, you get that big ass.
That was a really bad joke. That was a really bad joke.
Ay, ay, ay.
Epstein creators. Okay, Palestine, you just rambling shit off in the comments doesn't, like, you're actively contributing to the algorithm by just spouting shit off in my comments. For the British control of Palestine, it was always known for centuries. No, it was referred to by many different names. It was owned by many different empires. I mean, the fucking Ottomans didn't refer to it as Palestine.
Yeah, they refer to it as Balalasham.
Also, who cares? That was so long ago.
They care.
Like,
So the
we live in
reason
the modern times. That's such a
the reason they care is because up until 5 years ago, nobody ever claimed that Palestinians were indigenous to the land. But now that they realize that they can pull that card, or they can try to pull the card, they're going, well, we were here first and blah blah blah. We did this, we did that. It's like, no, none of that applies. You can't just make shit up.
It's the same shit the fucking
The main
Russians.
issue they have is they don't have any way of proving points that will make them indigenous. They don't have any, like, their own cultural thing that make them, like, distinctive Palestinian and not just Arabs.
Well, yeah, no, they do have definite indigeneity stuff to the Arabian Peninsula. Also, did you guys know Epstein was Palestinian? Look at this. He has a really good keffiyeh on.
If I recall correctly, that was actually a Saudi keffiyeh. I remember looking at the images.
Amen, amen, amen.
Each keffiyeh is different, by the way. They have different patterns.
I know.
They have the Nakbar. Woman, you can't even say the fucking words right.
Yeah, they should care about that, but that's the difference. We're talking about modern day countries versus, I don't know, fucking hundreds of years ago. I just don't. I don't. I'm personally me. Like, I just think that's a silly argument. It's like, well,
Right. Well, because like up until like World War I, warfare was just like part of life. Everybody was at war all the time, just for whatever kind of conflict they
brother,
wanted.
the Middle East has always been at war.
Well, that's true.
You know how many 100-year wars in Europe? Like they fought all the time.
Yeah.
Have you ever? This is one of my favorite clips of all fucking time. Hang on, this is one of my favorite clips of all time.
People got along just fine for thousands of years without AA, just like they got along for thousands of years without religion. I like you and have no reason not to. I like you and have no reason not to. Hey, did you hear about that magic baby that was born in Bethlehem?
That's genius.
Yeah, I don't know. I just I think
the Middle East summed up.
They keep always claiming. I don't know. Maybe it's just because I'm American and I don't really view it that way. Like, there's no like historical roots. Like, we all come from somewhere else usually, but
I mean,
No, I
who
know,
cares?
I agree.
Who exists now. Fucking deal with it. You keep fighting and losing. Just learn your fucking lesson and try to exist cohesively.
It's a lot like a parent in a minivan.
Israel is going to be 90-year-old soon. Like it's a fact.
been a long time. Yeah.
Hammer.
It's a fact that we hear. It's not going to change. This is what it is. Like, you want your own area? We don't have a problem. Come to the table. Let's negotiate the terms. Let's move on. But if you want to continue fighting, don't cry that I'm going to protect myself.
I call it sore loser syndrome.
Let's go, Iran. How you gonna have a gay pride flag in your fucking picture?
Dylan, do you think that if the other side was winning and absolutely destroying Israel, that there would be the outrage?
Oh, dude, there'd be so many blue squares on Instagram. Are you kidding me?
No, we're talking like from like if they're show because the narrative they'd pull is they're fighting off the oppressors and they're beating their oppressors because that's human nature is the oppressed versus oppressed argument is, and they're going to use we're fighting off the oppressors. I mean, look at it every time that a couple missiles get through the Iron Dome, even just a couple, the entire Arab world and even social media a lot or by and large celebrates. Israel is falling. Israel's getting destroyed. Yeah, they celebrate it.
There was phone calls from October 7th where a guy was calling his father, calling to tell him how he was celebrating, how he had unalived people, and his father was so happy and wishing he could be there. Like, it was.
He took the phone of a Jewish woman that he had killed, called his father on her phone, and said, "Dad, I just killed 10 Jews." And he went, "I'm so proud of you, son. I wish I could be there to support you."
There was also this lady.
He didn't say Israelis. He said Jews.
Yeah, there was also this lady. They hijacked her phone. They went into her. I think it was her Facebook. They opened
Facebook
a live. Yeah.
They
opened a
live stream.
stream.
It was an old woman. They live streamed from her own Facebook as they murdered her, and that's how her family saw her get murdered.
Yeah.
And like, I think a lot of people just think like it was obviously T people going across, but when the border was breached, there was a ton of civilian. There were just people that went with them.
About 3,000 civilians.
There was
quite a bit.
a man. There's a famous picture. I need to find it of an Arab man with crotches crossing the border from Gaza to a kibbutz in Israel to steal stuff from a backyard of a family.
Yeah, no, and I wasn't necessarily coming in to argue that like necessarily that one side is like justified or whatever and the other
Oh
isn't.
no,
Like,
I'm not saying like any moral stance. I'm just saying that like I think if the other side was winning, like they would just be happy.
The
like
questions wouldn't be
yeah, no,
going like this.
I
Like
think
one
the
side
whole
wouldn't have to be
Western
defending.
identity. Or sorry, go ahead.
I was just saying, like he's saying, like if it were the other way, there wouldn't be people asking these questions or saying these things online. It would just be one side would be like really happy that the Jews are getting obliterated.
Right. Yeah. No, I absolutely agree with that. I think the whole, like, pretty much the whole modern idea of warfare is like whoever's losing is justified. I think
Yeah.
that's a huge. I think that's just a huge like opinion, I guess, or just a very like commonly kind of agreed upon thing nowadays.
It's like a
which
weird.
whether
It's
it's
like, sorry.
no, go ahead. Go ahead.
It's like a weird thing when you've lost. Like there's a difference between losing and lost, and when you've lost and you still don't surrender. I think like historically, when you're losing, your city's besieged, like you eventually have to
But there's a
acknowledge
double
you've lost.
standard. Yeah, there's a double standard when it comes to Israel because you have such random things happening. Just like this week, we had in a hotel in the U.S. a fucking a guy that works there thought it was okay to tell hotel guests they're Israelis. He knows this because they needed to show their passport when they were signing in for the hotel, and just tell them like free Palestine fuck Zios to their faces. Like they're paying for a hotel room. They're just random people coming to stay as guests. Why are you doing politics right now? What is this?
Yeah.
No one from any other countries would have experienced something like that.
Well, America's pretty polarized right now, unfortunately.
Yeah.
I feel like everything is about politics now. And
Well, and I feel like the other thing with the kind of the double standard that you just mentioned with Israel, I feel like especially in US media right now, like if it's whether or not any of the stuff is true or not, there is a ton of like Israeli influence in US politics. And I think that is a big part of the kind of American opinion, which whether it should be true or not, I feel like the kind of American media shapes a lot
Israelis
of what
feel the same
narrative
way.
in the world is.
The news sensationalizes stuff and lies about stuff. Israelis feel the exact same way about America. Israelis think America controls their government and we have too much influence. Americans go, oh my God, Israel has too much influence. Like, both of us are essentially telling each other to fuck off on a regular basis. Like, we disagree all the fucking time.
And I think if you look up statistically, Dylan, like who has the most influence by like financial, it's the real estate group. It's
yes.
It's
100%.
realtor,
It's
it's the
BlackRock,
pharmaceutical
Vanguard.
industry.
Not
and
even
then
just
if you look at
BlackRock.
just tech companies, and then if you just look at tech companies alone, by far and large, they have more financial influence. I don't know like
the real estate industry is the largest and most powerful lobbying group in the country, and they have more influence than any other group, but they're very selective and they keep quiet about it and they're smart about it. They shape a lot of what happens in this fucking country, especially with investments, and nobody fucking talks about it.
Not to be polarizing, or I'm not trying to like make any kind of a
APAC
opinion here, but no, not even APAC. I was just going to say, but what oh gosh, the words escaping me, but a lot of the people that are high up in those groups are also Jewish.
No.
Well, I mean, I think if you look at like,
I would say disproportionately are Jewish.
If you actually, I've done this plenty of times. Digital's seen it, Cyber's seen it. I like to do this where people go, all these companies and all these banks are owned by Jews, and I go, really? Let's name them. Let's put them on a list, and then we'll pull it up on screen. And we'll go through them one at a time, and they don't even name the easy ones. Like they don't even name like Facebook or Meta. Like they go through all.
Well, we had a guy tell us that
Bank,
Google was ran by Jews,
yeah,
and I'm like, the Indian guy,
yeah,
the Indian
something
guy that runs
Patel.
Google?
Yeah, like most of these companies are owned by shareholders who aren't majority Jewish. It's just fuck, dude. I have stake in BlackRock because you're stupid not to. Like,
well, I mean, I think there's also there is a distinguishment that like to be completely fair, that so a company and its CEO versus like what people are saying, BlackRock, Vanguard, um, private equity groups, to where there is shareholders that and they're private companies, so you don't know exactly where all the money comes from, to be honest. But private equity versus like a standard company is very different.
Right. Yeah. No. Absolutely. I can agree with that. Like, I
Like
think
private
just
equity can be a problem, and that can be true. Like you can,
well, I think private equity is a huge problem, but
it
kind of
is.
on a different. My opinion on private equity has more to do with like real estate and the affordability of just like the quote unquote like American dream. But that it doesn't necessarily have anything to do with what we're talking about right now.
Yeah. But that goes back to them, like the biggest influence being, or financially in American politics, would be the real the real estate groups.
No, 100%, dude. I think like I don't know. Honestly, I think private equity and like Citizens United and things like that have been so detrimental to where we're at in the United States right now. Like I'm 25 years old, and if I weren't going into a career path where like I know I'm going to be pretty successful and have some money, like the thought of me ever being able to like buy a house or anything would just be
This is
like completely off the
unsustainable.
table.
Right, but see, like, so, like, that's what I always point to. So, like, it's very easy to, like, like, paint a brush and say, well, it's the Jews control everything, they control the media, and they control all this. But, like, if you really sit down and look at it, like, what's really affecting you is like there are bigger forces at play that are really actually affecting your day to day life, as opposed to some shadow force that you think is ruining your life.
100%.
Which, I mean, and don't get me wrong, like, there is obviously influence. Like, I don't discount that at all, but I think people need to be realistic of how much that actually is versus other interests in American companies or
Yeah, no, absolutely.
people.
I do think though part of what does carry some weight though is like with the media and stuff like that, the things that we consume on a daily basis. There's if you boil it down, there's like 6 people that ultimately control like all of what we consume media wise on like a daily basis.
Well, even yeah, I mean, even if you go to like your consumer goods, like if you follow the tree, it all leads up to like 4 or 5 companies.
Yeah, like
look at look at hand tool manufacturers and see how many companies actually own those companies.
Well, just look at even like food, like just brands of food, Lay's, PepsiCo. Like if you look at it, it all leads back up, or even chemicals, they all PPG, like Dow, like they all lead up to like just 1 or 2 companies, and then they all end up being owned by 1 or 2 like
fucking
of the
vehicles,
big...
industrial vehicles. Oshkosh owns everything.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't discount the influence that like there is obviously like APAC, and there is other influences for.
Yeah, but that even goes into people not understanding what these groups are. Like people think APAC is a foreign lobby that's receiving money directly from the Israeli government. APAC is an American group funded by Americans because it's illegal for them to receive money from the outside. And regularly, people in Israel, the Israeli government, get pissed off at APAC because ultimately APAC, sure, it's a Jewish organization that wants a better relationship between America and Israel. The beneficial factor in that side, though, is America. They want the American side to benefit more, but still have a partnership. Israel doesn't like that because Israel wants to benefit more.
Obviously.
Like, would it be so? Like, I understand. So, like, okay, so like, I'm just gonna throw like, okay, say Bolivia. I'll throw a random country. If Bolivia started a group, or there was a group that for Bolivian interests in the United States that came up, like, would it be such a big concern? Like, oh well, Bolivian interest, or is it? I feel like it's just always boiled down to really just like hatred of Jews.
Exactly. No one cares about the other packs or the other countries.
Came in and started to like try to sway opinion for their country or whatever, better relations or even weapons, technology, like would we treat them the same way?
No, I definitely see what you're saying.
Nobody cares about the one for Turkey. Nobody cares about the one for Armenia. No one cares about the one for Greece. No one cares about the one for Taiwan. It's just specifically APAC.
That's honestly, Taiwan is actually a good, I think, like counterexample because there is a shitload of influence. Like even just are wanting to have influence. Not even they are wanting to have influence, but like they're directly tied to our military industrial complex, like for their survival. Like they cannot survive without our weapons. Like they're I mean, how they've been buying weapons from us from like since like 1970 or 76.
Google, I have no idea what you're typing in my chat. I have no idea what you're rambling on about.
Yeah, no one fucking.
I can't even see the emojis.
No one reads ramen noodle is crazy.
The emojis are just popping up as fucking blocks on my screen.
No, he's trying to say like South Korea great, everywhere else suck. I've been just rage baiting him with like North Korea great, South Korea suck.
Wait, do we start rage baiting South Koreans now and say there was only one Korea?
Yeah, I was like, I put like Google North Korea. You made me support the better Korea because like he's just being stupid and jazz. So I'm rage baiting him.
But yeah, like
That's why K-pop's the worst.
These are like you were saying, no one cares about the other groups. No one cares about the fact that the fucking Qatar. Have you seen? We were talking about it the other day on Army's Live Digital. Qatar donates to multiple private universities within the United States billions of dollars, and it has been shown that at those universities specifically that receive private Qatari government funding, not like private individuals within Qatar, the government of Qatar funds them. They have had like a 200% rise in anti-American protests and sentiment and like 150% rise in anti-Semitic attacks. Like they are pushing an anti-America, anti-Jew identity at those campuses that are getting massive donations from Qatar. Nobody complains about those except for people in this sphere.
Well, we have a unique relation with Qatar, so.
But you know what I mean, though. Like, you get the sentiment of what I'm saying. Like, hey, there's this other country that's directly donating to campuses that are now pushing a bunch of young college students that hate America. That's a problem.
Yeah. Well.
Yeah, some of the stuff with like any of the oil countries, the shit is like it's really hard to even track because when you had like the whole Muslim ban back during Trump's first term, it was like any of the countries that any actual terrorists came from were not included in the Muslim ban.
It wasn't a Muslim ban.
Well, right, but that's what Trump himself called it.
No, he didn't. What?
I mean, essentially, like that's what it was.
He literally just reaffirmed but not by him, by the media. He reaffirmed Obama's ban. That was Obama's ban that Trump just re-signed, and then later on in this, he added on a couple other countries. He didn't call it the Muslim ban.
A couple other countries.
No, and I'm not
even
necessarily saying that it's based on the president. I'm just saying that like the countries that were listed in that, like. Any of like the prominent like terrorists, I guess, like there was a whole list that was like countries that bombers from 9/11, countries that they had originated from, and none of them were from any of the countries that were in the Muslim ban. And
I'd criticize
all the countries that were still allowed to immigrate here were all like big oil.
I'd criticize Obama first for not adding them, and then I'd criticize Trump on that one for not going, hey, this list is incorrect, let me fix it. Like both of them fucked up on that. But I just wanted to say, like, I don't like Trump, but he didn't call it a Muslim ban. That was literally the media who took, hey, Trump's re-signing what Obama signed. Let's say it's Trump's idea that it's a Muslim ban. It's like, what are you talking about?
Right. I mean, I don't know. The media is the media. It's all controlled by the Jews.
Dude, I shit you not. We went through digital. You were there. I think it was one of the nights Billy Bob was there on Fob's Live. We went through a list of countries or companies. I said, name me all the media companies that are owned by Jews. And he went down the list. He was like Fox, ABC, NBC. Went down all these things, YouTube, Google. He didn't even give me the easiest ones. He didn't give me Facebook. he didn't give me anything. And I was like, okay, let's go through all these. And like Digital was saying, we went through them, and it was either a bunch of shareholders, and like the CEO was usually some random fucking Indian dude. And he was like, well, he's not actually Indian, he's Jewish. Like his entire list, not a single Jew.
It's also interesting. I'm older. I'm in my 30s. You're 25, so you're a little bit younger. Like the way that like media is consumed now is like I don't even feel it's mainstream news. So like if you look at most people get their news from X or Twitter, like in social media platforms, like oh, I don't know, like. And if you get your news from X, like $5 billion of that dollars came from the Middle East to fund the purchase of it.
100%.
Like even TikTok, people say this app's now. They say, "Oh, TikTok in America is controlled by the Jews." Do you know who owns a higher percentage of this app than any Jewish
China,
investor?
Dude.
No, like the American version of the app. Do you know who owns?
Okay.
Do you know who owns a higher investment than the Jewish investor does? Oracle, but who else?
I don't know.
The Saudis. The Saudis own 20%. That's more than any other group that invested into this app.
That's actually
a small
crazy.
commercial break. Everybody, we have 35 people in this live. Please like the live, share the live, tap, 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 send a heart me.
Yeah, tap the screen.
Wait, you're telling me the Saudis
I
own the
guess
majority of
that's
this
a
lot?
yes. Burbank, what are you talking about? What's a yes? Oh,
he asked,
do you guys think
he
you're
asked-
saying stuff? Autistic person asking. I don't know, guys. Have we been saying stuff and things?
I believe so.
I'm not too sure.
Wait, hold on. So, Sam, you're telling me that the Saudis own more of this app than anybody else?
Yep.
So does that mean I gotta put a burqa on?
The Saudis are diversifying their portfolio. If you didn't know, in fact, they've I think the entire Counter-Strike esports scene they now own.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of esports. I mean, like Saudi Arabia has done a ton, and like people our age will like meme on it just for their like tourism and stuff. They're really pushing for like increasing tourism and like diversifying away like other industries. And as Anthony said, like esports industry is a big one. People are like, well, that's dumb, like no one's gonna want to go there. But like I have kids and like they watch like Mr. Beast and stuff. They see the Mr. Beast theme parks, like they see they see these things. They're going to grow up viewing these things in a different light than we grew up seeing it or how we view it now. Because they're actively working on like trying to improve their tourism public image.
Well, the Saudis have come to the conclusion that money is amazing, and having money is amazing. And the best way to get money is to play nice with everybody around you and to buy into everything.
By the way,
and they realize. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, it just popped up on my screen from 40 minutes ago. 3 flotilla activists detained in Israel arrived back in Vancouver. There was 12 Canadians on the 420-person group that tried to get into Gaza again this time, and they're claiming they all have broken ribs, taser burns, and were tortured. But there's videos of them arriving at the airports totally fine, cheering, dancing, smiling, and then in like a couple hours later they're in like neck braces on stretchers going, "Oh, Israel brutalized me." It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you people? There's videos of you people doing a play and doing cartwheels.
They think people are stupid, I'm telling you.
People are stupid. That's the problem. People are stupid. People are going to ignore this. They're going to not look at the video of them arriving at the airport totally fine, and they're going to look at the videos of them on the stretchers and be like, "Oh my God, look what Israel did to them."
Fair enough. Yeah.
Well, that's the main problem with not even just like the left or the right in this country, because everybody's gonna. We were just talking about the way that people consume media is different. Like everybody just gets the shit that's curated exactly to them and reaffirms what they already think they want to know, and just
they don't want there's no uncomfortable information that you have to digest anymore. Like
nobody ever has to change their opinion. They just get fed shit that reaffirms.
And ladies and gentlemen, that's why I use ground.news. Ground.news aggregates all of the information you need to know. I should fucking add.
Hey Anthony, what about Vittorio? What about this guy? Do you know who this guy is?
Vittorio. Why does that look familiar?
You should Google it real quick.
Oh God, not on screen. Hang on. What is this?
No, it's not bad.
Wait, which one is this? Oh, it's this guy. I saw videos of him.
Yeah.
This
was before.
Is this for which one was this guy? Oh, yeah, I remember he was kidnapped, but I don't remember what happened. Who killed him?
They did.
Oh, the Gazans. Oh, was he the ones that he's got videos of him going, I've made a mistake. I'm still fighting for the Palestinians, but I've made a mistake coming here. They killed him?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, Anthony, you're that's the headline on your screen just
no, it's not
reminded
real.
me.
It's not real.
It just reminded me of something. Can we acknowledge that Netanyahu has been saying for like 30 straight years, every couple months or whatever, he's like, Iran is 2 weeks away from having a nuclear weapon.
Okay, I mean, I equate that to the people that say that Putin said 3 days to Kyiv. He didn't actually say that they've been 2 weeks away, or that they were. He said that they were close or working towards it many times, which he was not technically incorrect. On multiple occasions, we have absolutely butt-fucked the Iranian nuclear program to destroy their progress. The problem is it's a linear process, so as they're enriching the uranium, it starts out slow and then gets faster and faster as you get in higher percentages. And they have been very close. Now, granted, they weren't close to having and launching a nuke. They were close to developing a nuclear warhead, which, when you say they're close to developing a nuclear warhead or starting development of a nuclear warhead, the average person goes, oh my God, they're 2 weeks away from having nukes.
And I also like to bring up, too, like, we knew in 2010 exactly where they were at and what they were doing because we released malware into their nuclear facility and we're destroying their
via what digital? What did we use to do it?
Malware.
No, how did we transmit that malware?
Oh, we dropped a bunch of USB sticks around their nuclear facility. I'm not even joking. You can look this up.
Yep.
This stuck next by. We dropped a bunch of because it was air gap. There's no internet access in the outside world. So we just dropped a bunch of USB sticks with a virus on it that only triggered their specific PLC system that operated their centrifuges. And someone picked it up and plugged it in the computer at their nuclear facility and spread malware. And then
That's fucking insane that actually happened.
Yeah, you can look it up. It happened in 2010.
So what it was doing was essentially it was going for a specific software that would only be running on centrifuges and stuff. Turns out the reason we got caught, by the way, was because the virus or the malware was a lot more effective than we thought. It actually broke out of the facility and infected thousands of computers in the world, but it was only targeting software specifically with centrifuges. Otherwise, it would just kind of sit there and be like, what the fuck do I do now? But essentially what we were doing was we were causing a false readout on these centrifuges. So these centrifuges, instead of operating at their normal RPMs, we would, while giving a normal output, it would display on the control panel that it was operating normally, but in reality, it was ramping up to maximum RPM and then slamming to a halt down to 1 RPM and starting back up. So we were damaging and breaking all of their centrifuges. And they're sitting there like, yeah, thousands. They're sitting there like, why are our centrifuges breaking? Our readouts are normal. What's going on here? And then they eventually figured it out because the outside world figured it out. Like, I'm confident that if that thing hadn't gotten out and other people hadn't discovered it, they would have never known. They would have never known. It would have wreaked havoc forever.
No, they would have never known.
But yeah, we've known like they were getting really high levels of enrichment for decades, and it's been going up and up and up. And every time we called them out, they're like, no, we're not doing that.
Like, yeah, so what happened was that, they plugged it in the USB into other computers and it inadvertently spread to around the world. And I think it was Kaspersky or Kaspersky or whatever, the Russian one that picked it up. They're like, what the fuck is this file? But yeah, that's how they found out.
That's so funny that that's actually real.
Yeah, we were doing that was in 2010. Like, so we knew what they were doing then. And we knew enough to destroy it. So like we knew what their at least what their like actual hardware was. I don't know if we knew what their enrichment levels were then, but we knew enough to damage it.
Mm-hmm. But like, do you guys think that there's some outside interest in this whole war in Iran aside from
any company that makes money
stuff, right? Because we had Trump, the bunker busters that we dropped, and Trump came out and said we completely obliterated their entire nuclear program, and then like what, like 5 weeks later, we're like we're like at war with Iran.
Well, it's because so we did destroy the facilities and everything that was in them, but even after we destroyed them, the Atomic Energy Agency confirmed that there was about 900 kilograms of weapons, what we believe to be weapons grade enriched uranium that was just quote unquote missing. 900 kilograms. And we went, hey, Iran, where is that? And they went, what are you talking about? That doesn't exist. And then shortly before the attacks, we called them out in negotiations again. We're like, hey, where the fuck is it? And they were like, well, we're going to make nukes out of it. And we were like, all right, fuck you.
And you have to also, it's like, I don't know how it's like Scooby-Doo when they pull the mask off of the villain and reveals who it is. It's like Iran's nuclear program is just Russia. Like,
yes.
They called the United States before the attack and asked for them to wait to evacuate their nuclear
Let's get our Russian scientists out. We
Yeah,
won't tell
they
the
did.
Iranians. We won't tell the IRGC. We'll just say all of our guys are going on holiday. Also,
I don't even think that's the main goal, though. Like, I mean, it's not the main goal. Obviously, they don't want them to have it. Like, SATCOM's stated goals for the U.S. is to degrade their mid-range and long-range, like, ballistic missile capabilities. Obviously, we want a regime change, but
also, so like, if we know that Russia has nukes, I guess what's the extra threat for American interest if Iran has nukes, but we know that they're controlled by Russia?
Think about it this way. North Korea, nobody wanted them to have nukes, but they do. And now they're the wild little autistic child in the corner that you can't really do anything to because he's got nukes and he's irrational, right? Do you want that again with Iran, but now also controlling most of the world's global oil supply?
Yeah, it's not even just about U.S. interest. It's all of the Gulf nations. What if they say, Oman, you fucking can't ship any oil out of your ports, or you have to pay us fees, or we control all the flow in this area now?
Gotcha.
Yeah, do you want the autistic child with nukes at the corner?
Belligerent, not even to like just the United States, but like attacking like nuclear facilities in the region, striking desalination plants. Like they've shown that they are belligerent now.
Those are pre-designated
now
targets.
If you can't challenge them.
Yeah, I guess that makes a lot of sense.
So we got two news stories here that I want to show. So the one you brought up, Digital. One of the guys who went over by himself, an Italian activist who went over to Gaza and was playing music and stuff, trying to spread awareness for Gaza. The Palestinians,
2011, by the way.
2011. The Palestinians killed him for spreading corruption amongst Muslims. Yeah, that was their activist. So it's kind of funny because I'm gonna be real. If Israel just let the activists get to Gaza, they'd be killed, and then everyone would blame Israel. Like, seriously, we had Hamas members leaving the flotilla, the first one that happened a few months ago, because they said all the people were having sex on the boats and they were actually just being gay, and that doesn't align with Palestinians, so they didn't want to be part of it. They would have killed them all. And also,
right, well, and that's the thing where, like, I get a little bit conflicted sometimes because it's like, I guess maybe not I personally get conflicted, but like, it's like these are not people that we could necessarily coexist with as like Western Americans, you know, like these are.
I
these
compare
are
it
not
to
people that we could
Japan
align
in
with.
World War II, two opposite sides of the same coin. Ideologically, extreme, to the point of using the last man, woman, and child to the very end to fight, because they believe in their leader / God. But real quick, when we were talking about the hacking stuff, and you mentioned Russia's nuclear program, I don't know if anyone else has seen this. I know me and Digital talked about this, but back in May, this had to have been state-led, and someone just led the breadcrumbs. Like, this had to have been a state actor that caused it, but a random hacker was able to essentially get access to the entire documents of literally every form of schematic for every Russian nuclear launch site, like down to fucking which direction the cameras faced, where the fucking toilets are, the passwords for the pin codes and everything.
That's wild.
And it was just, here you guys go, here's the blueprints. Like, there's, I 100% this was a state actor who was like, hey, you should check this random place. But also, what you were saying, yeah, I think it's like Japan though. where like we had to de-radicalize the population. Like, Dylan, think about this. How do you constructively and cohesively work with a society that teaches from their childbirth that you need to work your entire absolute life goal to unalive this other group, and that everything in your life is wrong because of that group? Like, think about this. In Gazan schools, we have the proof. We have the 3D scans of this, or we have the PDF uploads of it from the UN. UN funded textbooks have stuff like, instead of Johnny has 5 apples, he eats 3. How many does he have left? It's Mahmoud has 5 Yehudi prisoners. He beheads 3. How many Yehudi prisoners does he have left? Like, that's actually in their textbooks.
Yeah,
those kids didn't ask to be radicalized, but now you're stuck with that. How do you deal with a society that believes in stuff like that?
Right.
Or like, what about the video? Like, do you remember the video we pulled up? It was the old guy holding the 8 kids around them, launching a mortar strike. You know what I'm talking? Remember that video?
Yeah, I pulled it up. I've got it. Hang on.
It's like, well, like, what do you, what do you do? Like, how do you handle that? Like, obviously,
yeah, like, these kids are not going to grow up to be like,
no,
yeah,
I mean,
let's have peace.
Like, you have to see the video. Like, this is like the conundrum that you're put in. Like, I'll just let you watch it, and then
I gotta find my favorites. Hang on. How do I get to my favorites? Your channel.
Well, I mean, it kind of like I don't know if you're really allowed to say it on TikTok, but like the H guy from Germany, the whole youth program, like it kind of goes back to that. It's like you get the kids at the youngest age and you teach them a certain thing. You're not going to get these people to change their minds as adults when they've grown up their entire life believing something.
Well, yeah, it's like all organized religion.
Yeah, no, literally.
In a nutshell. I feel like like the earlier you get them, the
here it is. Okay. This one, digital?
Yeah.
Man's literally praying with them.
Look at one guy and 9 kids from him.
All right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 kids. 17. And he's the one that pulled the string.
Yeah, so like, how do you respond to that?
Yeah, no, that's
so like, if you had counter battery there, Dylan,
you're just firing back at wherever the thing came from. You don't know who shot it. Now you pulled up 16 kids.
Yeah, true.
You know what the headlines would read? Israel blows up. It'd say Israel blows up 30 innocent children.
Yeah.
And they aren't. So like, the thing is, like, they are innocent, but like, even if that didn't happen, like, look at what they had, like, from that young age. Like, that's insane. That's insane that you're I don't know.
No, it is. I mean, there really isn't like a coherent or any kind of way to even really respond to that, especially from a Western perspective, where, like, you know, the lives, the body count is really all that matters to the average media consumer.
The way I equate it is civilians, for the most part, up until recently, have been spared from the realities of war. Like, in general, civilians have been spared from reality.
Right. Well, because for the most part, the majority of us are like 3 generations removed from any kind of actual armed conflict.
Even then, most people, they open their social media and they see people being blown up and bleeding out in 1080p, 60 FPS, or 4K, all this stuff. Where you open Twitter, Instagram, even TikTok, it's just in your face. People have been spared from seeing that. People don't realize that war is disgusting. It is gross. It is gruesome, and they don't know how to cope with that because they haven't been trained to cope with that because they shouldn't have to. What that means is they also have a hard time separating the realities from their emotionalness. Like, yes, it is awful to see stuff like that, but a random civilian versus me, they see that and they go, oh my god, people are dying, I want this to stop. My first thought is, okay, what happened here? What hit them? Why did it hit them? What was around them? And I want to know what caused this. I'm looking at this rationally going, did someone fuck this up and intentionally cause those people to be dead, or were they just targeted randomly? But the average person just says, I want it to stop. I don't care how. I don't care why. I don't care about the repercussions. I just want it to stop. And they don't think about this stuff.
Well, and like, so one of my cousins is in the Navy, and he's an electronic warfare specialist. So his entire first deployment. So this has been the past, like, he's been on shore duty, I think 2 years. So 2024 was his 4th year, where he was on boats. He was mostly in the Persian Gulf.
Tap the screen, guys.
And yeah, he came back kind of fucked up because he's like, he mostly does missile defense, but they weren't necessarily defending a lot of missiles while he was out there. So his other job was triangulating locations of threats, and they would basically send out a bunch of fighter jets with a bunch of missiles on them. They'd come back with no missiles. And he's like, I have a hand in quite a lot of deaths. And, the after action reports would come back, and, it's like one of them was like an elementary school, but like, that's where these fuckers would be, And so it's like, whose fault is that? It's not.
Like, Hamas has regularly filmed themselves doing that.
Firing the missile? Is it my cousin's fault for finding the location? Is it Hamas's fault for operating out of elementary schools? Like, that's...
Yeah, like people don't realize that Hamas, or they just ignore it even. Hamas has filmed themselves launching rockets from hospitals, launching rockets from schools, from mosques. When people were upset that Al-Shifa Hospital was getting attacked one time, Hamas was actively posting videos going, look at us fighting from I'm talking selfie style videos of them firing outside of windows. They were inside the maternity ward of the hospital fighting the IDF. Like, what do you do in that? You can't just let them keep attacking you. The home base, you can't touch me, doesn't exist in war. And I'm sorry, but when you do those things, you lose the internationally recognized protected status of those buildings.
Well, so that's the thing too, like with Dylan said, being so many generations in the West removed from like a large conflict. So as you know, like World War I, World War II, these things were so fucking horrible that everyone came together and agreed that you don't do this, you don't hit this, you don't operate out of this, and then if you do, they become legitimate targets. Like even
the people in the Middle East have realized that's a weakness of the West, that we are not able to stomach those things, and that we will allow those things or be upset when it happens. They know that. They know that it makes people in the West uncomfortable when a hospital gets blown up, so they will intentionally operate out of that hospital.
Right, because like Vietnam was like the last time that it was kind of the turning point in the Americans' eyes of like what we were willing to accept as a populace, of like what we can watch happen or hear about.
Good thing they never saw what we did to Laos.
Right.
Well, no, I mean, he is right on Vietnam though.
Yeah.
So like when they disseminated like the actual horrible like war footage to the public, it was so like gut wrenching that they after that they would not show that type of footage on mainstream
even
news.
in '91, I think it was NBC had really great coverage of the war in '91 in Iraq. It wasn't gruesome. It was, you had on the ground factual coverage of talking about what was happening, but they weren't showing you gruesome stuff.
Yeah, and it's just like nobody's willing to, like, it's crazy that in just a few generations we went from like damn near everybody you knew back in the 50s either knew somebody who died in World War II or served in World War II, and now we're at a point where like nobody even, like, everybody might know somebody that's in the military, but hardly anybody knows anyone that's seen any actual combat at this point.
Oh yeah, I mean, when we went into the '91 war, I think that was for the Marine Corps, that was the lowest percentage of the Marine Corps that had actually had any combat experience. That we just fucked up the Iraqi army.
Yeah, I mean, it's just nuts. Like, I don't know. It's crazy how quickly things turn around. And I wouldn't necessarily say that it's for the better or for the worse necessarily, because I think that moving by and large toward peace is a good thing in general.
It is, but when your enemy is unwilling because they know it's your weakness, what do you do? Like, fuck, dude. I even have this argument with pro-Ukrainians. I'm pro-Ukraine, obviously. You've seen the topics. I have been to Ukraine. I've been to the front lines of trained Ukrainian soldiers. I get pro-Ukrainians who will get upset when, like, at the beginning of the war, there was a hospital near the front line that got absolutely obliterated. The Russians filmed themselves engaging this hospital. Oh, thank you. I'll let you up in a second, Golda. They filmed themselves engaging this hospital, and the pro-Ukrainian community was like, "Oh my God, that's a hospital. It's protected. They can't do that. They're attacking it." And I went, "But that hospital's been evacuated, and there's Ukrainian soldiers firing from every floor. That is now an active fighting position. That building no longer has protected status. I am pro-Ukraine, or I am pro-Ukraine. That is a fighting position. That is no longer a hospital." And they're like, "No, they're attacking a hospital." It's like, look. You gotta be realistic here. You can't just go off emotion and feeling.
Yeah.
People don't. It's all like for a lot of, especially people in the West in America, everything is an over there war. It doesn't affect me. It's not on my doorstep. I think about this differently.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Hello, Golda. Guys, tap the screen. We got 50 people in here. Tap the screen, join the team, do all that stuff. Let's double these likes to 30,000.
Also, down at the bottom of the screen, if you repost or if you share it, you can see the repost button all the way on the left. It's yellow.
Where do you find true information? I feel like most stuff I find is misinformation. Well, you see, the funny thing, ground.news, you can go to ground.news and you can look up different stories. And you can see the stories and how each side takes that story. So right now, Iran ready to relinquish enriched uranium amid advancing Trump deal, New York Times reports. If we go to this, we can see that 17% of the articles on it out of, let's see, there's 112 different news sources on it. 17% are from the left, 50% from the center, and 33% from the right. But you can see a lot of them are all still quoting New York Times. You can see who owns those news organizations, which way they lean, their factual rating, how factual they are, if they're highly factual, misinformation, all that stuff. You can see all that. Ground news, I believe some of it costs money for like the personal trackers and stuff. Like for me, because I pay for it, it tells me like which side I read. It's like if you go to my reading in total, I read 28% left, 25% right, and 48% center. Like trackers like this, I believe, are paid for, but I don't know if just having a membership period is paid for. But even then, you just got to filter through the sources yourself. Like, see who posted it, see what the narrative is, see, like, rule of thumb, if you see something and it triggers an immediate emotional reaction, you should probably look into it, regardless of what side it's from. See who's posting it, see how often they post, what they normally post. Like, even some I don't like Russia, but some Russian sources can be truthful. I love Ukraine, but some Ukrainian sources can be lying. Some Israeli sources can be lying. Some Hamas sources can be truthful. Like, it's all, you have to do your research, read more than the headline, read the actual articles, read what the primary sources are. It's going to require effort and actually filtering through your sources.
Yeah. Some of this stuff, like this is just like a random example from my personal life recently, like when Spirit went bankrupt just like a couple weeks ago.
It's Trump's fault.
Yeah, dude. So the girl that I was talking to at the time, her family is like super MAGA. And I was out with her family and her dad was like, "Oh, Elizabeth Warren is the reason that Spirit is now going bankrupt." And I was like, "What do you mean?" Like, I had never heard anything about that. And basically his whole thing that he was seeing on Facebook was like an article. It was about Elizabeth Warren hitting JetBlue with an antitrust thing to absorb Spirit. But what he didn't know was that Spirit's shareholders beforehand, when Spirit tried to merge with Frontier, Spirit's shareholders shot that down because they didn't think that the valuation of Spirit was enough in the merger. So Spirit's own shareholders killed that deal. Yeah. And then JetBlue wasn't able to absorb them because the antitrust thing was kind of valid, that JetBlue and Spirit shared a ton of,
it was like maybe you could argue that it was a final nail, but it wasn't the nail. It wasn't the final thing. The writing has been on the wall for that company for years.
Right, because they didn't get saved by the government during COVID.
Both sides politicized it, though. Both sides at the very end said, no, it's this side's fault. No, it's this side's fault. It's like, no, not only did you both partially contribute, but it's the company and the investors' fault. They've been down a downward spiral for years. If you've been watching Spirit Airlines, there's a reason everyone goes, wow, I can't believe they can afford to do all this stuff so cheap. Yeah, there's a reason for that. Because they can't. They couldn't afford to do it. They couldn't afford to do it. That's the problem.
Right, and then all of like the major airlines got bought out, or not bought out, sorry, but they got kind of saved during COVID. They were all the airlines at one point kind of got deemed too big to fail.
Bailed out.
Yeah.
Yeah, Spirit didn't get bailed out, and I mean that's just capitalism at that point. Like that's just the kind of the life cycle of a business. If you're an ultra low cost carrier, you're gonna have to raise your costs. That's about it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll pay that extra $200 not to fly Spirit usually because I fucking hate Spirit.
I mean, Frontier, though, is like sitting on a fucking lawn chair.
Yeah, you got like a piece of plastic with some fake leather over the top of it.
No,
and
it's literally like taking the foldable lawn chairs, like the metal ones that you would see in like a gymnasium, just putting a cloth over it. Like this is my life. I fly like this now.
Yeah. Anyway, that was a random anecdote, but
you're absolutely correct though. Both sides politicized it when it was neither side definitively, and it was a contribution by both.
Yeah, it wasn't even political. It was just that was capitalism. The investors didn't want to take the deal that was on the table. They tried to hang on for something else, and it got killed. And then they were like, "Let's make it the other side's fault."
Yeah. What am I looking for here? Due on 6/10. Why did I get a notice for this already? Huh.
Dude, I just looked at I don't check my page regularly.
Mhm.
They removed like fucking half of my videos.
Yeah, it happens.
And it's too late to appeal them because I don't know when they did it, but it was more than 80 days ago.
God damn it, my T-Mobile bill fucking goddamn autopay keeps failing. Fucking T-Mobile on my autopay keeps using my old expired card instead of my current card.
That's annoying.
Pay. Received payment. What the fuck? Why didn't you just receive payment the first time? Ah, these fuckers. Let's see. T-Mobile, blah, 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 blah. Ooh, has my Pokemon card gotten to a new step? Gemmint.com. Anyone here do Pokemon grading? Anyone? Just me? All right.
All right, well, I think I'm gonna jump off and go to bed. But hey, I really appreciate this, dude. I fucked with you guys.
Yeah, no
This was a
problem.
Good conversation. Had a good time with you guys.
Yeah, I don't always get to stream often because of my work schedule lately. Thank you, Trump. But I try when I can. I usually work 7 days a week, so that kind of sucks. But if I'm available, it's usually Saturday nights.
Sounds good, man. Well, maybe I'll next time I see you up here, maybe I'll jump in and offer up some controversy.
All right. Have a good night. Thank you for coming up,
You too,
Dylan.
man. See it.
My card is in step 9. What is step 9? What is step 9? Grade verification. God damn it. I can finally see my grade in one more step. Pope Leo and Anthropic co-founder launch the Pontiff's first encyclopedia. Wait, what? About AI? The first time church formally stepped into the global debate on advanced AI. I'm gonna be real. I don't really care about what the church thinks about AI. The Pope also said that fucking airstrikes were immoral. It should be war crimes.
Hello, host.
What's up, Iranian?
Hey, Tom.
I've been working alone around other panels. So what's this agreement about? Are the Islamic using group to give up the uranium?
No, they didn't. It's just a whole lot of bullshit. The New York Times, if you read this, it literally boils down to the New York Times is citing 2 anonymous U.S. officials who state that Iran at the last second agreed to give up their enriched uranium. And all of the articles that are being written about this is why I like Ground News. All of it's talking about how New York Times is saying this, but there's no proof of that. And outside of that, the only things we have on the deal is that if Iran plays nice for the next 60 days, we'll also be nice. If they open up the strait, we'll start lifting some sanctions. And then in 30 days, we'll talk about nukes. Also, Israel and Hezbollah will stop fighting.
Yeah,
But if
that will not
Hezbollah
work.
fucks around, Israel's allowed to go back in and whoop some ass again. It's just...
I also heard from someone that like the what's it called, the Arab countries called in because it's Hajj.
Who knows?
Zora Mamdani, I'm sure they are using the budget funding these news media. As you know, most of those news media are leftists to provoke their propaganda. Well, it benefits them. Why not? This leftist delusion. They are so opposed of the free Iran.
Zoran
They
is
need to
not
back these
Zoran
guys.
is not a leftist. Zoran is using leftists for his own purposes.
Well, it's called the Holy Alliance between the leftists and Islamists. Well,
Yeah.
most of the Zora Mamdani voters are either Somalians or Muslims.
Exactly. He himself, I don't
So
think,
as
is an
you
actual
see,
leftist. I think he's just
the first day, Zora Mamdani tried to get himself elected. He says there will be free electricity, free water, just like what the Khomeini promised. But as you know, you know how it result.
I'll be fair. We don't have to pay for water in New York City, and we also have the best water in the country. So
Yeah, it is what it
I'm
is.
just giving examples.
He was taking advantage of people just to try and fit a narrative. Matthew, either fucking
and
pipe
good for
down in the
Zora
comments,
Mamdani.
either pipe down in the comments or continue hate watching in silence,
Or
or
request
just
up
come
on
up.
him.
Yeah, you little fucking Irish Nazi, you won't come up here and talk to me, but you'll fucking whine and bitch in the comments and hate watch. Only thing he
All I'm
said
saying
that
is good
was
for Zora
free
Mamdani.
was buses, not everything.
Matthew,
He
as a
said
New
free grocery
Yorker-
stores too.
as a New Yorker, I'll tell you that after he came into office, they raised the prices to $3 for the MTA. So now it's $3 to ride the bus, not free. It was $2.75.
Yeah, they raised the price of the buses. They didn't fix the rent ratings. They didn't make free grocery stores. They didn't do any of the stuff they promised.
And he had to
Well, that
beg,
just
and he
mentioned
had to,
that
hold on
he
one
just
second.
did the promise
Just 1 second. I'm sorry. And he had to beg the governor for money, bailing them
Oh
out.
yeah, all the leftists don't want to acknowledge that. By the way, they're like, "Oh my god, he fixed the budget deficit." No, he got a fucking bailout and now owes more money.
Just kicking the can down the
It
road
seems
for
you
the
don't want
next
to understand
administration.
my point. I'm saying that good for Zoran Mamdani, he win the election, not because he's doing the wrong thing, no, he's doing what benefits them. But for these leftists who voting for Zoran Mamdani, expecting that Zoran Mamdani will bring his promises, just like the 79 revolution, 40,000 Iranian leftists that I will call them the traitors,
Javid Shah.
sided with Khomeini. Then Khomeini, instead of bringing the promises, what he did, he unalived the leftists. So only good thing that Khomeini did is unalive the leftists, in my opinion.
Damn, Tom, that's dark.
I don't
Javi
tolerate
Shah
you
Ryan in
traitors.
the comments. Guys, everyone continue. There's 51 people. Let's get Sam past 20K likes, or Samson, excuse me. Like, tap, share the live. Join the team if you haven't already. Click that orange heart next to his name. Send
Yeah,
some
do that
hugs. Send
thing.
some of those power up arrow thingamabobbers. repost the live, and yeah, get your favorite panelists. Well,
I'm
you have to
tired.
send news.
Yeah, I don't care.
I fell asleep at 11:30, and I woke up like an hour ago.
Goodbye, Aya Toilet.
W.
What? What the fuck's an Aya Toilet?
The Aya toilet. That was my favorite thing to call him, an Aya toilet.
What is an Aya Toilet? I don't understand.
Ayatollah, the Ayatollah. He's dead. He's a cutlet, yeah.
How does that make him a toilet?
No, it's just a funny way to say Ayatollah. Ayatoilet.
What the fuck?
It's a play on words, Sam.
Y'all are weird.
I really don't like Arabic names. Ayatollah, Muhammad, Ali, stupid names. Well, there's a millions Ali name. Or Muhammad, as you know. Muhammad is very popular in Britain. The most popular name in Britain is...
It was the most popular name in Europe. It was the most popular name in all of Europe last year.
It's the most popular name in the world right now. But Ryan in the comments, he says, now we have a new gay Ayatollah, but he'll become a cutlet too. The
I really
Ayatollah
don't
and the
believe
gay
that
Ayatollah.
the son of Ali Khamenei is still alive. I really don't believe it.
I heard, okay, again, I don't know, but based on whatever reports are coming out from whatever sources you may or may not trust, he's alive, but he's not, he's like in a coma or something. He's not like surviving on his own.
Oh, I think he's dead. Considering when Khomeini was first found, they said that his whole family was with him when he died, but they said that he was the only one who survived and that he was fine, and that they even said his son was there and his son is dead. But then, like 2 days later, is when they said, "Okay, fine, Khomeini's dead, but his son's alive." It's like, hold on a minute, like, wait a minute. So his son died and has now been brought back to life, is what you guys are telling me.
And then they bring out a cardboard version.
That was great. The cardboard cutout
I
new
thought that
Ayatollah.
was AI when it first happened. I'm like, no fucking way they did that. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
The comedy
The
writes
cardboard
itself.
box.
Yeah. And then they were talking about how he could have escaped to Russia for treatment. I'm like, people were going, how did he get there? And someone goes, they mailed him because he's cardboard.
He was the box.
Yeah, Ryan, but it's still it's a Muslim name. I don't think Arab name is correct when it comes to the name Muhammad. It's Muslim name.
Well, it came from Arabian Peninsula.
I know, but it's a Muslim name.
Thank you for the rose.
That's why it's so popular.
Well, many Pakistanis are using it.
Many
Muslim
Pakistanis also inbreed, so I don't know if we should be using Pakistanis for reference for anything.
Yeah, but Matthew, you're missing the word whole. His whole family was there.
His son died, yeah, but they said son didn't have a few. Yeah, again, like Golda just said, they said that he was with his whole family, that his whole family had died and he was the only one to survive. Then they changed it and said, actually, Khomeini did die, but his son is alive. They changed it up.
We haven't seen him at all, except for a cardboard cutout.
The carbon box have become the new supreme leader of the Shia Caliphate, or the Shia world, you know? There's
Dude,
300 million Shias.
Matthew, his whole family, you think whole family includes one son, but not other sons as well. Does whole family not mean entire family?
Yeah, what does whole mean to you, Matthew?
He's just coping how he can. He's a fucking.
By the way, Matthew,
he's an Irish
whole,
Nazi.
It's whole with a W, not with an H.
He's an Irish Nazi who hates Jews, who supports what the Irish teach about Jews, but also supports Ukraine and doesn't see the irony.
I think they call them Palestinians.
I call them words that would get me banned from TikTok.
Is he a Muslim?
Nope, he's just a random white Jew hating Irishman.
Ah, got it. So he's a leftist.
Yes.
Yo, this woman came up on the live yesterday and she was talking, I think she was drunk, but she was talking about, Coach asked her about previous flotillas and what they found on that first one that had weapons on it. And he was like, and what did they plan to do? And she's like, bomb them. Like we taught them to do in the IRA. And he's like, okay, so you're celebrating the death of Jews. No, I didn't say that. Bomb the colonizers. Okay, you think Jews are colonizers? No, I didn't say that.
Change the Iran flag to the right one. I tried getting it with the lion on it, but the AI kept fucking up and putting not a lion. It was just a fucked up hodgepodge of ink.
Maybe the AI is run by the Chinese.
No, it's just when you try to make too many changes to having multiple flags on the screen, it fucks up and doesn't really know what to do. So it would like edit multiple flags at the same time, and it was really confusing and hard to get it to work properly.
And send it to me again.
I have made some AI, and I made it with correct flag. You may be interested to see it. I have maybe a few of it.
Sam, I have what's it called, AI in my Photoshop, so I can like make a direct change without having
Oh,
to.
I do too. I have Photoshop.
No. You do?
Yeah, I used to do a lot of photo editing.
Do you have the latest version?
When was the last time I updated?
Yeah, because if you have the Creative Cloud and you use the recent update, it comes with AI. It comes with AI in it.
Yeah, it's got the AI autofill where you can select an area.
Exactly.
And you can,
So
yeah,
select that, just that little part, and you could put like horseshoe symbol or something like that.
Thank you for joining the team, Nick. Yes, Nick, I got banned last night twice.
Damn. What'd you do?
Reading the news.
Oh, of course. I've been there. Sam, it's my birthday weekend.
Oh, happy birthday weekend.
Thank you. It was on Friday.
This is in Persepolis, by the way, with Israeli and the Iranian line sun flag. Bibi Netanyahu and the Reza Pahlavi.
Nice.
I have another one.
Where's my torch?
What are you trying to light on fire?
I'm trying to heat up some plastic to form a part. Tap the screen, guys. Let's get to 30,000 likes. Let's see if we can get some new guests in here as well. I haven't had much opposition tonight. It's had the
What do you think
Palestinian
about
woman.
this image?
Is that the Alice in Wonderland caterpillar on a mushroom?
I think it's kind of weird.
Let's say it's an anime, and the guy, it's a bit copy of Sasuke, not Sasuke. Yeah, Sasuke.
All right.
I mean, I made it. I don't know how I made it, but I just made it up. That the guy is Reza Khan, Reza Shah, the Great, the first before his son Muhammad Reza Shah, and the soldiers and fighter planes around it. I don't know. Seems great.
Wait, Ryan in the comments, he can't do it right this second.
Ryan,
he's on the live.
Ryan, you've been here for the last, I don't know how long. We just talked about this. We just talked about why it wasn't working when I tried to do it.
Maybe he doesn't speak English and he needs a translation.
He said he didn't hear it. It was like 3 minutes of conversation. How did you not hear it?
Yeah, I was telling him how to go into Photoshop and stuff, but like he's live right now, so he'll probably do it for the next one or try to do it.
Yeah. I'm using translation.
I see
What
you
the
guys
fuck?
later. I'm out.
Oh, okay.
I gotta go troll the propolis.
All right.
Have fun.
Okay, is there any other fucking news stories worth anything right now? Where's Hammer? I need Hammer to bring some controversy in. Hammer. There, sent to Hammer. Who else? Is there anyone else even online? Goddamn. Minnie's went to bed. I wonder if Zach's doing anything. Let's invite Zach. I'll invite history. Let's invite Fob. Shit, I have not checked on YouTube or the other chats in a while. Whoops. Okay. Let's check. Nothing new in YouTube chat. Nothing new in TikTok chat. Well, fuck. All right, I'm a dip. All right, see ya. Nick, what's going on in Aussie land? Support Russia? No. Absolutely not. In fact, I've got some blowed up Russian stuff right here. Let's see. Let me turn on some music. Where's Hammer at? What's he doing right now? Let me text someone. Long life of President Putin. No thanks, Powell. Hero of Europe, sure. You like the music? Nice. Fuck, why am I so tired? Let's see if there's any new news. China launches Shenzhou 23 spacecraft with one of 3 astronauts set for a long year stay. Oh, we got someone who wants to come out. In my opinion, he is. Damn, good thing your opinion's wrong. Is the person connecting? Oh,
Hello?
there we go. Hello. What's up?
Hey, I like your topics.
Awesome.
Are you only taking disagreeers? Or?
Not necessarily. I mean, there's nothing really going on right now. But for the most part, it's usually just people who disagree to come, or people that just start drama for no fucking reason. Damn, are you not need sleep and break it live? I work night shift, so this is when I'm usually awake. I'm just not working tonight.
May I ask? I've never come across you before. What? How did you come to these conclusions, or what made you come to these conclusions?
You want me to go in order? You want me to go?
Well, I mean, I guess it's just rare to see somebody that I agree with on so many different issues. But I guess if you're conservative,
I'm like neocon adjacent. Like I'm center right. I'm more socially liberal, more fiscally conservative. More like I don't like big government and everything, but like I definitely don't agree with a lot of the stronger stuff on the Republican Party in its current form. Like I'm not a supporter of Trump. He's personally affected my life in a very awful way, and the administration kind of sucks. But I've also not been happy with the last few administrations. For the first topic for ICE, I like strong immigration, which is funny because my opinion would kind of align with mid to late 90s Democratic view of immigration, which is, hey, we need strong border control. We need to make sure that we don't have an influx of people that we can't take care of. Dave's here. And I like following the rules. Obviously, I don't like when ICE goes outside of the bounds of their rules and they break the law or they violate constitutional rights. But as long as they're doing the job correctly, I'm totally okay with that. For Israel, for the genocide thing, it simply does not meet the criteria for the definition of genocide as set in place by the Genocide Convention of 1948. You can't have a population that you're intent on destroying in whole or in part when you've had hundreds of thousands of life-saving vaccines issued, more aid than coming in than even pre-war, including the private industry, when you've had almost twice the amount of successful births as you've had the amount of deaths, when you're not even counting natural deaths anymore, when you've got all these safe zones and everything, the lowest civilian combatant death ratio in the history of urban warfare just doesn't match. America first is not America only. I don't like the idea of isolationism. I don't like the idea of these people who think we're the top dog, therefore we can be on our own. Sure, we can and we could, and we've done it in the past, but the reason we're the top dog and the reason we're number one in the world and have our hegemon is because we've positioned ourselves strategically and globally to where we have that far outreaching influence with soft power influence and hard influence where we can actually put ourselves in a position to be number one. Because if you fuck with America or you fuck with our allies, that's not going to be good for you. But the whole idea of America only, you kind of throw all that away and you cease to be the number one top dog in the world anymore, which is what those people like. For destroying the IRGC, I like the idea of destroying a organization and government that has been waging hybrid warfare against the United States for over 4 decades, responsible for exporting global terrorism, responsible for unaliving more American service members than any other country, who is aiding and abetting our enemies, helping them get around U.S. sanctions and attacking us in other avenues and going against U.S. interests. And for Ukraine, supporting Ukraine is good for American interests for pennies on the dollar without risking any American lives. We're saving money on equipment maintenance costs and equipment storage fees by supporting Ukraine, giving them equipment, and destroying and crippling the capabilities of one of our largest adversaries, who again waging hybrid warfare against us for pennies on the dollar and not risking American lives. Just that sums up everything.
Thank you. That was a lot.
It was a lot, Anthony. Why on earth?
She asked me to explain how I got these conclusions. Damn it, Dave.
Well, breathe.
To sum it up, he reads and he comprehends.
I'm a rational person.
Hey, you want to hear something funny, Anthony?
Oh no.
Your view on immigration is exactly the same as Thomas Friedman, longtime columnist for the New York Times.
You mean the same opinion that a lot of Democrats had in the 90s?
Yes, exactly.
Yeah, I think immigration is great as long as, you know, we're properly vetting people and we're doing it legally and we're, you know, making sure that they're being good contributing members to society and not committing crimes.
Sorry, I figured you'd throw up because your opinion is the same as a New York Times columnist, and I'm going to quote him directly.
You mean
big wall
before the New York Times turned to garbage?
Yeah, but a big wall with a big gate. That's a direct quote.
I mean, like, fuck. Could you imagine how people in this country, like specifically like the super liberal people in this country, do you imagine how they would react if America had the immigration policies of Japan?
Dude,
do you know what Japan's immigration policy is, Dave?
Yes. You can't come in.
Yeah, I know it's sure you can apply. What's your education? Oh, you don't have a college degree? Fuck off. In fact, you're banned now. You wasted our time. You have a college degree? Well, what field's it in?
Yeah, it's not even a college degree.
That's not a field that contributes to Japanese society. You're not going to benefit our economy. Goodbye.
Yep, it's not even I mean, their policies on damn near everything are antithetical. That's why I love using them whenever I talk to pro-pallies. I love using them whenever they say, it's an ethno state. So is almost everywhere else, but Japan especially.
Guys, I'd like to remind you we have Ali on the panel who's been waiting to respond.
Oh, thank you.
So?
I think I follow you, Golda, actually, already.
Oh, awesome. Thank you.
I'm assuming Golda isn't your real name, but I like the homage to Golda.
Yeah, it's not, but you'd be surprised how many people talk about the subject who think that is my real name because they don't actually know anything about it.
It's almost like when you. It's almost like when we speak offline, you don't refer to yourself that way, and are surprised when somebody does.
Dave's
I
in
was
his
just
early
wondering.
morning fun time. Oh, go ahead.
I just had one more question. Why do you just have the IRGC, the current IRGC flag, as opposed to the original?
Grok was
Iranian?
dumb every time. So it got it right. It got it like this, and then every time it got it. So it had the flag like this, except the Chinese emblem, the Chinese Communist flag emblem, was a little bit fucked up. So then I had to try and get it to fix that, and then I got it to try and fix the logo on the flag for the IRGC because it wasn't doing the colors in the right proportions. And this was the basically out of all the versions I got this was the closest I could get it, because it just kept, it would fix one flag and then fuck up 3 others. It would fix one flag and fuck up 2 more. Like at one point it melted the Ukrainian and Chinese flag together for no reason. Like even now the Ukrainian flag is slightly wider than the Russian flag, and I could not get it to stop doing that.
I'm trying to talk him through options of fixing it in Photoshop.
I know that if I put a lot more effort into it, but it also gets more topical discussion on it. It's one of those things. It's like it
is confusing though.
By the way,
Yeah, especially because that flag, like the text on it is like something like "there is no God but Allah" or something like that.
Yeah, I think isn't it the Shahada? Or is that
I don't think it's. I don't think it's
can't
the
remember,
Shahada.
but I just know that
is that the Houthis?
I honestly can't remember, but I just know that it's a religious, you know, like, so, and like the people of Iran are overwhelmingly against the IRGC and being forced to be Muslim. So.
You mean Iran's not 99% Muslim? The mosques aren't actually all closing because of low attendance?
No, I know. Yeah, I know you know that, but I just...
What is it, 25% of the mosques?
Like, I feel like I wouldn't be against, like, a current flag in other contexts, but it's just, like, the context of that specific country and the history and stuff.
Yeah, I literally gave up on it. I was like, this fucking stupid goddamn AI.
Yeah, I get it. I didn't realize AI made it. I thought maybe you made it.
Oh god, no! I haven't done Photoshop in years. When I stopped having to do Photoshop for anything relevant, I was like, I guess I'll just keep this subscription and never do anything with it.
I like that the Iranian flag is next to the Israeli flag, though, because we are united.
If only the governments were, but you know,
I
cross your fingers.
think that the Israeli government is united with the Iranian people, but not the Iranian government.
That's the best. Yeah, you're about 110% right on that one.
The people of Iran are not the government of Iran, and they do not align.
That's why I always say, or I try to say, the IRGC instead of Iran when I'm talking about the government.
Yeah, it's hard though because like they have so many different branches that some people are like, well, the IRGC doesn't exactly mean blah blah. I'm like, I wish we had something else to call it.
Yeah.
The government of Iran. Just say the government of Iran. That kind of covers everything. And they can't play that stupid semantic game.
Yeah, I call it the government occupying Iran.
I just like how a lot of people will mix up the words, be like IRCG or IGRC, and I'm like, what the fuck are you people doing?
Some people like this.
It's like AT&T. It's AT&T.
TNT? What?
AT&T.
Oh, AT&T? What about it?
Look, I have long ago completely abandoned all hope for people.
Dave, I'm having a brain fart. What was AT&T before the
Atlantic
Bell?
Telephone and Telegraph? They were before they were the Bells. They were the Bells.
No, what was the name
Ma
of the
Bell, you know.
What was the name of the company?
AT&T.
Bell Atlantic. That's what
Bell
it was.
Atlantic.
Oh, you're talking about way back then. Yeah. Oh, Dave, there was someone who I saw recently. He posted a photo of his great-grandfather's grandfather had bought like a couple shares of AT&T when they first became known as AT&T.
Oh, Jesus.
And he had the original documents from it.
That's awesome.
Yeah. And then they were like, yeah, but he was like, how much would these be worth today if my grandfather hadn't sold them? And I went, oh,
everything.
No,
Everything.
I think so. I calculated out like with all the splits and everything, it was like $500,000.
Yep. By the way, Golda, it's real nice when you say, "Hey, old guy, I know you were there when Edison invented the telephone."
Hey, old guy, I used to have a telephone book that said Bell Atlantic on it, and I couldn't remember what it was called.
Wait, Ollie, how old are you? Are you the youngest person on the panel?
I just sound young. I'm 36.
Am I the youngest one here?
Yes.
You're the baby.
Yeah.
I just turned 40.
I'm still upset because someone walked up to me at work. This kid's 21, had his birthday a few months ago. But when on his birthday, he walked up to me and he says, "Damn, Unc, you a whole ass decade older than me." And I was like, "Why did you have to word it like that?"
Oh my god, I am so sick. I'm so sick of the whole. Oh, you're a boomer. It's like
It was
old
just the
people-
fact that he said a decade.
I know
It
what
wasn't
you
the Unc.
said.
It was the decade part. I was like, why was that so much more hurtful than if you just said I was older?
Dave, they forget that Gen X exists.
Not only, yeah, but
Thank you for the heart, guy.
The other thing they forget is the fact that I've forgotten more than they will ever know.
Hey, I like using that line.
I love that line. I know more, and I know more in my left nut that you've learned in all of your however many years you've been on this planet. Go the
Dave-
fuck away and learn things.
Dave, who used to do the Bell Atlantic commercials?
Oh God, I don't remember. Who was it?
Really?
No, I don't remember.
James Earl
to do.
Jones.
They didn't have to. Who?
James Earl Jones.
Oh,
I
that's
thought
right.
I thought he did the Singular
Vader.
Wireless commercials before they
That
were
was
absorbed
later.
by no,
Yeah,
because
Darth
Singular
Vader,
Wireless
man.
was absorbed by AT&T.
We're talking about before AT&T. It was called Bell Atlantic.
Oh, you're talking before. Okay, that period. Okay. Ollie, are you Iranian by chance?
No, I'm not. I'm
okay.
I'm a Jewish American.
Guy, where are you, man?
Somewhere he's rubbing it in our face that he's.
Guy is Mossad.
He must be. He must. I mean, because he's nowhere in the U.S. right now because it's all dark. It's 5:30 where I am. Well, it's light out.
Yeah, it's
now.
4:30 for me.
Guy, are you still in Israel?
I'm by the beach, yo.
I recognize that bedrock. I'll be there in 5 minutes.
Come
Oh,
on,
do you know
everybody
of
join.
Zelensky's connection to Saddam Hussein?
Zelensky's connection to Saddam.
What?
Guy, it's right on the beach.
Monster! What the
Also,
fuck
did
did
you know
you
the
just?
age of
Hold on,
consent
Zelensky. What did
Ukraine
you?
is 16.
Oh my God! Don't start with this Birdman shit. God damn it! Stop with the Birdman
Wait,
shit.
can I ask something else to the host?
What?
I
What was
need
that?
to get
Ollie?
some video stuff for this. I'll be back.
Is your name Anthony or Sam?
So my username used to be Sam.
His name is Samthony.
Yeah.
Samthony is his official
Oh,
name.
my-
He's changed it.
My username used to be Sam41 because that was my call sign that I used or that I had assigned to me when I was in the Marine Corps and in law enforcement before the Marine Corps. And I didn't feel like using my real name. But then when I started getting into politics and doing stuff and started being on camera, I kind of didn't have a choice because then my name's out there and it's kind of fucking pointless. So I just changed my usernames
I'm
to my
just
actual
used
name.
to calling him Sam.
I just
Guy,
call him Samthony.
Just was
Yeah, they all
clarifying.
met me as Sam41. So
Guy, are you wearing sunscreen or do you have to go back to Poland?
Yeah.
No sunscreen. I'm gonna get an umbrella soon. I probably should wear sunscreen, but I'm pretty dark as it is right now.
typical white European needing sunscreen and an umbrella.
I know, really.
Exactly. Typical white
Did you guys
colonizer.
know
I
that
think.
Israel has the highest case
how do I
of
do this?
skin cancer?
Isn't that?
No,
I love that that it's actually Lebanon. Like,
Yeah.
you people bothered looking into this stuff?
They don't bother looking into anything. You should.
Yeah,
know
look
that.
at that white colonizer.
So I'm the whitest person. I'm the whitest person on the app, apparently.
You
I
might
think
be.
Hang on.
you might be the whitest person on the beach, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say, are you the whitest person on that beach?
I cannot tell you.
There's some Polacs over here.
Some Polacks.
Yeah. So the lowest information people on this app have now taken to using the heckler's veto. When you start saying things they don't like, like facts and definitions, they just start yelling so that you nobody can hear you. It's ridiculous. I will not let you speak. I actually have.
They've been doing that for.
Yeah, they've been doing that for a hot minute.
years.
Oh, bye, guy.
Go enjoy the beach.
Yeah, that's their tactic. I call it digital jihad.
It's
They come up, they yell, and then they drop.
no. I came up on a panel where I was not completely aligned with everybody there, and I was giving them nuanced views of things. And then,
How dare you?
Yeah, how dare I, exactly. And when they started in on how do you define this, and I had to get up off my ass, get in front of a computer to give them a definition. I will not let you say that.
Yeah,
Oh.
I feel like that's actually the main problem that I have with the left of 2026 is like you can't
You can't have a
disagree.
conversation.
You can't have any, and like I used to be firmly on the left, and now I would consider myself more of a moderate, slightly leaning right on some issues and leaning left on others. But mostly, I would say, you know, I've had to lean to the right more because of how the goalposts have shifted, and it's just funny because people on the right are such a spectrum and they can have conversations and disagree, but like if you say anything that's out of line with the cult on the left, then like you're ousted and shunned.
I don't care about
I
being
was just
ousted.
I was just telling someone, they were asking, you know, because I'm the same like you, except I think actually no, I'm the same like you. I lean left or right or whatever. I'm moderate. But they're asking me why I sit on some of these conservative panels, and honestly, because every time I've tried to sit on a left leaning or Democrat panel and we get into this subject, I'm not allowed to speak. But at least on the conservative panels, I get people from the left coming there to yell at them. And I just sit and wait for my turn for Israel to be brought up. Because when they talk about other stuff, and specifically when I don't agree with the other panelists, I just mute and do other things.
Yeah, so here's the funny thing that I figured out. Many of the younger people on this app, and many of the younger people on this app who are online a lot, their entire life revolves around this shit. Their entire friend group is made up of this shit. So when they feel like they're getting canceled, it's an absolute monstrosity for them because all of their social interaction goes away. So they think that other people are the same as them. So they do this and they quote unquote cancel you. And I just giggle at them like, motherfucker, I'm 52 years old. You know, I remember when making friends involved actually standing in front of somebody and like, you know, getting beat up together or some shit.
Dave, did you get canceled by your friends?
No, but it doesn't matter. Even if I did, you know, they think they do. And then it's like, oh my God. It's all very funny. It's hilarious to me. This whole thing is hilarious to me because there's so many people whose lives revolve around it. There's so many people whose finances revolve around it that it's hilarious.
This is because Elon Musk tweeted this out, but there's an even more funny variant of this. It talks about in 2028, I was probably left of center. 2012, then the far left starts sprinting to the left, and they keep going, and then they keep going until, oh shit, now you're a bigot. It's like you've never moved, but now your opinions that were center left in the past are viewed as right or not even center right. And so what was it? There was a play on this one where someone did it, and they were like, why are you such a racist bigot? And it's like, you've gone so far left that you think I'm extreme. I haven't changed, you have. And
I've been saying this for a minute. I'm in the same place, but the ground has shifted beneath my feet.
Yeah, like even my topic of I like ICE when they fall, or I support ICE when they follow the rules. I have had people say that is a far right extremist Nazi view, and it's like, how is following the law a Nazi view? Please explain that to me.
I'm sorry that you don't like the law. I'm really sad that you don't like it. But guess what? If you have a problem, call your legislator. Don't complain to me that you don't like the law. And don't call everybody a schmatzi that does.
Yeah, and I mean that word, it's like anyone I disagree with is a Nazi. Like you don't understand the meaning of that word if you're using it like that, and you water down the meaning of the word.
They hijacked.
Dave, you would love it. The other day on the panel, this girl comes up. Oh, sorry, Sam.
I was just going to read something real quick. They hijacked the Republican Party. The world was barbaric in the 1800s and earlier, but sad to see Republicans misunderstand Lincoln. Illegal immigration is an issue, but also related to what Milton Friedman said as illegals pay taxes. Not, bro, what?
I don't know. But yeah, Dave, this girl comes up on the panel, you know, and she calls herself an independent, like who like leans left, da da da. And I'm like, yeah, so am I. And I'm on like a MAGA panel, right? But they know they know where I sit, whatever. So we're talking, and she's saying how she wants to go on vacation to Costa Rica, but she's afraid to do that because she's afraid to come back into the country because borders, what's it called? The border control is going to stop her for her tweets about Trump.
Okay.
And I go, okay, can you give me an example of that happening? And after like a rigmarole of her giving me a name and asking for a source, it turns out that her source is her friend on TikTok.
Oh God.
She gives me I'm not even kidding you. She gives me a TikTok account name. I'm like, what the fuck is that? Is that a last name? She's like, no, that's his TikTok name.
So
Okay. And so I'm asking her, I'm like, okay, so this hasn't happened. She goes, no, it's happened. So we start looking it up. And it's happened a couple of times, but with non-citizens.
I was about to say, my wife travels because I work a lot. My wife travels a lot. She has a U.S. passport. She's a U.S. citizen. She was born in the United States. She is a daughter of the American Revolution. She could trace her heritage back to the fucking Mayflower. She has a U.S. passport. She does not like Trump. She is very public about it. Guess what? Never stopped. Been through passport control probably over a dozen times while Trump was in office.
It is such a stupid claim to make. And so because I started asking her these questions, she starts screaming at me, "You're not a liberal. What are you like?" Like she went off, and I'm like, you are bringing a case that hasn't happened. This is like fear mongering. I'm like, go on vacation to Costa Rica, have a good time. They'll let you back in the country, despite what you say about Trump.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and the ironic thing is that that kind of thinking and that kind of ousting and just immediate like shutting down and not listening is what's making people move away from the left. Or
now let's be fair. Let's be abundantly fair here, okay? There is absolutely no reason why why border control should be checking people's phones for their views on the president if they're not citizens. There's no reason for that. But it's also not something that you as an American citizen should be afraid is going to happen to you. You want to say it's a bad thing? Say it's a bad thing. I agree with you. It's a bad thing. Okay.
But Dave, I don't think they would do that randomly. I feel like they would do that to somebody who's on a list.
They are actually doing it randomly to people who don't have, to non-citizens, a lot of from certain countries, non-citizens from certain countries.
Well, it's primarily stuff from countries that have anti-American sentiment. Because why do I want someone visiting my country if they're anti-America and may cause problems? I have no proof that they're going to do something wrong. But if they're anti-America, why are they coming to America? I don't want them here.
But that's my point too. It's not random because it's on a list. It's on a list of countries that should be checked. It's still on a list.
Like, I mean, fuck. When I came back from Ukraine, I got put into a white room for 3 to 4 hours by myself, and they took my fucking phones.
And you're an ex-marine, and
really?
you have a U.S.
Ukraine,
passport.
They were doing that?
Yeah,
I got for
pulled,
Russia they would.
I got pulled into a room and questioned on if I was in specific cities at specific dates and stuff, and if I committed war crimes.
He's also a veteran, so
It didn't help that I came back with a bunch of gear from dead Russians.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to a war zone. They would do that to anybody who visited a war zone.
I came back with a bag full of gear from dead Russians, and they were like, "What'd you do?" Nothing.
Guarantee you, if you went to the DRC, you would get the same treatment.
I mean, I guarantee I'm going to watch this anyways. Like, even after I got out of the military, every single time I fly, no matter what, I have been stopped every single time. Even with brand new bags that I've never used before, I always get stopped for gunpowder and explosive residue. Every single time. Just random hit for gunpowder and explosive residue. So it's gotten to the point where when I go to the airport at this point, I just start taking my stuff off to the side and go, I know I'm going to pop. Let's just get this over with.
Hold on a minute.
Is it like embedded into your bloodstream or something?
Wait, hold on.
Everything you touch has residue on it.
He's in Texas. What do you expect? I imagine every Texan gets.
No, this is even before I moved to Texas. Even no matter where I've gone, no matter where I've flown for the last 5 to 6 years, even when I was in the military, I understand when I was in the military because I was working on the range and working with firearms on a daily basis. But even outside of that, I've had brand new bags, brand new clothes, brand new fucking luggage, everything. I still pop for gunpowder and explosive residue. I popped in Washington D.C.
Why do you think that is?
Because I'm on a fucking list.
It's in his bloodstream. Everything he touches.
I am 100%. I am 100% on a list somewhere.
So this reminds me of a story that a Navy friend of mine told me. He worked in ordnance on ships, and he told me about exploches. Have you ever heard of exploches, Sam?
No.
Never heard of exploches. So there are roaches on naval vessels, and roaches will eat anything. They will also eat explosives. And sometimes if you stomp on a roach that is full of explosives, they will explode. Ergo explosions.
Can I ask
Dave, that
you,
sounds like
Anthony, what
genetically engineered rats. Sorry, go ahead.
what branch of the military were you in? Just out of curiosity.
I served in the Marine Corps for 12 years, or for 10 years, sorry.
It felt
Gotcha.
like 12.
Thank you for your service.
Thanks. Yeah, I did 10 years in the Marine Corps, and then I got told my spinal surgery was not cost effective and medically retired. So I went to Ukraine.
I have spinal issues too, so I empathize.
I am now 1 inch shorter than I used to be.
Isn't that true of a lot of people who jump out of airplanes a lot? Like they get compressed.
Yeah.
I think it happens with age too, but I think that it happens at a much faster rate with like scoliosis and other things like that.
Yeah, Sam's like 30.
Yeah. Hilarity. What else is going on in the world? What do we miss?
Everything bad, Dave. Everything bad.
Well, that's nothing new. But what is specifically bad?
I don't know. These people want us to do a ceasefire because they want to go on Hajj. And someone pointed out on a live the other day or yesterday that it would be a good idea if all the Muslims are leaving Iran to go on Hajj, why can't we just go in there and take it?
That's rough. That is rough.
Russia got caught again lying in the media. They said they brought a foreign journalist to help talk to people.
Russia got caught lying? No, never.
Yeah, their foreign journalist is the same Asian dude that they featured in like 20 different stories, including him being a service member of the Russian military, and being a news anchor on one station, being a broadcaster in another, being a in the field reporter in another, and then being in more Russian military uniforms in the other. Like he's just.
So Sam, I feel like this is a time for a Russian lesson for you, because this is and you probably have heard this before, but this is important. Whenever you hear anything about Russia doing bad things, which is anytime you hear about Russia, the words that should be popping in your head should be "Yobaný v rot."
You know, Dave, my biggest lesson on Russians, okay, in general, right? My grandparents taught me a game that it's called Durak.
Oh, of course,
right?
I love Durak.
I've played that before too. That's so funny.
You speak Russian, Ali?
No, but when I was in high school, I had friends who were Jewish and had immigrated from Russia, and they taught me how to play.
Yeah, it's fun. And then there's like a variation on it called Переводной.
Oh, I remember that one too.
Yeah, and so I like played this with my grandparents. I played this. I don't play card games. I don't know a lot. I pretty much just know these two, which is pretty much the same one. And so like I played forever. I know how to play. But I went on a trip with a bunch of Russians to Israel, or Russian Jews, excuse me, to Israel. And when we were inside and we weren't doing anything, we would play card games, and we were always playing either Durak or mostly Переводной. And these fuckers were cheating. They were cheating, and then they told me when they had to tell me that they were cheating. Like I think I caught one. I don't remember how it happened, but they were like, "Dude, that's the point of the game." I'm like, "What do you mean?" Oh yeah. So for those who don't know, Durak means the fool. So I thought the point of the game was the person who ends up with the most cards at the end is the fool because you just didn't play it the right way. No. The point is, if you end up with the most cards, you're the fool because you didn't catch on to everybody cheating. So if you're the idiot because you didn't notice that they're cheating.
Yep.
And this is the biggest lesson on Russian culture that I've ever learned.
Welcome to Russians. They are, I firmly believe that they are the worst of all the peoples. They are the worst people in the world. I firmly believe this. I cannot stand them. I hate them from the bottom of my heart.
Not all of them, Dave. Come on.
I'm talking about as a group. Like if you are going to take different groups of people and think about the way that they view the world, I think that Russians have among the worst worldview of the planet. They are incredibly supremacist, incredibly just.
I think they're just really pessimistic.
Honestly,
Well,
you
that
can't
too.
really say that Russians
What
as
the
a whole
hell?
have that view because
I bullied.
Yeah. Hate speech and harassment.
He got flagged.
Wow.
Oh, what
Sorry,
did he
I was
say?
going to do my Russian
That
bit,
was him
but
talking
I'm
about
afraid now.
Russians.
But by the way, Russia just got caught again. Another lie from Russia. They got caught saying that Ukraine unalived 3 girls in an attack on Russia, that they were 3 innocent little girls. They used the photos of 3 girls that had been blown up by Russia in Zaporizhia in 2023. They used
Oh
a
my
photo of dead
gosh.
Ukrainians to say that, look, Ukraine attacked Russians.
It's a very Hamas thing
Hollywood.
to do.
It's Hollywood.
Where do you think they learned it from? They learned it from
I
the Soviets and the
know.
Russians.
They literally did that at the beginning of the war. They used an Israeli boy who was unalived by Hamas rockets, and they put him as one of the dead Palestinian children.
Mm-hmm.
I just wanted to respond, even though Dave can't respond anymore because I guess that was flagged. But I think that Russians, you can't really know what they believe or what they think because their speech is so limited by the government there. So I think it's kind of
I think
not.
Dave is speaking generally. Dave is from the former Soviet Union, as are my parents. So he's speaking from like his experience, not like of everyone like currently,
Yeah, that
during
makes
this war.
sense. Yeah, some of my family, like on my mom's side, is came from what is now Russia.
Yeah, I'm from over there too, but I just want to push back on Dave a little bit. Anytime you're talking about the worst country in the world and Pakistan doesn't come up, it's a travesty.
I agree.
Hold on. India would like a word here.
Yeah, we're talking about real countries,
Wait,
Nick.
Nick, did you see a few weeks ago, this is still one of the funniest things I've seen this entire conflict period. Out of nowhere, Pakistan came out and was like, if the United States attacks Pakistan, we'll nuke India. And it's like, Pakistan, you might be onto something here. Pakistan, hold on a minute.
Well, we do know there are some Iranian jets that the US can attack in Pakistan.
In Arizona, speaking of Indians, in Sedona, Arizona, guys from India crossed protective chains at Cathedral Rock in Sedona and carved into the rock faces, sacred to the Yavapai and Hopi tribes. Federal law bans defacing it. They flew across the world, walked past chains, looked at the cameras, and kept carving. So they defaced an indigenous landmark.
Did you guys hear about that case in the UK where the guy was walking and got poked with an Indian knife thing?
Yeah,
with
the
a
Sikh man with his ceremonial knife that would normally be considered illegal by everyone else carrying said that he was so afraid that the dude was so racist he was going to take his own knife and use it against him. So logically, he was only left with the option of taking his knife and stabbing the man in the back. And that's what he told the British police, who arrested the man who was bleeding to death on the sidewalk.
Wait,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
I think the conversation's more about the British police. Like, what the fuck are they doing?
Can you repeat the story? I didn't hear this.
So, man gets stabbed to death. Police man gets stabbed. Yeah, he hadn't died yet. Man gets stabbed. He's bleeding out and dying. People call the police. They arrest the man who had been stabbed because the man who stabbed him, a Sikh man, accused him of being racist. The Sikh man then said that the reason he was stabbed was because he was wearing his ceremonial knife, his Sikh knife, and thought that the man was so racist he was going to take it and use it against him. So obviously the only logical conclusion was to, oh, no, we can't talk about this anymore. I just got flagged again. I just got flagged. No, stop. This is the third night in a row I've been banned talking about this story. We're not doing this again.
That is so messed up.
So,
I can't believe that you're being censored for
both
talking
The
about a
third night
news
in a row.
issue.
Third or,
No, that's what it is.
or third
First of
time
all, it's,
twice last night. It's during this exact story.
that story is messed up as fuck. But also fuck that you can't talk about it.
So the full thing was on video, and he didn't want to be videotaped. That's the only reason why the Sikh man started shit.
I don't think we can talk about it.
Chef, yeah,
No, we're not. We're done.
Yeah,
We're
but
done.
that's-
No, chef. Period. Done. I've talked about this. I got banned twice for it last night. Talking about the news. Talking about how a white man was stabbed to death for no reason and was arrested while bleeding out on the ground. Gets you banned on this app.
Yeah, that's a really unfortunate thing about this app.
Wait, but I thought the Jews controlled it.
The Jews hate white people, Golda.
But I thought we were white people.
No, you hate white people.
So
Yeah.
that's how much white privilege we have. We cannot fucking talk about what happens in the news even.
Nope.
Yeah.
Although you might you're not gonna like this story, but you might appreciate hearing this. So you know the Bondi massacre?
Yeah, of course.
But that guy on the right, the older gentleman, he was actually unalive during the Bondi massacre. He was one of the victims. He was there photographing. Like he's just a private photographer. He's a retired policeman. He just goes around photographing events for his own pleasure. He got unalived, and the guy on the left was there actually photographing for Chabad. He walked up, stole the guy's camera and camera equipment, and walked away. He's just been arrested. And
Wait, what?
charged. He walked up to the
Wait.
old
So the
man's
guy on the left is part of Chabad?
No. He's not even Jewish. He's some guy from northern Sydney.
So this random
he's Australian.
asshole walks up to a photographer who died in the Bondi and stole his camera?
From his body, yeah. Like someone else had picked his camera up and put it right beside his body, like to sort of out of respect. And he walked up, grabbed it. People
That
people
is so
reported him.
fucked.
And then
You know,
he went and pawned it for $800.
That's what I was gonna say. He had
piece
to
of
have
shit.
sold it in order to have been flagged.
Yeah, what a piece of shit, honestly.
That is so shitty.
And also, just in other news about the Bondi terror attack, about 2 weeks ago, the Royal Commission put out a preliminary report because they were under pressure from our wonderful Prime Minister, saying that in their initial findings, they can't see anything that the government had done wrong or any government agency could have done to prevent the terror attack. And then literally, I think it's been about 10 days. It's now come out from that same Royal Commission that the AFP and Border Force, which is like our FBI and like Homeland Security, they knew about the travels to Uzbekistan and to the Philippines, and they knew that they were in terror hotspots.
In contact with
They failed
ISIS.
to pass it on. And they're quoting interagency rivalry. What does that remind you of? Anyone getting like flashbacks?
12 hours ago, woke trans migrant who won election as a Scottish member of parliament for the Green Party is revealed to have come from an upper-class Indian family. He's in the UK on a student visa and claimed to have grown up starving. So someone who lied about their past on a student visa is now a member of parliament?
Wait, what? Oh my gosh.
How the fuck, England? What the fuck? What?
Sam, you heard about the mayor that we had in California who was
Arcadia.
a Chinese spy?
Mhm.
Jesus Christ.
Newly elected Scottish Green politician who claimed to be from a disadvantaged background in India, in fact, had a privileged upbringing, including attending an exclusive private school. Also, how do you get elected to parliament when you're on a student visa? How is that possible?
I don't understand how that's even allowed.
Londonistan.
Hopefully the UK will be turning around.
They won't.
Soon.
They're doomed.
No, yeah, you don't think so?
They quite literally had a moment where. Did you hear about when they were voting to ban cousin marriage?
I didn't hear about that. No.
They were voting to ban cousin marriage in the UK, and a British Pakistani MP a parliament member stood up and said, "You can't ban that. That's my culture."
Oh my god.
And then the one person who stood up to say something about it had his words stricken from the record because he didn't do it properly and was kicked out of parliament.
Oh god.
I think there is too much freedom. Like freedom, you can have too much freedom.
Yes, they're overprivileged and they've just allowed Islamists to come in and take over. And we're at the beginning stage. We're a lot bigger, so I don't know if it's going to be the same, but like it's happening on a smaller scale, like in New York City.
Congressional candidate in California refuses to say the Pledge of Allegiance to U.S. flag and turns her back on the flag anytime it's done.
Somebody fire her, but they won't because
And
it's
she's a Sacramento, of course, it's Sacramento City Council member and congressional candidate. Her family literally escaped communism, and she supports it.
Yeah, that's
Actually,
unfortunately really common.
we requested that because you guys talked about Russian people and what they are thinking, and I have bad news for you. My mom, my grandma, she lived in St. Petersburg, and a lot of my family friends are from Russia. And they're living there right now. They can communicate and all, like they don't have any problem. They are the majority of them. I know about 9. They are pro-war. They are.
I know.
They are. It's like when I heard the talks, I was baffled because they don't. They actually think that Putin is right and everything. They don't care about civilians, and even if I talk with Israelis that were affected by October 7th, I didn't hear those extreme views, like insane.
So Russians, in your experience, are pro-war with the U.S. specifically?
The one that I heard, it's like 8 Russians. You know.
So the problem with being in Russia is the Russian people have kind of been brainwashed for nearly a century on this idea that like to put it in perspective, they don't teach about how the U.S. helped in World War II. They teach that it was only the Russians or the Soviet Russians that defeated the Nazis. They don't teach about the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. They actually teach that World War II started 2 years after the actual start date because they don't acknowledge that they started the war on the same side as the Nazis and literally invaded Poland together. They don't talk about how Stalin himself is personally attributed with saying that the Soviet Union would have fallen if it weren't for the industrial might of the United States. They teach that it was an existential threat and that they saved the world from the Nazis single-handedly. Today, they teach that they are in an existential fight, that if they don't fight the West, starting with Ukraine, who is the Ukro-Nazis, that their entire way of life is going to fall, their conservative values is going to die. They play on this religious aspect and manipulate religion and manipulate followers and stuff. They support this. They think it is an existential threat, and they've been taught that NATO and the evil gay liberal West are coming to destroy Russia and the Russian way of life.
It's like
I was actually talking about this with an old Russian guy literally just today, and he actually, because he started saying how like World War II only started in 1941, and then he turned around like straight faced said that because Poland didn't really put up any sort of resistance, that it wasn't actually warfare. They just sort of marched into Poland and split it between.
Yeah,
them.
just
like,
had joint military parades. Had joint military parades and everything.
So
all those countries, China, North Korea, the Arab countries, Iran, Palestine, they're all basing their ideology and the narrative by the ego. It's
No,
the
but
ego, the Arab ego. You know,
I
want.
disagree with you. Palestine is not a country.
I put it. I did this.
I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
I did this. Golda, некрасиво.
So everything you say, Anthony, about the Russian, what you just read, we have 2 Russian co-workers, and they are spouting this every day at our job site.
I believe it.
They wholeheartedly believe it. These are 18 to 24-year-olds.
I will say I had one guy come fix my heater unit when it wasn't working. He told me he was from Russia, and he told me that he specifically left because he didn't want to be involved in war and he wishes everybody would just have peace.
Your coworkers, I'm guessing they believe this whole thing in the traditional conservative values of Russia, who supports exporting Islamic extremism to the rest of the world and communism.
So their mother, I heard this from his from the father that divorced them. He's from the Netherlands. She has a clone of Willy that is marked with the name of Vladimir Putin. That's how fucking brainwashed they are.
Grandma loved Putin.
And-
She was so obsessed with him.
And the thing is that, like, this is the way the pro-Palestinian propaganda works, because this is where they got it from, the Soviets and the Russians. The Russians will throw out a million different talking points, and all of them will contradict each other, but they all come to the same conclusion. As long as one of those points sticks with someone, it doesn't matter. The goals are accomplished. You could even have people even arguing. You could go onto a panel where a bunch of pro-Russians are arguing about why they support the war against Ukraine. They could all be contradicting each other. The second someone who's pro-Ukraine comes on that panel, or pro-America, they will all jump on that person, dogpile, and agree with each other. Like, you can have this happens on Russian state media. You will have a newscaster who there's actually videos of this. Newscaster says, "We are just weak and helpless. We are Russia. We are forced into this. We had to defend ourselves. The West was going to attack us. They were hurting us. They were planning to take our lives." And then 5 minutes later, that same Russian newscaster standing there in the exact same spot yelling, "The Russian Empire has no bounds. The world will kneel to us. We will take over the world." It's like,
I have a question. Does anybody here know if there's like any good data about what percentage of Russian citizens are brainwashed by the government and support war?
nothing
and
you'll get
escalation?
reliably out of Russia because the information is so heavily
Yeah,
filtered.
I figured. I just didn't know if there was something
It's like
that.
we don't know the exact percentage of Iranians that actually are Muslim or aren't.
Yeah, I think with that one though, I think you could more easily deduce that it's
You
most
can
people that are.
guess, but you can't get an accurate
Yeah.
percentage.
Yeah, true.
Ooh, hold on, Golda. Do you have people in America who watch Russian, or what wouldn't be satellite TV? They'd be streaming now. But like, who
Yeah.
used to have the satellite dishes watching Russian TV?
Yeah, my aunt and my grandmother. But my mom never
90% of the
did that.
people, 90% of the people I interact with over here in Australia who are Russian, who actually watch that stuff religiously,
Yeah, they
believe the
ingest a
same shit.
lot of Russian propaganda, and like Santa's come across it too. We have like Russian Israeli friends who come up, and they're pro-Israel, obviously, but they believe Putin. They believe the Russian propaganda they're seeing because they're also watching the same show, the same network.
They don't just watch it; it's all they watch. Like it's become religious for them because that same
Wait.
propaganda is telling them not to watch Western media.
So Golda, you have
cousins that are Ukrainian and Russian, and they don't speak to each other since the war began. It's insane because 2 of them are pro-Ukrainian and 3 of them are pro-Russia, and it's insane. 6 years for now, they don't talk to each other.
Let's see.
That's sad.
I think the war's been going for 4 years. Hasn't it? 2022.
Yeah, I mean technically since February of 2014, but
Sorry. The time passes so quick. 2026, it's like October 7th happened like 3 years ago almost. Oh my god.
yeah.
I think since COVID started, we live in a very like Black Mirror world.
Mm-hmm.
Insane.
Became more crazy after COVID.
Yeah.
But what I struggle to understand is that if Anthony was telling me, you need to look this up, but do not believe the other medias, I would be like, why? Why shouldn't I believe the other medias? Where's the logical thinking of other people
I
or their
wonder if
reasoning
there's
skills?
some data though about like Russian Americans or Russians not living in Russia and like they're
Well, they really love soaking up the benefits of the West without liking the West. It's like Armenians. There's more Armenians in just Russia than there is in Armenia.
Yeah, I mean, I think yeah, I guess I have very limited experience with talking to Russians, especially Russians that aren't Jewish. So I think I probably have a skewed perspective because the ones that I've met are obviously, well, not maybe not obviously because of what Golda said, but very much anti-Putin, anti-Russian war, pro-America.
Actually, Putin is way smarter than the Ayatollahs in Iran because they say to their people, you can have an access to other medias, but don't believe them. In Iran, they don't give you the access to other media, and they also like oppressing their people. If Iran was more like Russia, in their way to propagandize their own people, it was something else today. You
Yeah,
had
because when people are forced to not do things by their government, they are rebel against said government.
and also Russia does give their people things like when you have more than 2 children, you get a house or a lot of money actually, and you have social system that helping their civilians, and then they're the majority of Russians are not like in Moscow. The majority are people that lives very poorly. So they get a lot of stuff from the government, and in Iran they give education and everything, but they don't help the people socially. So it's very easy for the Iranian people to hate the government. It
Yeah.
sounds logical. It's like you have a parent that beats you up, but also give you candies and toys, and you have another household that the parents only beat you and give
So
you the basic.
I live super close to the Russian border. I used to live. And every time you were speaking to Russians who went to work in Norway, they would never speak anything ill against Russia because there were spies everywhere. We even had our own spy unit catching KGB agents in Norway, as far as south of Norway. So
What do you
that's how
mean?
bad it was at one point.
I don't get it.
No, so they would work in Norway, get a good salary, then bring all the money back to Russia. But if you talk to them against Russia, like something bad, they would never talk to you again, because they have this mentality. If I call you because you're a bad neighbor and say, yeah, you talked bad against Putin, they would come and arrest you. They would even what happens sometimes in Alta, they would kidnap people over the border, beat them up, unalive them, and you would never hear from them again. That's how bad the Russians are.
Oh my God. You have also the Iran also operate the same way, almost. A lot of Iranian in the diaspora are actually threatened by the IRGC directly. You have I don't know if you know, there is a woman who also spoke at the UN. She always have a flower in her hair. Sorry. She actually they tried to eliminate her. The RGC proven four, I think 3 or 4 times. I need to remember her name. Uh, she's well known. She spoke at the UN. She also got to Piers Morgan show, but not Elika or Goldie. Why I forgot her name. Actually, they tried
Her
to
name?
assassinate her 3 times. She has a yellow. She always has a flower in her hair. Hmm?
Are you talking about the one that was pew-pewed in the head?
No. Maybe. No. No. I don't think so. She tried. Let me just check her name. I don't know how to do it when I'm on my phone. If it drops me, so I'm sorry.
Chef, I think the girl you're thinking of is from Afghanistan. Not wrong.
It dropped me because I can't see. Mm,
Yes, you are correct, Nick. That's what I'm thinking of.
What the fuck is that? No, what the fuck? That was really loud.
Anthony, you want a clown to laugh at? Look up someone called the Aussie Cossack. I'll type it in the chat.
Oh, I know who he is. He's a disgusting person.
The shaved head fucking Yahtzee
He's
is
a
now
disgusting
living in the
fucking
Russian
person.
embassy.
Yeah, he's been stuck there. He gets shit thrown at him every time he leaves too.
That guy, so all of his videos before he went into the embassy were just him getting pulled over every time he leaves the house. He basically had his own surveillance on him.
Yeah.
Good.
Why can't I? Can I download this font? Download font. There we go. Download.
I found her name. Sorry for the Israeli commercials are very loud. It's the first time that I heard something while I'm on live.
Where's my Photoshop font folder?
Nope. When did your family come to Israel?
96 from Uzbekistan. Like my father and my mother lived in Uzbekistan with my grandparents from my dad's side. My mom's parents lived in Russia. When we
Cool.
did
Thank you for
again.
sharing.
Yes,
Sorry, nope. Anthony, Noga's asking you to look something up in the chat.
What do I need to look up?
It's a FEMI International Project Report.
What is it? Oh, god damn it. Son of a bitch. Hang on. Doing some stuff real quick. Hang on. Nope.
So your family were Bukharian Jews, right?
Bukhari, actually Uzbeki Jews.
That's so cool.
Yeah, but it's mixed because my grandparents from my dad's side, my grandmother she's half Italian, and my grandfather is half Polish.
Ah, I knew it. You belong in Poland.
Me, of course. Poland, Uzbekistan, Italy. I can migrate everywhere, bro. I colonized by birth. By birth. I didn't leave I went one time to Greece for a vacation, and that's it. All my life I spent in Israel. Instead of 2 years of my life when I went was lived in Uzbekistan.
Oh, that's so. So can you tell me? I don't really know much about Jewish Uzbek culture. Can you tell me about that?
It's the same as Faradim, actually. Nothing like I don't. We make very good plov and mante. We don't have something that is specific Jewish Uzbek tradition. Like everything we do is the same as the Mizrahi Jews, I guess.
Yeah, I guess I meant like the food and that kind of thing. I guess I've just never.
So plov, manti. You have my dad made.
Oh my god, I love Uzbeki plov. It's the fucking best.
Oh, I know how to do it. I have a kazan that is from Uzbekistan actually. It's like more than 40 years old, something like that. And we have a kazan. It's a very heavy metal, like iron, stove. When you amazing,
It'd be very
very
heavy.
heavy, very. Oh my! And you can't. There is no how I say it. The thing that you cooking on when you're in a normal house, like the gas thing.
Stove.
Stove. I said it before. Okay. So you can't actually cook it on a stove. You need to make fire. Like you need to. It's insane. We do it every Passover, actually.
Uzbeki plov now.
Oh, yeah. And also, my dad. I know it sounds. Listen to it till the end because it's amazing. I know everybody don't like gefilte fish. Okay, it's something that we all agree on, and for some reason, the Ashkenazis keep doing it every single year. I get it. My dad made gefilte fish spicy and in like it's so much flavor and everything.
How did my life get to gefilte fish? What in the fuck are we doing?
You have a bunch of Jews. What do you mean?
Goddamn Jews!
Nobody who's not Jewish is ever standing up for us. So like we've got to flock to the like moths to a flame. You know.
This is what we do: conspirating and talking about food. Conspirating.
Noga's Jewish guilt tripping you about looking that up.
Anthony needs new goyim friends. Bro, I have not started looking up what you've said. I have not been paying attention. Concoctor, what the fuck are you doing in my chat? You literally just hate watch. Nobody fucking cares. Go away. I'm currently designing the fucking numbers for the side of my goddamn car.
No, but really, that gefilte fish does sound good.
What is your name? I can't understand what he wants from me. He wrote me thanks for nothing. Do you know what a topol vehicle is? Topol? What do you want?
Anti-Semitism is a mental illness. You know, they can't make sense of what they're trying to say.
Go walk in a soul and say it. What do you
Concoctor's
mean?
just crazy.
Ollie, there's absolute proof of that. Like, talk to an anti-Semite for 5 minutes, you actually feel yourself getting dumber. When you feel the intelligence leave the body.
Yep. The tinfoil hats come on and all logic goes out the window.
Okay, let's see here.
What is Trump doing? I really need to understand because I can't even anticipate his next steps. And I thought that they are going to start the war in Shavuot. And it's Monday today. What the hell is he doing?
I don't know.
The logic is not logicking because for now, okay, so the Gen Z lefties hate him. Okay, nothing new. And now all the almost logical people also starting to hate him because he made the world see that he just talks and do nothing.
Welcome to politics.
Yeah, I think. Well, I mean, politics, yeah, but Trump, unfortunately, likes to grandstand and make threats and promises that he doesn't keep, and it's starting to sound like the boy who cried wolf, almost. Like people aren't gonna take him seriously if like he says one day that he like an entire civilization will be wiped out, and then the next day he's like, well, I didn't say that, or like it's like he's making empty threats that he can't follow through on, and so people aren't gonna take him seriously anymore.
What the hell? Where did they go? What the fuck? Okay, is there anything in the news? Most of you will not say who you are. Concoctor, what in the fuck are you talking about in my chat? Brother, I have my face and my full government name on my goddamn account.
Golda also has her full government name on her account. Pretty sure Papa Chef is a Danish name, isn't it?
Let's see. I don't care. Concoctor, it's social media. Not everyone has to say. Where the fuck's your real name, Concoctor? Is your name Concoctor? No. Nobody cares, dude.
Oh my god, I just glanced at his profile and it's some scary stuff over there.
Shalom, חברים, shalom, shalom.
Shalom.
W, the Spanish police. Let's all be like Spanish police.
That was
Spanish police.
that was funny. That was funny.
Yeah.
Did you see that giant welt on that one guy's back who was on the ground?
Yeah, I saw that.
The guy who had the Palestinian flag. That was fucking huge. He fucking deserved it, but that was huge.
Fuck around and find out, man. That's what happens. But a lot of these guys got their welts before they actually landed up in Israel, which I found quite interesting. I don't know how they managed to self-welt themselves.
Well, I like the ones.
Self-welt yourself.
I like the ones that landed in Israel or landed in their home countries totally fine and talking on the news and everything, and then an hour later they were covered in marks.
Well, one thing that's true about Israel is that when you leave Israel, you always leave healthy. Baruch Hashem.
All right.
Go on, Nick.
I don't remember anymore. my brain's moved on.
Sam, why didn't you came to visit Israel?
Never been invited.
What do you mean?
I don't get invited to all these events that all the other people that used to be in my circle get invited to. I have not been invited to any of them.
I don't think that everyone was invited. I think some of them just
signed up,
just like sign up and.
They know of the events. I mean, fuck, I don't even know if I could, but I could try. But no one's ever even. I've never been offered. No one's told me, "Hey, sign up for this thing." No one's told me, "Hey, sign up for this." No one said, "Hey, we're scheduling this." I haven't been told any of that. I don't think you
thought
people realize that
you
I've
don't
been
get
kind
days
of
off.
that too, but I don't think you guys realize that I've been kind of fucking dropped from the inner circle of shit for a while.
What do you mean by that? Who? Sorry, I'm new here. What inner
No,
circle?
not something, not something.
Drama from a while ago that I really, most of the people that I used to talk to don't fucking talk to me anymore from this app.
That
I think that
sucks.
I think that just everyone is so busy because a lot of things are happening. But Maddie and Nick also, prior to this trip, they were here by themselves. So you know, I think it's good for your soul to visit Israel. By the way, and look
Well,
at Hebrew
I just
here.
want to go for all the historical stuff. I like going to historical sites and look at archaeology, so that's what I'd go for.
Yeah, wow, it's amazing. Hebrew, it's not anti-Semitism; it's Ashkenazi-Semitism.
Pure anti-Semitism.
Book a ticket. Book a ticket. Come to Israel. Book a ticket. Come.
Yeah, I can't afford that.
I bet you'd have a lot of people that would let you crash at their place there.
Oh, I've got a couple friends that I know would let me crash, but
But the airfare,
it's
yeah.
the getting time off and affording to even go in the first place. But I know some people have gotten like, "Hey, we'll take you with this group," and it's like, okay, but I haven't gotten that.
You know what you should do? You should reach out to the Jewish Federation wherever you live and ask them if there's any opportunities. They would help
I'm
you.
not even Jewish.
No, I know it doesn't
No,
matter.
you don't need to.
Who's this
You don't need
person?
to be.
Who the fuck is this? Hello, what's up?
Hey man, how you doing? I just wanted to join with the thing about Ezra, bro. I just first wanted to like establish a baseline. Are you Christian by chance?
Nope.
Alright, so why do you think there's no genocide going on right now?
Because it doesn't meet the definition of the legal criteria set in place by the Genocide Convention of 1948.
Okay, but do you believe what's going on in Israel now is like good or no?
No war is good.
So you just wait. So you just basically all you saying is definition of genocide by your meaning or whatever.
I'm not using the emotion of I don't like something, therefore it's a genocide. I'm not going by it. I'm going by genocide is a legally defined term that has a specific meaning, and we can't just pick and choose words because of feelings. You could say you don't like what the war is or what's going on, but to say it's a genocide is a matter of fact and use it for some sort of appeal. What I think was I was talking and you interrupted in the middle of my sentence. But if we're continuing, what I think is civilians die in war. It's an unfortunate reality of war that is unavoidable, but you mitigate it the best you can. But unfortunately, that's a reality that will always happen in war, especially in urban conflicts.
Well, also, by that standard, by that standard of civilians being unalive in war, every single war in history would be a G-side. Like that. At that point, who gives a shit anymore? You know what I mean? If you're calling every single war that's ever happened and could possibly happen a G-side, then you're just watering down the meaning of it, right?
So, bro, these guys, they come into a country that's not theirs, saying it's promised to them thousands of years ago, saying it's the fucking homeland.
Well, hold on. Why are you jumping away from it?
Even if you're Christian, you believe in the Bible. The oldest version of the Bible, brother.
Everyone relax. Everyone relax.
It's called Palestine, bro.
But that's not what happened, nor is that what the land is called. Where did the land get the name Palestine from?
If you want to check your own Bible, if you're Christian,
I'm not Christian. I don't care about the Bible. I don't care about the Torah. I don't care about the Talmud. I don't care about the Quran. I don't give a fuck about your magical books. Where did the name Palestine come from? Because Palestine's not in the Bible, nor is it in the Torah. Nor is it even in the fucking Quran. Where did the name Palestine come from? Oh, he's gone.
That was quick.
It's gone.
Damn, that was fucking quick.
I couldn't give you a lesson on the Romans, but that's really too bad.
He went so fast in the beginning, and now he's just dropped.
It's a problem. It's a shame that critical thinking wasn't promised to him 3,000 years ago. He could really use it.
I went onto a live this morning and I saw this guy. What's his name? Mo Pesci. Have you seen him?
He's a lying, disgusting Nazi who was fired from being a police officer with the NYPD and falsely claims that he was a United States Marine.
Really?
Mhm.
Fuck, I didn't know that.
He's also a full-on terrorist supporter and openly admits it.
Yeah, I mean, he was on earlier on trying to sort of outwit Israelis without them knowing that he was kind of like streaming his live to try and get them to sort of entertain conversation.
Wait, who are
and
we
then
talking about? Sorry.
this guy by the name of Mo Pesci.
Another creator
Oh.
on here.
Yeah, he was
Okay.
saying his title was Dawa with Jews. He's trying to convert Jews to Islam.
Right.
That was his goal in his live
Go
stream.
say that to his face. I will gladly say that to his face, Concoctor. I don't give a shit. I have a recording of him claiming to be a former U.S. Marine, which he's verifiably not. He has openly admitted that he was fired from his previous job and he was a former law enforcement officer with NYPD. He is a disgusting cretin, a piece of shit and human garbage, and should probably add to the... Never mind. Don't want to get banned. You know what, Concoctor? You, his little lapdog, can go tell him I said that, because I don't care.
Right on.
Thanks, Nope. Much appreciated.
Whatever happened to Ask the Doc?
Good question. What happened to that guy? Yeah, he's been missing for a few weeks. Maybe he's on holiday.
Honestly, after Hammer and Nick debated him, I saw him host maybe 1 or 2 lives, and then he just disappeared.
And I still have a video of him also claiming to be a U.S. Marine.
Ask the dog.
Yeah. He claims that he was a U.S. Marine that trained IDF soldiers.
Is there a lie?
Which would have been documented, by the way. That would have been documented, by the way. The joint operations and training, things like that, are fully documented. So there's only, I think, 3 events that he would have been able to attend, even if he actually served.
Do you reckon he trained the dogs?
Guess what? I falsely confessed to stolen valor. You confessed to stolen valor? What?
Nick, was that debate recorded?
Hammer and Nick Mattel. Yeah, it'll be on Nick Mattel's page because it was during a live.
With Austin.
But you'll have to go back. It was like, I think, September, October last year. I'm guessing, but it was a little while ago. Do you remember that, Anthony?
Yeah.
When was that?
I don't fucking know. Hammer's in the chat. Ask Hammer. Hammer, come tell us about you smacking around Ask the Bitch.
Talking about what was it? Salt water and
oh yeah, he said
fresh water mixing.
Salt water and fresh water can't mix because the Quran says so.
And the sun fucking setting in a pool of murky water. It's all really interesting.
It was a biblical debate, I take it.
He
Yeah,
wrote
it was a
he
debate
just
about.
he wrote that he just lied about a real race. Huh?
I didn't claim to be a Marine. I just lied about a real race. No, Concoctor, I wasn't talking about you. I said Mo Pesci said that he was a Marine. God, not everything's about you, dude.
This guy's got problems, honestly.
Bro is just confessing to lies and everything.
Dude, he's crazy and crashes out and just screams disgusting things. He is insane.
Well, he'll get your live band?
Probably.
Do you think he's concocting another idiotic thing to say?
He can concoct these
I
nuts.
think he needs to sleep. Bro is confessing to lying about nothing that everybody has.
But do you remember when you guys debated Ask the Doc? Like how long ago that was?
Invite.
Hold on, there's Austin Doc. Who's the other guy who has his late night shows where he's talking for hours?
Dr. Knockout.
Dr. Knockout. That's it, Dr. Knockout. Where's he been?
I have no idea. Oh, it was longer than last October. My bad. It was definitely last year though. Like, I'd even say second half of last year.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that was ages ago.
Hammer, why would you come up? Why do you hate me? You never come up on my lives when I invite you anymore.
Come on, Hebrew. Come on, Hammer. Come on up.
Too many years on the panel.
I love how when I don't have any of my Jewish friends up here, I am the token Jew with my other fucking live friends. I'm Jewish by default. I like how this app, by the way, when I'm streaming, tells me the massive, like, multi-thousand coin gifts that other live streams are getting that aren't mine. It's like, this random person in this random fucking live just got 50,000 coins. Fuck you. All right. Let's see. Image.
Who has these birds?
I don't know. Probably an Israeli.
Ah, Israeli bird. Yeah, Israeli birds.
Every Israeli that comes up is always either with birds or in traffic. There is no in between.
Yeah, I'm sitting in pure nature. Pure nature.
God damn it, I knew it.
Yeah, Israeli birds.
Delta, you went AFK the second you came up here. Delta, hello.
Do you hear my birds? Or
I hear your
have
birds. I hear your birds chirping in
Yeah?
the background. Yeah, I hear your birds.
the miners?
I don't know who's birds, but every time there's at least one Israeli on the panel, all you hear is birds in the background. But you know, it's funny. Every other country in the region, you'll be getting a completely different soundtrack in the background to just
Yeah,
birds
it's like
peacefully tweeting. Be a lot
even
of
in
Allah
times of
Akbar.
war. Even in times of war, you can hear Israelis with the birds on the background. Like sounds so peaceful. And the dog. Just
Yeah. Oh fuck! Fucked up my TikTok. There we go. Delta, hello. Delta, hello.
Yes, good morning.
Oh, there you are. Hello. Good morning. What's up?
I hear a child in the background.
What?
Child?
The child I hear sounds like they got a wet nose with sweat glands and paws.
Bro.
Have you had your coffee yet, Delta?
Bro, what the fuck? Are you okay?
Did leading sick coffee. Doggies and kitties are not animals; they're people too.
What's the scoop here, Delta?
Wait, Delta, so you came up here to tell us about some child that you hear in the background?
Child I heard has four legs making barking sounds.
Child you heard keeps making barking sounds? What the fuck? I want some of what this guy's been smoking.
Yeah, I was just about to say, what's in your coffee, dude?
Elite instant coffee, lactate, and
Wait, Anthony, is this concoctor?
I don't think so.
Me, I'm Bernard Piscopo. Who is this?
It talks like him. I don't know.
Want me on the panel, then just tell me to go away, and then I'll press the top right button with the X and just go away.
Well, Delta, we're just asking what's up. Yeah, what did you want?
Why are you on the panel? That's the question, really.
What brought you up? What brought you here? What did you want to talk about?
I mean, I'm being honest about this. Those 4 places that were abandoned to the north, I don't know. Is that true? I don't remember the exact names.
4 places
Yeah,
abandoned
there
to
are
north.
comments.
Are we playing a game of Risk?
I don't know. I guess. I mean, like, because to be
It is
honest, since
concocted. It's the
they end
same
up
stuff
being a
concocted
map,
was saying earlier.
I don't know exactly where that's at.
Look, his last comment is the same thing that concocted was spamming earlier.
If they're to the
Just,
northwest towards
Oh.
Lebanon, or if they're like near Galilee
Concoctor,
or by Mount
Concoctor,
Marion.
are you okay?
Not really. Not
I can
going to
tell,
do
bud.
something that's going to put your life in jeopardy. That's disrespectful.
No, he asked if you were okay because he's concerned about your mental health.
So I'm glad you brought that up. If I'm in the kind of condition or state that he's saying, then I will go to an emergency screening center. And when I get there, the only two things I'll have with me are a self-endorsed money order and my driver's license. No way will I go to the police. And I'll land my plane on this and get off. Someone who is your friend,
You'll just get off now.
Yeah.
Anyone understand any of that? Anyone?
Love you all. Have a nice day, guys. Bye bye.
Inactivity? What do you mean I'm inactive? Unable to verify. What the fuck is this app doing?
I don't know which part of the world.
We have
you're in these
detected
days.
inactivity
Oh,
near your
yeah,
live. Complete the verification. Select the two objects of the same shape. I did that. Unable to verify. What?
Todaraba, no, Todaraba.
Are you a robot?
I just failed 4 verification checks.
How do you fail for verification?
I don't know, dude.
Did you end up getting it?
Yeah, on the 5th one. That was fucking stupid, though.
Nick, how things down under, brother?
Pretty shit. Did you
Pretty
guys? Oh,
shit.
that's what it's. Honestly, Canada, Australia, we're accelerating. Like we're UK have sort of started to hit the brakes. At least they've started to react. Right? We've got our foot on the gas. We're going the same direction as them. It's actually ridiculous. But did you guys hear all the quote unquote flotilla activists coming back going, "Oh, I was groped when they were helping me,
off the boat
across from one ship to another in international waters. They groped me. No, they were trying to fucking stop you from falling over, dickhead. They weren't groping you. They had no interest in groping you. What they were doing is guiding you. Or I was SA'd because they searched me. No, you weren't SA'd. You were searched. Like those are two different things.
Yeah, they
Everything's
were SA'd.
conflation.
Yeah, they were SA'd. They were searched aboard ship.
It's just the brain damage is crazy.
It's crazy, man. It's beyond crazy.
11 people came back to Australia from that flotilla. 11 people.
How many are still there? How many Australians are still there?
Where? No, I think they've all come back.
Have they all come back now?
The downside is if they let them go to Gaza, clearly we know they're going to be murdered, but it'll still somehow be Israel's fault.
Oh, 100%. Is there any kind of thing that ever happens that's not Israel's fault? Of course it is. No one's paying attention to the Spanish police now. What happened there? They literally had their asses beat.
W the Spanish police, oh man. We all need more Spanish police in our lives. We really do.
Nick Mattel earlier said that Israel summoned the Spanish ambassador because they did that to Israel when the Ben Gvir video came out, but I can't find anything about that. I fucking hope it's true. Really hope it's true.
And they were from Bilbao, weren't they? They were from the Basque police. I think they see things a bit differently, maybe up there. I don't know. They would do because I think they're anti. They're opposite the government, so they do anything to sort of like stop this nonsense that's happening.
I mean, the guy literally, he was told to move on. He gets an angry look on his face, marches over to a police officer that has
Saw
his
that.
back to him, and tries to pull him to the ground. Like, what the fuck did he think was going to happen to him?
No, I think because he pushed somebody he knew. I think it was like he pushed some woman he knew and it probably irked him. So he got all het up, and then it just kicked off. And that thing with the black hair, that I don't know, what was it? That transgender type thing with the black hair that was running around trying to do something. That was also fucking like she got thrown to the ground, or it got thrown to the ground 5 or 6 times. I don't know. Like it was like watching something out of WWE from the 1980s.
It was crazy. Oh, speaking about that, did you guys hear about the Manchester airport? You remember those brothers that attacked the police officers?
Okay.
Mistrial. The jury couldn't reach a verdict. You've literally got video footage of them laying into female police officers.
Mm-hmm.
And the jury couldn't. I wonder who was on the jury. I wonder if there were people of a certain demographic on that jury. What do you guys think?
The world may never know.
I reckon there was one Pakistani on there that was like, no, I not agree.
Let's see.
Got bribed with a second cousin bride.
Oof.
So can they? So if it, sorry, I don't know how your courts work. Since it was a mistrial, they can have another trial, right?
It's up to the prosecution. So the prosecution can retrial, or they can just leave it and let it go.
Well, I fucking hope they have another trial.
Do you know what I'm talking about? It was like last year, and those two brothers, they broke a woman's jaw and they broke another police officer's eye socket. And
did you hear something about now that the bullet and the gun of the Charlie Kirk's assassin don't match? No, it's not that they don't match. It's that it's inconclusive. Inconclusive does not mean not matched. The problem with a bullet identification is for years the method that the courts accept isn't the same method that is normally used to verify for law enforcement. The way the courts do it now is the court will only accept basically a human looking at a bullet that is fired from a barrel that they suspect it matches with, and they fire another round from that same barrel, and they go, yeah, I can see that dot and that dot and that dot and that dot match up. Yeah, it's a match. It's not accurate. It's not accurate. It's gotten a lot of wrong convictions in the past. There's better methods to do it by computer that actually take into account everything that are properly done, but not matching or not being conclusive, being inconclusive does not mean it doesn't match. It just means whoever the human was that was looking at it couldn't verify that 100% without a doubt it's the exact same barrel, when also a lot of barrels get made for a lot of rifles. Sometimes barrels end up giving the same rifling marks. The Mangione case, not even paying attention to that one.
Anthony, I have a question.
Yes.
For you. What's your favorite book?
Hang on, I've got it here somewhere. Fahrenheit 451.
Nice. Thank you for sharing.
Let's see. I'm trying to make decals for my fucking car right now because I have to print it out, tape it together, cut it, tape it on my car, and then I have to paint it.
What kind of decals?
Oh, the numbers for the side of my race car.
Oh, cool.
Sounds awesome. Anthony, I'm going to shoot. Thanks for letting me up.
Yeah, no problem.
You have a good one, brother.
You need luck. Hey, Anthony, don't forget to print off those APAC decals as well. You
Oh
gotta
my
represent.
god, that would be fucking hilarious if I put a goddamn 8-pack logo on my car. Oh my god.
It'd be interesting to see how many people recognize or like know what it's about if you just made it in regular
You might
lettering.
get some key scratches though.
I mean, it stays in the garage. It's a race car. Oh, that's
Yeah, I mean, for
that's
fellow
diabolical.
racers.
That's diabolical, though. Oh, that
Or
would
just the IDF logo with no writing.
that is diabolical. Man, what is?
Maybe you should just put this grok picture of the flags on your car.
I think that might piss even more people off.
Yeah, because
What do
they
you mean?
don't know
That'll
what
piss
the
everyone off.
IDF. They don't know what the IDF logo is, but they know what the flags are. Hopefully.
I should put a star,
That group
David.
of flags will piss everybody off.
I'm just gonna
Pro
skew it.
Russians, pro Israelis.
Yeah.
Convoy, I'm not American. In
Who
case you
did?
can't tell from the accent.
Who said you're American?
Apparently, there
Mr.
was something only an
Convoy
American would say.
Elephant,
Oh.
do you really like watermelon?
I like watermelon.
Or are you just a watermelon?
Wait, doesn't pineapple mean some kinky shit?
Only if it's upside down.
Weird that you know that, but okay.
Yeah, I found that out.
Weird that I know that.
Yeah, I was traumatized when I found that out. Okay, just scale 98%. No, 99%. And 99%. Okay, there we go. I have to basically take these numbers and set them up to where they sit on my car at the right angle, and then I have to flip it and reverse it for the opposite side of the car, going like leaning the different direction, so it's always leaning forward.
Wait, you have a 3D printer, don't you? Or you did?
I have 4. I have a
Have you
sweatshop in
ever,
my
like-
garage still.
Have you ever got curious and like printed a gun?
I can just go buy one.
No,
I have the files. I can print whatever the fuck I damn well please if I want to. If the time comes, I can do it. I have the materials and the files. But I can just go down the street and just buy one.
Yeah, aren't you in Texas, you said?
Yes.
Yeah, that should be easy.
Imagine making your own. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm in Missouri, so it's also easy for me.
Missouri.
Mm-hmm.
I'm in Australia, so it's only easy to get a maximum gun license if you're an Islamic extremist.
Oh my god. Yeah, I used to want to visit Australia, but I do not want to anymore.
No, I wouldn't recommend it.
Well,
I want to move to America, damn it.
oh, I'm gonna see if they'll give me tonight off for Memorial Day. I don't think they will, ironically. So I'm probably never now. If I go live tonight, you guys will see me live. But if not, everyone have a good day. I gotta do some stuff with the car and then go to bed because I've been up all night. So everyone have a good night. Also, everyone on the other platforms, Twitch, Twitter, and YouTube. Good night to you guys as well. Bye bye.
Right, thank you.
Thanks.